The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite Chess is back in the heartland for the 2024 U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. The U.S. chess capital is the absolute perfect setting to compete for the national title. Two-time defending women's champ Carissa looks to be in peak form, picking up her first win to jump into a three-way tie for the lead. In the open section, reigning title holder Fabiano Caruana was on the back foot from the start, surviving an onslaught from a determined Niemann to join the rest of the open field with half a point. One round is in the books, but the trek for the trophy is only beginning. Day 2 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 2 of the 2024 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the Kingside Diner, the local restaurant here in the Central West End. If you come here for brunch, you might find a Grandmaster as well. It's time for Day 2 action. Let's go to the studio and start this day.
As we enter round 2, there is a 12-way tie in the open section and some clear leaders for the women. Everything could change today as round 2 starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Hey, can't wait to do it all again. Yeah. This is great having you in studio, Cristian.
Good to see you.
Fantastic. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of these U.S. Chess Championships. Round 1 was a boisterous affair in the ladies. 3 decisive games, and boy, were they hitting it out of the park. On the other hand, in the open section, it was a tepid affair. All the games were drawn, but in our marquee matchup between Hans and Fabi, wow, that was a thrilling encounter. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the standings after round 1. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the ladies section, we have 3 leaders, Carissa, Begim Togirjanova, and the wild card of this tournament, Rose Atwell, won their games, leading the tournament. And then we have a bunch of players on the 50 scores, Irina Crash, Alice Lee, Jennifer Yu, Atusa Purkashian, Megan Lee, and Tatev Abhimanyu.
Gotta say, it was a very impressive victory by Rose. And tell us about the standings in the open.
In the open section, there are no leaders. Everybody is in the tie for the first place. All players made a draw.
Okay, and the format for these 2 U.S. Chess Championship events.
We have 2-player round robins. The classical chess is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. No draw offers are allowed.
And our schedule.
Here we have 1 round a day. After round 4, there is a rest day. Then there are another 4 rounds, rest day, 3 rounds. And if necessary, if there is a tie for the first place, we're going to see playoffs on Thursday, October 24th.
Classical schedule indeed, and I love the rest days for the players to get really energized. Cristian, these U.S. championships bring out the best in everybody, but we also have a lot of former champions to
look. This U.S. championships are tournament of champions, past and present. So let's go down the memory lane and see exactly where the players that are playing in this competition stand, as well as past champions. We're going to start with the ladies section and take a look at this. These are past winners that are in this tournament, and you can see at the top of the table Irina Crush with 8 national titles, the last one in 2020, just an incredible performance. Anna Zatonsky following behind with 4 national champions. Nazi Paikidze, 2016 and 2018, and take a look at that. The last 2, Jennifer Yu and Carissa, have shared so many national championships in the last 5 years. They won 4 of them, so they've been extremely dominant. Let's take a look at past champions that are not currently playing. in this competition. Gisela Kangresser, she dominated 9 times. Irina is still trying to catch up with her. Between 1944 and 1969, Mona May Karf 7 times, 1938 through 1974. Diane Severate 5 times, 1975, 1984, and Jennifer Shahadi, 2001 and 2004. We know Jennifer so well from our commentary days. Let's take a look at what's happening in the open section and take a look at that. Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, both standing with 3 national champions apiece, and they have been dominating. In the last 8 years, 6 of those titles went to these 2 players, Sam Shankland in 2018, and 1 player that we're missing in this year's competition in 2019, that was Hikaru Nakamura. Take a look at that, past winners that are not in this tournament. Of course, we know Bobby Fischer 8 times, 1957 through 1967. What a period of dominance. Who's that guy, number 2 right there?
He's in good company.
Seirawan. I think I know him 4 times, 1981 through 2000. Yasser, tell us a bit about those national championship titles.
Well, it was a pity that Gata overlapped me too.
As you can see, Hikaru 5 times national champion, dominating between 2005 and 2019. Guys, a lot of champions have passed through these halls.
Absolutely.
But tell us about the pairings today.
Yes, indeed. Kate, do the honors. Round 2 pairings coming up.
Let's take a look. In the women's section, we have Alice Lee playing Talia Cervantes, and then the big match of today, Rose Atwell playing Carissa, 2 youngsters, 2 leaders of this tournament facing each other. Jennifer Yu playing Anna Zatonsky, 2 former US champions. Irina Krash playing Megan Lee, Begim Togorjanova against Atusa Purkashian, and Tatev Abrahamian playing Nazi Paikidze.
And the pairings for the open section.
Here we have Wesley So playing Christopher Yu, Grigoriy Oparin against Abhimanyu Mishra, Sam Sevian against Ray Robson, and then big match of today, Olympic teammates Fabiano Caruana playing Levon Aronian. Awonder Liang is going to play Hans Niemann, and Leinier Dominguez, Sam Shankland.
I particularly like the Awonder versus Hans matchup too, because that's a clash of a similar generation. They're playing for honor, glory, ego, and
the prize fund.
Yeah.
So
To
let's
be honest,
take a look.
Awonder has started picking up the pace as well. He's up to 26-70 nowadays, so definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Exactly.
Wow. So in the women's section, we have the prize fund of $152,000. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000. And there is special for this year winner's bonus. If a player is clear first after 11 rounds, they get extra $5,000.
That's a really nice incentive, right?
Yeah, that is a nice incentive. And in the open section, the prize fund for those competitors.
Here the prize fund is $250,000. First place winning $55,000, second place $43,000, third place $35,000, all the way to the 12th place $6,000, and again the winner's bonus of $7,000.
Fantastic. As the players are taking their seats at the World Chess Hall of Fame again. I like the colors. I like the. It has a soothing, right? It really
If you
does.
need to calm yourself down, just look at the wall.
Exactly. And it looks like they've rotated the ladies into this playing area. There's 2 playing venues at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We can see
one
Rose.
of the
leaders right there, Rose.
Right.
Had an
Very good
amazing
start in the tournament.
Exactly.
She's the wild card. Obviously, she had some butterflies before her
course.
first day at
Encounter.
the US Championships, but she did tremendously well, I have to say. Put on the pressure with the black pieces against 4-time national champion Anastasiya. That's not easy.
That was impressive.
By the way, I see all the ladies getting ready. Where are the guys?
They're in the other playing.
Probably
hall.
getting
We gotta-
checked. Probably getting checked also. There is
They are there.
There's
Hans is already ready.
Yeah. Now, he's wearing some. I've seen him I've seen him wearing the U.S. Championship swag. Is the red?
That's also
Jacket
this
also?
US Championship.
Sweet. Where's my?
No,
Did I
we
get
need to
that?
get some of that too.
Did I
yes,
get a
yes.
swag
I think we
bag?
missed it.
I mean, like what the hey, man?
We missed it, yes.
What am I, a potted plant?
Look, you're just a lowly commentator.
A lowly. Well, at least I'm not a lowly podcast.
I know. That's the worst of the worst.
The worst. You were about to tell us that Awonder Liang, as we see Ray Robson adjusting the pieces, Awonder Liang is going to be playing, of course, against Hans Niemann. But you were saying that he's coming up.
He's made a big
26-70.
push in the last year, yes. I think he started the year around 26-20, 26-30. That was his FIDE, and it was his FIDE for a while.
Right.
And then this past year, he started winning tournament after tournament. He won. That's how he qualified to these championships. He won the US Open.
Yes, he did.
On tie breaks.
Yes, he did.
He defeated Mishra Antipov, as well as VAR was among the tiebreakers
VAR wasn't
as well.
allowed to play.
Yes, he was.
No, he didn't get into
he didn't get into
tie
tie
breaks.
breaks.
The way they did it, it was a mathematical formula, only to allow 2 players.
Right.
And-
You mean the playoffs?
Yes,
But he
playoffs.
was
In the tie breaks,
in the
he
pack
shared.
of players that
He
were
shared
shared by tie
first.
breaks. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
As we see that. But Awonder Liang, for those of you who don't know, had gone to the Chicago School of Economics, a very challenging program. And those 4 years, you know, he really had to focus and bear down on his schoolwork. So now he's getting a chance.
I still think he's in school.
I think he's
believe
finishing
this
his senior
might
year.
be his senior year,
Yeah.
and obviously he might be thinking about going to a master's. But
Yeah.
again, he's shown that he can balance both chess and academics quite well.
He looks like he's happy to be here.
That's one of the things about the Awonder. He's always in a good mood. I think
Right.
that definitely helps his performance as well.
Whoa! I'm seeing a French defense by Fabiano.
That's Levon, yes.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me. In the Levon Fabi game, French defense. As Sam played against
We
him
were
and
discussing
won.
it. Look, he's been looking at the French quite predominantly, and I'm sure Fabiano knows as well. And he probably has looked at the French before this game because he knows him very well. They know each other very well. They're good friends. They analyze chess together. So he knows that Levon has been looking at the French. I'm expecting some deep theory in this one.
Okay, so we're seeing the classical French defense, knight f6. So many moves have been played here, but the 2 most popular ones are knight f6 and bishop b4. And there was a Kiva Rubinstein who would capture and play knight d7 and then followed by knight f6. Wow, the French defense, one of my favorite openings growing up. And knight f6, bishop b4, the McCutcheon variation. Did you ever play the white side of this, Kate, or were you shied away?
Yes, I do. I did play
Yeah.
a few times this line.
And e5, the classical, knight d7, f4, what is called the Steinitz variation, classical Steinitz. And I've played this in a few U.S. championships myself, and I recall in particular, Nick DeFermian was on the white side of one game that I played that went knight c6 and bishop e3. However, look at this. This is a surprising wrinkle. I always thought that you didn't want to be the one who resolved the tension. The tension in the center between these 2 pawns, white didn't want to capture, and black, after knight f3, he didn't want to be the one necessarily to capture. So for me, this is a big surprise. D4, I mean, a very big surprise. Now, I'm not saying that I was ever on the cutting edge of theory, but has d4 take c5 surpassed queen f3, knight f3?
No, not even close. Not even
close.
remotely close. No,
Okay.
I think it's by quite a large margin. Knight to f3 as the main line, 13,000 gains,
Right.
and only 177 with d takes c5. So obviously knight f3, the main line, d takes c5, a very, very small sideline, I would say.
Is it a recent development, though, Cristian?
Well, I don't have those details on
Okay.
this one, so I cannot tell you for sure, but it does seem like perhaps this is driven by the engines as well.
Okay.
Taking on c5, we're expecting knight to c6. Now, obviously, if you go knight to f3, this is
It's a
going to be some sort of a transposition. The idea behind taking on c5 is that you're going to try to force, or at least provoke the bishop to take on c5 with this knight still on g1. The idea behind it, so for example, a3 being the main line in this position, now you're already starting to threaten the move b4, defending the pawn on c5. So you have to make a decision. If you take with a bishop, now what I can do, in the absence of the knight on f3, I can just simply go queen to g4. So this is the idea behind it. I'm trying to launch an attack immediately. Castle, and then I go knight to f3 with the queen already on g4. I will have some ideas down the g5. Maybe even h4, h5 ideas, and try to strike as fast as possible. And another thing that allows me to kind of keep control of the game with the queen on g4 is the fact that f6 doesn't come as easily, because you have to defend the pawn on e6. f6 is a clear way to strike in the center as black, a very topical idea, right?
Sure.
So these are the type of, let's say, details that we could see in this one. Of course, Levon perhaps did not expect d takes c5. We didn't expect d takes c5. So he's going to take some time, try to figure out exactly what he analyzed, and I think we're going to see a sharp battle.
Wonderful. Kate, these two especially, they match up with each other. They've played a lot of games. Tell us about their history.
Let's take a look.
Oof.
So, wow. So they played, so Fabiano has 13 wins, 11 losses, 36 draws.
You could make a trilogy of books based just on these games. Never mind the rapid and blitz. 36 draws. Wow.
That's a lot of draws.
They know each other very, very well indeed. And these two players have been in the top 5 players of all the players in the world. I think Levon's closest, he was second only to Magnus, and I believe at one moment it was like only a 20 rating point gap. So he was number 2 in the world, clearly number 2, as is.
By the way, bishop to d2, take a look at this. Knight to c6 was played, and now we have bishop to d2. This, if d takes c5 did not throw away Levon's preparation, this bishop to d2 certainly did, because
right.
I believe there's only 2 games played with the move bishop to d2 in this one. 50 with a move a3, knight f3, 19, but that's of course the transposition. You don't want that. Bishop to d3, another natural move. Bishop e3, and then bishop to d2 all the way at the bottom with only 2 games. Bishop takes c5, and I guess again, queen to g4, but he wants, instead of a3, which might be a weakness later on, he wants the bishop on d2. And what I think he's gunning for is that he's actually going to castle long.
Right.
Keep the pawn on a2. You're already ready to castle long and then launch your attack on the king side. I like it. I like what Fabiano is doing in this one. Very intriguing moves ahead.
Bishop d2.
Oh, yes.
Wow. Before we get too wrapped up in these games, Kate, where would you like to take us?
Let's take a look at the women's section.
Okay.
Because we have an interesting start of the game between Rose Atwell and Carissa.
And now
I
again,
think that's going to be a really interesting match of today, and especially when you look at the start, after move knight f3, Carissa already was probably out of preparation. So on move 1, she spent already time thinking how to respond to Rose's knight f3.
And I find it intriguing because Carissa, in her many victories of the U.S. Women's Championship, has favored the King's Indian attack. And this b2, b3 early queenside fianchetto is maybe showing some respect. Like, I'm expecting you to play the King's Indian, and it's going to be a double fianchetto.
Because Carissa is used to play these 2 fianchettos. She played it last year at the U.S. Championship. She played it at the Olympiad.
Right.
So Rose is doing the same thing.
Taking a page out of her book, G2, G3. Let's, while we're in the ladies section, let's just take a look around the horn. I'm going to go to the game between Tatev and Nasi. Nasi has made it clear that she favors the Caruana, a close cousin to the French defense, but you'll notice a massive difference between the French defense and the Caruana. Black tries to develop her bishop outside the pawn chain instead of enclosed, as we see in French defenses, as the players are still in a very topical position. Alice Lee versus
Very
Talia.
theoretical line we see here.
Yes.
Both players blitzing out the moves.
This is from a Grunfeld, and I recall in the 1990 World Championship match between Kasparov and Karpov, this position was a major field of battle, with Kasparov insisting on the move knight a5, and Karpov playing to capture a pawn, this Grunfeld gambit, if you will. And they fought, this was their battle right here. In this particular game, there was no knight a5, and instead after f2, f3, just the quick retreat by Talia, bishop to d7. Talia is a specialist in this Grunfeld, as is the guy next to us, but we're not going to ask him his opinion. This is old school with the knight on e2. Today's modern players tend to prefer playing the lines with the knight on f3. Let's continue. We're going to go to Irina Karash, Megan, and this is a Grunfeld, and this is a dear old friend of mine. I played this in my prime, and I played it against Garry Kasparov in the Olympiad in 1986. It was the USA versus the mighty Soviet Union, and I beat Garry on board 1. We drew on 3 boards, and the USA beat the champions Soviet Union.
So I have good memories for this variation.
Very good memories. And that game went knight to e4. I captured, and Garry won back his pawn by playing d6. And what I did in those days was I really liked the minority attack. And especially with the bishop on g7, my idea was very simple. I'm not going to let you play c5.
So you went immediately before without playing any e3, trying to develop that bishop on f1?
That was the way I would go. But in any case, it's... Guess what? Knight e4. Okay, that was again a little walk down memory lane. Now, modern players today, they don't like giving up the bishop, and the most often played moves are bishop h4 as well as bishop f4. There are reasons for both. Don't ask me the specific details, but bishop h4 was a favorite of, for example, Grandmaster Artur Yusupov. And we're going to go to Begim and Atusha. This is a Queen's Gambit accepted without knight f6. This is a6.
a6.
Yeah, this is kind of a Magnus Carlsen little specialty. Takes e3. And now it begs a question. I'm going to get Cristian to chime in on this one between Begim and Atusha, because Begim has basically dangled her c4 pawn as bait, and I'm wondering, can Atusha...
Well, she took it, and now e3 came, which is not the main line. a4 to try to stop the move b5 as fast as possible is the main line in this position. e3 is the second most played move, but of course, the big question right now arises, hey, what if I just defend my pawn? And probably she will. She has to continue with the move b5. Now you can go a4, of course, and I think you have to. Otherwise, I'm going to be able to consolidate my position. If you give me one more move, let's say you go bishop to e2, then I go bishop to b7 if I really want to, and after a4, I don't have to react. I can just even play the move c6. It looks counterintuitive because you're closing up, I'm closing my own bishop, but at least you don't have knight takes b5. Now, this is a very typical, not sacrifice, but tactic, with the rook on a8 not being protected. Now, with bishop on b7, this cannot be played. So black is just simply going to be a pawn up.
Right.
b5 is on the board, and we're expecting a4. Of course, again, the idea being that after c6, you cannot do that. Knight takes b5, and this is just a much better position for white because you're going to lose another pawn, the pawn on c4 later on. So you have to be a bit careful. The question is, how do you react to this? And it does seem like the main way of reacting would be to go b4. And now, this is kind of a big question. Where are you putting that knight? Knight to b1, of course, that's one of the main lines. Try to get it to d2 and then pick up the pawn on c4. Knight to e4, in fact, is a move as well. And I've even seen the very unnatural looking move knight to e2. Yes, I've seen this move knight to e2 as well, with the idea, of course, that you can go both to g3 and f4 later on, and then this pawn on c4 is going to fall at the right moment. So a lot of things, a lot of questions that are going to be answered in the next few moves. What strikes me as a bit odd is the fact that they're not playing as fast, so perhaps they don't know what they're doing, perhaps they're out of their theoretical knowledge right now. So quite an interesting one.
What is that line called, this line?
Yanovsky variation.
Abe Yanovsky from Canada.
I
had a
don't know which
variation
Yanovsky.
named after him.
I
I don't know
is
which
on the
Yanovsky,
board.
but this is called the Yanovsky Queen's Gambit declined Yanovsky variation.
Gotcha.
Yes. You guys were
Please.
asking about this position, and
In
I
the-
hope I'm not wrong, but I believe last year,
This
this is
was
the
the
game
game-
between Alice Lee and Talia
Talia.
Cervantes.
Yeah.
I believe it was last year when they played exactly the same line. And in this position, Talia went knight a5. And she
Okay.
got a good position, but this is one of the most critical and difficult to remember lines.
Right.
You need to remember 25 moves of theory at times to actually get out and be able to equalize as black. It does equalize.
Yes.
But you really need to know with pinpoint accuracy, and if you don't, you get in trouble. She did, if I remember correctly, she did have a pretty good position, but I'm sure Alice must have conjured something else. Now, she's the first one to surprise Alice with this move, bishop to d7. And this is the lazy man's approach. I play this as well. Just because I don't want to learn any sort of crazy theory, right?
Right.
You go bishop to d7, you're accepting a slightly worse position. This is a slightly worse position. We're going to see something like queen to d2, the rooks go to d1 and c1. You can put it on b1 and c1. You have a lot of ways to arrange your rooks. That's exactly what black is going to do as well. Queen to c7, get the rook to d8, get the other rook to c8, solidify with the move b6, and then we're going to have this cagey middle game situation in which at some point, white will need to do something on the king side or in the center.
Cristian,
as
we
well.
actually have a move on the board. It's bishop
Yes.
d3.
Let's take a look.
F3
Bishop to d3, fine, yes. Bishop
Fine?
to d3. It's a fine move. It's a fine move. It's not the main line, but, and to be honest, it's probably not as precise because generally you wait for this knight
Precisely.
to attack that bishop and then you go to d3. Now, very often we're going to see the exchange of these two pawns, c5 for c3, and sometimes you even have ideas of jumping with the knight directly to b4. So perhaps this is an attempt by Alice to take her opponent out of her theoretical knowledge. That's my guess. Perhaps not the best move in the position, still maintains a slight edge for white.
Really, I'm not theoretically a monster on this one, but taking a knight b4 was the prescription that my elders.
I don't think you can.
taught me.
I don't think it's very good right now. I mean, you
Knight
can do
b4?
it. You can definitely do it. But then I can even go back
Strange.
to c4. Yes. And the knight on b4 is kind of oddly placed. Like you will probably have to go back to c6 very soon.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Cristian. And it's my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcasting team. We have Anastasiya, fresh from being in the playing hall. Anastasiya, good to see you. Tell us what's going on in the playing hall today.
Good to see you too, guys. It's really a pleasure to be here. Such a great weather, and I thank today Rex Sinfield, who was coming to the playing venue today for this great organization, and also including the weather, because he said he's responsible for everything in this town. And actually, everything is going so well, and I saw a few chess fans today waiting for the players next to the Hall of Fame, and one of the chess fans asked Sam Shankland to sign his own book. And it was, I think, really good start of the day for Sam, who signed his own book and was happy to hear great comments about his, his work. And now I think he will be very happy to play this game with such a great mood. I also came to the playing venue, and guess whom I saw the first? It was Nazi Paikidze, who was checking some chess sets in the Hall of Fame before the game, because as usually she arrived the first one, and she said that she's trying to get some inspiration, and she seemed to be in a good mood, but still very focused, not the Nazi we used to see during the broadcast. So, I mean, she's of course very focused on the tournament right now. And of course, everybody arrived a little bit earlier today because the arbiters asked them to do so. So many players to check before the round. Wesley So is in a good mood as usually, made lots of jokes with everyone. So everything goes smoothly so far. I think everybody is ready to fight. I spoke with Anna Zatonsky also before the around because she's one of those who came from Europe and probably has some issues with time difference. But she said everything is fine, nothing to complain about. Only she just needs to find her way into the tournament right now. So everything is fine. I just wanted to say that for those who are in St. Louis right now, you have the great opportunity to come to St. Louis Chess Club and hear live comments of Grandmaster on Residence Joshua Friedel, who is here every day, giving some insights. And also, some players might join him after the end of the games. So you can have this great opportunity, ask them live and ask them questions right after the games. And this is what I'm going to do as well after the games will be over. I will try to catch some players and ask my questions after their games. And I will be here watching what's happening in the playing hall next to you, and we'll update you with all the news. Don't forget to follow our social media accounts, St. Louis Chess Club, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Back to you guys.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Anastasia. Boy,
it's so great to hear what's happening.
I got the
further
full
around.
report
Nice.
right there. We had one game that we didn't get to. That was the Jennifer Yu versus Anna Zatansky game. Now, in the case of Anna, yes, you do expect her to play very deliberately in the opening. She really takes her time. Moves 1 through 5 come slowly, moves 6 through 10 even slower, and then once she's got the middle game that she wants, she generally picks up the pace. Knight f3, d5, g3, knight d7, and that just kind of caused a pause, okay? And then d4, and this was an intriguing move. Knight b6. Like, aren't we all told don't move the same piece twice in the opening, don't do this, don't do this? We've got our guidelines, but in this specific case, the bishop is going to go to g2, no question about that. And then the idea is to batter this pawn on d5 with the move c2, c4. Well, she just said, no, you can't.
The knight is not ready to guard that square.
You can't do it. You can't do it. Knight comes to d7. And the other intriguing thing I find in Anna's play here is the move bishop f5, what we would call a London system. The London system was with black, usually not with white. You go bishop f5, you go e6, then you go knight e7. So you put your knight in front of your bishop, you're kind of saying, no, I'm not going to develop my bishop. Don't worry about the bishop. And then suddenly, whoop, and now you've got to think, the bishop becomes more effective on f5 when you don't have the moves d3 and e4.
Right, when you're actually targeting the c2 square.
Exactly. So, okay.
But when I saw this position at first, I was like a little bit shocked. Like, what's the knight on b6 doing? Because I'm used to train little kids, and I see this very often, but it's like, this is not how the knight moves. You need to L shape. So when I saw it, I was like, it looks a little awkward.
Yeah, and we do have bishop g2, bishop f5. You want to make sure the little ones don't go knight b8 to b6 on move 1, right? Okay, so take us to our marquee matchup, if you will, Cristian. Things got interesting?
Yes, things are getting very interesting. I've been trying to understand what Fabi wants, to be honest, out of this whole idea of d takes c5 and bishop to d2. Knight takes c5 was played, which makes a lot of sense. Again, you see your opponent so well prepared. You don't want to test him after bishop c5, queen g4. You don't want to give him any tempies in the position. So he took with the knight. This is a concession because you generally do want to get the bishop out to c5. That controls this very nice, already weakened diagonal because you just played the move f4. It controls a lot of squares. So generally, once you play knight takes c5, this is a concession. Knight to f3, that's why finally Fabiano got the knight out. There's no more queen to g4 ideas for the moment because you already kind of committed your bishop not to go to c5. So right now he's thinking. Right now Levon is thinking, and he's thinking for a very long time. The question is, what to do after queen to b6 once you immediately attack and challenge the pawn on b2? Look, the main consequence of the move bishop to d2 is that you're leaving this pawn unattended. So you might as well try to disrupt the development of white's pieces with the move queen to b6. And I was looking through the lines and trying to figure out exactly. I don't think you want to defend that with rook to b1 or anything of that nature. That's probably not your plan. What I do think you want, and what I think perhaps Fabiano has prepared, is the move a3 right now, with the idea, of course, to go b4. Let's see, by think we just seen a move. Okay, none of this will happen because he played bishop to e7. But this position, I was going through the lines, and it gets very sharp. And the thing is, white has a lot of options. So I think this is what Fabiano wanted out of this game, a game with a lot of options in which you could get your opponent in a difficult situation that he's not very much familiar with. You can go knight to a2, you can go knight e2, you can go knight to b5, and the game is getting very sharp because generally you have to attend against the move b4. The knight, then you have questions to answer as black. Do you want to go to e4? Do you want to go to a4? There's so many ways in which you can play the position, and if you're not precise, you're going to get yourself in trouble. That's what Fabiano wanted out of this game. And right now he played the move bishop to e7, which is probably the best practical decision. Hey, let's get the king to safety. Let's go castle, get the king to safety. We do have a move, I believe. Or maybe not. No, I think Fabiano... Oh, yes, we do have a move. Bishop to e3.
Bishop to e3.
And castle. Yes, but right now, the engine from zeros is starting to give white a slight edge. So perhaps this is what Fabiano got in his preparation. And successfully so, it seems to have been. Right now. A3 seems to be giving white a slight edge because at the right moment you will most likely need to go back with your knight. You don't want to meet b4 with a5 right now because this weakens this very important b5 square. You don't want to give that to white. So, because I'm going to use this as a transition square for my knight, maybe to go to d4, maybe even the bishop goes to b5. And it's also going to pretty much stump any sort of an attacking possibility that you might have as black on the queen side. I'm really liking what Fabiano is doing in this one. Seems to have gotten the type of position and the type of situation that he wanted out of the opening phase.
Okay, I'll play a little bit of the devil's advocate on this one because we do have castles, we do have bishop e3. I'll make the argument that white has played bishop to d2 to e3, a kind of a stutter step or what we might call a loss of a tempo. Now, in these variations, white can strangle the opponent if the opponent plays passively. F7, you were going to go a3, and I was going to say...
Before we go that, I apologize for interrupting.
Sure,
I do think that Hans might be making a draw against Awonder right now.
Wow.
So he might want to catch perhaps the final moments
all
of
the
that
pieces,
one.
all the major pieces are out.
Boy,
Perhaps the final moments of that one.
They went whoop, transition from the
they
opening to the
those
endgame.
pieces out. It was a Berlin. It was a soft Berlin with knight takes e5 and not the endgame, rook to e1, and now we're seeing the build-up of what will be a king and pawn fortress, mutual fortress.
King f7 looks really strong.
I think you can basically touch any other piece.
King e6 really has got my vote.
Yes. You know your guy.
You know equality when you see this is what we would call a clear
Are they going to be
equality.
moving just with kings back and forth or trying to push some pawns?
Wow, we will get to this. I mean, it looks like one of those Berlins with rook e1 where everything gets vacuumed. And the players have zoomed.
Yes.
I mean, yesterday
away.
Hans had a really long game, right, with Fabi fighting.
Yes.
So maybe today he's just happy to get a break with black pieces.
Oh, certainly.
Right.
For Hans, this is, I would say, a good result. Sure, he doesn't like it because, Awonder is a bit lower rated than him.
But?
And, you do need to score a lot of victories to win this event. All of the players know that. All of the title contenders know that. Nevertheless, with the black pieces, I don't think from a practical perspective, you should never force matters. Look, if your opponent wants to go into this line, go ahead, have at it.
Okay, like you say, I mean, for
He didn't
Hans,
even
he had a...
finish his smoothie. Sorry.
He hasn't even started.
I don't think it... Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's got like 10%, 90% left, 10% used. I wanted to say, I'm staying with the Fabi Levon game for just a moment. You mentioned A2, A3, Cristian, in your remarks, saying, okay, this was a kind of a move where you build up for B4 and bishop D3. And I've been in these situations as black. I know that if you don't react, if you just try to play the position calmly, you can get strangled. The question for me, though, is why play bishop to d3, bishop to d2 to e3? That was a tempo.
Yes,
And
but I think you forced the knight that had to recapture the pawn.
agreed with that wholeheartedly. But if I play f7, f6, and I say, okay, I would like to capture on e5, and then drop back with the knight and try to attack it, I'm assuming that you have to take.
I was wondering if I have time to play like bishop b5 to destroy that black knight.
To destroy the knight.
But I think I
that
don't.
sounds tough. Can we capture the knight? Or do you, how about obliterate?
You need to destroy.
Yeah, no, we got to obliterate that knight.
Because it's guarding a very important square on the e5.
Yeah, and your idea, of course, is that I want to capture, you want to destroy, and you want to recapture nicely with the knight, so that you're
have a very nice blockade.
Exactly.
I'm controlling the dark squares. I have a knight in the center. I want to short castle.
Exactly.
Everything is good.
Everything is good, but from my perspective, I got rid of this e5 pawn. This e5 pawn is like a sore spot. If you castle, not the best, not the worst, I will go back. I'm going to challenge this gorgeous knight in the center of the board. And again, I'm dreaming of playing bishop to d6. If I can get you to capture, and I'm not saying you will, if I could get you to capture, I connected my rooks. I got the two bishops. It's not bad. But my point, not that I was worried about being obliterated, was that I've actually got to attack the center. This center is really, really strong. And a lot of players know that when you get knight to b5 and knight to d4, you've got this real iron grip. You're in a completely different position. Has any of this been seen before by theory? I know bishop dc5 is a rare move, bishop d2 is a rare move. Are they in novel territory?
Yes.
They are.
Knight takes c5 was already novel territory.
Okay.
So bishop takes c5 was played again. This was only played twice.
Okay.
That's it. And we don't have any transpositions. Even after knight to f3, bishop b7, bishop to e3, castle, and a3. This is why we have 0 games. As you can see, maybe we'll get transposition later on, but for the moment, this is novel territory.
So what if we look at f6? I like your move, just to attack the center.
You probably have to go for it. Yeah, but so f6, it does seem like after e takes f6.
I probably have to recapture with the rook.
You cannot take with the bishop. You
That's
get
because
with
of bishop c5.
Course, but bishop takes c5 comes. So you do have to awkwardly pick up the pawn with the rook. Obviously not g takes f6, the king would get too weak.
A little too weak.
But it does seem like you're not getting your break in the center.
G3.
Yes, g3, bishop to g2, and castle, I think, are my next few moves.
So you're going for short castle. I was wondering if Fabi maybe wants to play queen d2 and long castle.
I will probably keep you on the edge of your seat.
You don't want to decide.
I'm probably going to go queen to d2, bishop to g2, and then I will commit to either long or short castle, depending on how you position your pieces. Because I'm dreaming about an attack as well on the king side, especially after f6. Your position in front of your king got a little bit weaker. So, and the engine, by the way, loves this position. So, definitely, it does not seem like this is something that he wants. I think he wants to stay put and try to get some sort of an attack, either with a6, b5, or b6 in this position.
We do have
a
a3 on the board.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh,
a3 is on the board.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
a3 is on the board, and we are looking at f6. But b6 seems to be the best move in the position.
In preparation.
Knight to d7, which is not an easy move to make because you just got to c5. You want to go back. Again, it's the idea behind this to exchange dark square bishops with bishop to c5, or perhaps right now play f6 and not have to awkwardly pick up that pawn back with the rook. Either with the bishop or with the knight would be much better recaptures. So knight to d7, not an easy one to make. I think the practical decision would be right now to go something like either a6 with the idea to continue expanding with b5, or just simply b6, finish your development on the queen side. That's how I think this game is going to continue. Now, I want to draw your attention to this game.
Oh, the Zaitsev.
Yes, this is the Oparin versus Abhimanyu. And I wanted to show you this one because they've blitzed out more or less the moves up until this point. Rook to e3, c5. And now Grigoriy came up with a very interesting move, which has been played only once. Knight to c3 is by far the main line. He played knight to a3, just simply giving up a pawn, offering a pawn. Queen takes a5, right? Why wouldn't you take that pawn? Well, it does seem like this is a longish term pawn sacrifice for the simple fact that I gain access to the square d4. Also, despite the fact that this majority looks very strong, after queen to d2, a5, it's a bit immobile. You're not going to go a4. I'm going to go bishop to c2 first, defending the pawn on e4, and then I will jump with my knight to d4. It does seem like white has more than enough compensation for the last pawn. You cannot continue pushing. a4 drops pawn on b4. Next, potentially bishop to d3. If you move away with the queen, of course, I have to be very careful. But also, knight f5, rook to g3. At some point, you will need to react because you're getting checkmate. You don't have that many defenders. You don't have the dark square bishop next to your king. So, and if you try to go bishop to c8, control f5, then I can jump to c6. These are the type of dangers that I'm seeing for Abhimanyu. And I do believe he played a move he took. Yes, we're in fact going straight into this line. C takes b4. This is the position we have currently on the board. I'm liking Grigoriy's preparation. Nevertheless, Abhimanyu seems to be responding in stride and seems like he knows what he's doing. Perhaps he has indeed analyzed this position. We will have to wait and see. It's going to be a very cool middle game, I have to say.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get a bird's eye view of all of the open boards at this current moment. I see that a Berlin, and somebody's gone into a deep think there. No, that was the Awonder Hans game. That's already
Yeah, not all the games are updated because we see more moves. Fabiano's game, Wesley So, his game is... Actually, that's a game I wanted to take a look at, Wesley So's game.
Let's do it.
Because he's not usually out of prep in the opening, but he's thinking already. Queens are off the board. Kind of interesting position.
Absolutely.
What do you think, Yasser?
Double-edged here. So let's go, let's just rewind it back a little bit. So we're playing in English with early g3, bishop g2, and this is bishop c5. Now, this has a lot of independence, and you can play bishop c5 with the knight on c6, and you can play bishop c5 with the knight on f6, but usually not both. So it's kind of a funny thing. So bishop c5, okay.
I played with the knight on c6,
yes,
and then I launched my attack with h5 against Jennifer Yu at the US Championships. Which was one of my very good games.
Very good. Well, it's going to go in the best games collection. There used to be people who like to make this gambit, by the way. I don't know if you've ever seen this gambit. I don't even know what it's called. But e2, e3 was my go-to option when I played this line of the English as white. I would want to play for d2, d4. Now, bishop c5, Wesley actually went d3, d5, cd5, knight d5, and they appear to be transposing to a line after knight b6. But then Wesley has tricked his opponent, Christopher, and got him to play bishop c5 when he would rather probably play bishop e7. So Christopher
just to
captured.
have the bishop safe, right?
Yeah, exactly. Castles, knight f3. Now comes the fun.
e5, pawn sacrifice.
Right.
Trying to destroy the white's pawn structure. And
right. Okay.
I mean, there's going to be island on c3.
Okay, so it's a pawn sacrifice, captures, and bishop c5. This is news for me. I mean, this is all, and I have to say, Christopher really, really impressed me a great deal in his U.S. Champion Juniorship victory. He was extraordinarily well prepared. And I've got a feeling that this is his prep. Again, he qualified.
Yeah, here we have him, Grandmaster Christopher Yu, 17 years old, USCF rating 2704.
That's just
incredible.
ridiculous.
And he's two-time US Junior Chess Champion.
Nobody under 2700 USCF rating. Incredible.
Wow. 17 years young. Knight c6, bishop f4, f7, f6, played instantly, by the way.
It looks like the pawn on f2 is hanging, but it's a very poisonous pawn, right?
Right.
We cannot really capture that pawn, even though we really like capturing pawns.
Yes, we do. The problem is here we get caught with our hand in the cookie jar. King e2, the bishop has no escape from the position. Now, what's interesting is white just played the move bishop f4 in order to threaten the pawn on c7. After bishop takes c7, we could capture bishop f2 and not worry about getting trapped, which is why f7, f6 was played by
And then there would remain kind of a weak double pawn for white.
with the pawns on e4 and e2. Cristian, jump in on this one.
Really good reaction, by the way, by Wesley. Take a look at that final move, h4. The best move in the position, in fact, and the only one that will give white, continue giving white a slight advantage.
To stop g5.
You might be wondering, why h4, right? Because right now, you cannot touch this pawn on f2. I will play the move e3, and you no longer have the move g5 to try to displace my bishop so that your bishop can get out. Next move is king to e2. If you don't have g5, you're simply losing the bishop on f2. So h4 is an indirect way to basically just defend the pawn on f2 in this position. Also, I'm sure he's enjoying the expansion. Also, you're taking a lot of space on this side. You need to address the problem of the pawn on c7, right? At the right moment. Maybe not right now, because once take on c7, I still take on f2. But I will improve my position slowly but surely. And then at the right moment, you will need to defend this one. You will need to most likely spend a tempo with bishop to b6, but that's going to put you on a passive position. How do you equalize this? Let's try to play a game, guys, with you, without, let's say,
the engines,
seeing the engine. How would you approach this position?
Well, for me, I would be playing moves like rook e8 and
probably the best
for
move, right?
Fast development for my queenside bishop.
So let's say I just defend that.
Right. Okay. And now again, I'm looking. Bishop takes f2 is still
not working.
e3, bishop g4 check.
Still
the king
not
can
working.
go away,
E3,
right?
It's a much better position than previously.
Bishop g4.
But you're still much worse.
g5.
g5, I take. And once you take on g3, I think you're going to get dominated on the g5.
Well, that's unfair.
Look at this. Look at this.
4 bishops on
Four
the
bishops on the g file. You're losing one of them. That's for sure.
I think that's a song. 3 coins in the fountain, 4 bishops on the G file? No, you're not feeling it, huh?
I have not.
Improv just doesn't work with you
So,
guys.
Cristian, what if I go rook e8?
Yes.
But guys,
Force your knight.
first of all, e4 was a novelty, apparently.
I wanted to ask.
It was a novelty.
This is all news.
This e4 was a novelty.
Wow.
So a novelty in such a topical line.
That's rare. Yeah.
It's rare. We don't see this very often. So kudos to Christopher. And he's been showing how good he gets with his preparation, perhaps even too good at times, because he speeds things up and then he forgets about some details, sometimes gets himself in trouble. We'll see. We'll see if he manages to kind of tackle this idea of h4, which is the best move, and Wesley spotted it.
Cristian, can we try just the rook e8?
Yes.
You
Knight
move back
g2.
the knight, and I go h6, because I do want to
H6.
I want to push for g5.
Right, and you're trying to provoke h5 so that you
bishop
have some
g4
bishop
is
to g4,
more
but I still
powerful.
continue with h5. Now, if you don't take, the next move is going to be f3. I think this is the way I'm going to try to consolidate the position on this side with f3.
So you're not worried about the pawn on h5 being weak?
I don't think I will have to worry, especially after f3, because there's no more bishop g4 after that. And then even if you somehow transfer the bishop to f7, try to attack that, I will always be able to play the move g4. This is a long-term play for white. I'm not in a hurry to do anything. I'm going to go f3. I'm going to go king to c2, get this rook on the d file, the other one on the b file, and then at some point I will start pushing my center, my massive pawns in the center. This is the type of idea that I think will give white the advantage.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Cristian. And we talked yesterday about our own personal picks. The AI, we gave it a chance to give
its own prediction.
Right. And the predictive model, as you could expect after one round of play, has changed.
So this is where we started. Fabiano, Caruana, 39%, Wesley So, 15%, and Dominguez, 14%.
See, that's after round 1. But I'm sitting there saying, Cristian showed us that Fabi and Wesley have been trading the title between themselves. It shouldn't be a 2-to-1 edge in favor of Fabi.
So Fabi is losing the chances, the percentage, only 32% now.
Right.
And others are increasing.
I think the AI just take into consideration cold, hard, ELO rating points and whatnot.
Right.
You know, I don't think they're
Well-
necessarily looking at trends. The past 6 years, they've been trading blows in terms of national championships. I don't think that's what the AI is looking
Well,
at.
that's where intuition.
I know. This is why
How
we're
about the
still better
ladies?
than
How
them.
about the ladies?
Let's take a look at the ladies. So now we have the prediction after the first pre-tournament.
Pre.
So this is where we started.
Carissa was big.
25%, of course, with Irina Crush closely behind her. But now, back game, she won her game, so she's increasing her chances. And Carissa is still keeping her biggest chances.
How
in the
is
tournament.
Rose at 0.8?
Exactly.
No,
She's among the leaders right now.
Pre-tournament, Rose was at 0.1.
Something like that.
I mean, she wins her first game against 4-time U.S. champion.
But
Does
also
she get any
Jennifer
respect?
Yu, she's on 2%. She's
Does she-
won 2 of the past 5 championships.
Right.
How is she at 2 out of 2%?
We're going to throttle the AI.
We need to talk to our AI specialist.
We will tomorrow. In fact, by the way, I'll drop the ball here, but we have a special guest. Anastasiya is going to join us. Anastasiya, our 4th member of our broadcasting team, will join us here in studio, and she has an amazing career in media for the better part of the last 10, 20 years.
She's being the moderator of so many chess conferences.
Exactly.
Photographer at chess tournaments.
Right.
She knows everything what's happening behind the scenes.
Right. Maybe we can get her to gossip as well. Where would you like to take us?
I think let's take a look around all the games that are happening. I think we didn't watch Sam Shankland against Leinier Dominguez, for example.
Let's do it. We're going to jump into this one. This looks like one of those Sveshnikovs, which it is not, with knight d5. It might transpose to one of those lines. And Leinier, I must say for me, Leinier is one of those players whose approach with white is pristine. Mm-hmm. He just, he knows the variation he plays inside and out. In this particular case, by the way, the time.
It's a little different story, right?
Right.
Below 1 hour, he spent 30 minutes, and we are just in the opening.
Indeed. Queen d2. Okay, this is a prelude to knight a5. And it may look like the knight is a little offside on a5, and to be fair, it is. However, if you think about it a different way, white has a majority on the queen side. a2, b2, c2, and d5. And to get the majority going, you want to play...
You need to push the pawns.
Yes, exactly. You want to play b4, c4, and c5. From black's perspective, black would like to play the move b6.
Right, they would like to kick the knight away, but that's going to cause more trouble.
Right. And to stop you from expanding, but b6 would invite knight c6, and that's bad news. Conversely, on the king side, it's black who has a majority, and this move, queen h4 check. Well, that's a little cheeky. What's up with that move? Sam wants to provoke g3, right? Why? Does he really want to play queen
I'm just looking if you want to go to the queen side, but don't get your queen trapped. Like if you go queen a4, right? We have some b3.
It does look a little. I mean, normally you've gobbled a pawn on b2, right? It does look like one of those situations where you better be alert. By the way, Leinier, as we were just about to discuss g3, is played bishop f2, maybe with something rather similar, right? You welcome to go queen a4, c4, and you're a little bit in trouble. Queen f6 is his choice. Cristian, jump in on this game between Leinier and Sam Shankland for us. Would you please? I mean, are they still in theoretical waters? What's going on?
Let's check. No, it doesn't seem like they still are. Knight to a5 seems to have been a novelty by Leinier, surprisingly so. Actually, no, never mind. Now the engine is telling me that knight a5 has been played before. Rook to b8 only one time. Queen to c7 being the main move in this position. Of course, you have to address the question of the b7 pawn. Rook to b8, which signals the fact that what you want is your queen on this diagonal so that you can play the next few moves that we will see in just a second. Queen to h4, bishop to f2, queen to f6. So queen to h4 is trying to provoke a reaction, right? If you go g3, that's going to weaken your pawn structure on that side. I'm going to go back to f6, then I can maybe even consider attacking it with h4, attacking your pawn structure with h4. He says, no, I'm not interested in weakening my pawn structure, I'm going to go bishop to f2. Queen to f6, this is the position that we have. The big question is, can you go long castle? The typical way of finishing up your development, and it does seem like it's not the best path forward. After bishop to e7, how do you continue your attack? Let's say you continue with king to b1, right? This is a very typical way of trying to improve your position. Queen to g6, and that's perhaps why you want your queen to stay on f6, so that you have all these ideas. First of all, if you keep the king on c1, maybe queen to g5 ideas. Try to exchange the queens, but also if you refuse that, maybe even perhaps take the pawn on g2. If you try to hide, queen to g6 seems to be very powerful. So a very interesting position. I'm expecting later on castle and the other rook swinging to c8 to be black's main plan in the position, but it very much depends on how is white going to respond to this. Long castle is one way. The other way would be to go short castle. Right. Keep the king on the king side and then try to expand. Both of these plans are completely different. If you go long castle, you're most likely going to try to attack on the king side. If you go short castle as white, you're most likely going to try to make use of your majority on the queen side. Go c4, b4, and basically just try to suffocate black on the queen side. This is the type of play that we're going to see in the next few moves.
Thank you, Cristian. And these two players who are Olympic teammates,
right?
They've played each other a fair amount. Kate, how do they match up?
Let's take a look. So, wow, Leinier Dominguez, 7 wins, so he has the edge here, 2 losses and 8 draws.
I'm looking at the USCF rating. I see Leinier. Wow, 28-15. Okay, USCF ratings are a tad higher than the FIDE ratings, but that's an impressive.
One thing that's very surprising, to be honest,
yes,
is that
wins.
Everybody seems to be testing Leinier in the Najdorf. Leinier plays the Najdorf so many times with white.
Right.
And he's had a very impressive victory at the Olympiad against Sanan Sugirov. Very important victory, by the way, because that gave Team USA the victory in their match against Hungary.
Exactly.
So, but still, everybody keeps on testing him in the Najdorf.
Like
and
as
he
if
keeps
he's got
showing that he knows exactly what he's doing. He's really good in the Najdorf.
Right. Welcome to my kitchen. I like the move castle short. I do like the idea of pressing on the queen side with the move c4, b4. Putting my king on the queen side means I've got to attack you with g4, h4, just as Cristian described it.
I agree. It looks like a little bit dangerous castle to do short side because there is this h5 move.
Right.
But it's just a pawn, right? It takes a lot of more than just a pawn to attack the king.
Absolutely. And don't forget, at the time that the move h5 was played, it was played as a defensive measure against g4. It wasn't intended to be offense. Now, of course, you might make a virtue of the fact that the pawn is on h5, but at first, it's not like black was trying to attack. One little cute irony that I might just point out after the move bishop e7 for a moment is, remember you played queen h4 check?
Right.
And you provoked my bishop to drop back. I actually prefer the bishop on e3. I think it's on a better square. It eyeballs g5, it protects the queen, maybe it supports f4. So one of the moves I might be tempted to play would be to play bishop a7.
Attack the rook, force the rook away.
Bring my bishop back to e3, provoke you to play rook b8 again, and now
and you freely just improved your bishop.
Right, you forced it to drop to f2. Now I can put it back to e3.
And now do you start a launch of the pawns? c4?
Yes. And whether I do it immediately or with the inclusion of those two moves, I find myself very attracted to c4. These positions, I think Magnus plays them very well as black. And his attitude is, I'm worse on the queen side. I freely admit that. But if I nail you on the king side, you know,
Then there's
you're
the
dead.
deal,
You're
right?
checkmated.
That's checkmate.
You win a pawn, you win an ending on the queen side. So there is that to be said.
But how do you start attacking on the king side?
Exactly.
Do you castle
Sure.
or you have to, right?
Right, castles. And here's the thing, you know, I was always taught in these Sicilians that the queen belongs on c7 so that you can launch an attack with f5. Here the queen, I don't know, it seems to be awkwardly placed in the way of the pieces. I don't know. I mean, this is a very, very different modern Sicilian than the ones I grew up with.
I'm wondering, can I do something like bishop d8 instead to try to attack the knight?
Sure.
Thinking maybe I want to take it to destroy the pawn structure?
Obliterate.
Just take, this time
Just take. Just
or
time.
to play bishop d6 to trade the dark square bishops.
Okay.
Because that would be very nice for me to get rid of the kind of not so looking,
I think you kind of
great looking bishop.
you kind of convinced me on both counts that maybe your bishop takes a5. I am still,
Yeah.
you know, mono-focused, if you will, on the move c4, c5. So I managed to get my knight to go to a5 so I could play b4 and c4.
And if I go bishop b6 to try to trade it, you're just gonna
This one?
go c5, right?
Yeah, maybe you convinced me that I should trade it, but for the moment, c5. I'm doing good things with tempi here.
You're getting
on this
a lot
one.
of space as well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this one. If you don't mind, they already made a draw. But, you know, for the historical record, you know, that it
Let's
should
go
be
over
in
the game.
Like, it went so fast. And again, this is very well known, Berlin, where you play rook e1, and then the pieces get hoovered off. I've seen Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, but most especially Wesley So playing the black side of these variations very, very well. And this is how we got to the ending. More trades, and very professionally done.
Yeah, and now they're resting at the hotel and preparing for tomorrow's round.
Exactly. By the way, when you get into these ladies' championships, is your day completely dominated by the preparation as well as the play itself?
I try to prepare before the tournament because, I mean,
That's
this
the best
US Championship is so difficult. It's very long and you don't want to burn all your energy on just preparing.
Right.
But you do spend like 1 hour, a little bit more in the morning. And then depends how long are your games.
Right.
I do not usually get to make these quick draws.
Right.
I don't play Berlin. So I feel like I play long games all the time.
Right.
And then I'm just tired. I crash.
Exactly. Well, it always stunned me when you have, for example, a Jennifer Yu. And she comes to the game, she plays these 9-hour games, and she says, well, I've got to get back to my hotel room because I've got an exam.
Yeah, math homework.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I think Carissa was doing her homework
same.
at the opening ceremony even.
Right. So it's preparation, homework for a lot of these ladies. And
They're
Cristian.
young. They have a lot of energy.
Yeah, right. That must be it. Cristian, where's the action?
Well, let's go back to, I would say, the marquee matchup.
Sure, please.
The round, one of the two title contenders, Fabiano and Levon. And this is what they have. After bishop to e2, we were kind of discussing, hey, how do you approach this position? Sorry, after a3. Do you go a6 and try to play for b5, the immediate expansion, of course, leaving some squares behind? Or you try to go with b6, solidify the dark squares, especially the outpost of the knight on c5. He decided to go with a6, which practically it makes a lot of sense. At least to my eyes, this is the first thing that I'm thinking about. Hey, how do I expand on this side? How do I create some problems for your pieces? Bishop to e2. And at least this forces me to go short castle. Look, I'm more or less committed. I'm not going to go long castle when
Walk into the attack.
when you're starting to attack me like this. No, absolutely not. So he went bishop to e2, b5 castle, bishop to b7, and queen to e1. A very typical idea, especially with the pawn already on f4. We see this in the Grand Prix type of attacks. This queen is going to go to g3, maybe h4 if you allow me to, obviously not right now with the bishop on e7. Queen to e1 and knight to e4 was Levon's reaction. I believe we don't have a move yet, but knight to e4 is not favored by our Silicon friend. Because bishop to d3 seems to be quite powerful in this position. And in fact, perhaps what he wants is to go back to c5 and say, hey, do you want to repeat? Go back to e2, yeah, I go back to e4. No, I'm going to give you my dark square bishop. Bishop takes c5. And it does seem like I have all the right pieces to continue my attack. Now, a Greek gift sacrifice is on the cards. Bishop takes h7. You don't pay attention. You play something like rook to c8. I have a feeling bishop takes h7 is coming in the position. Knight to g5.
Sacrifice.
Of course, if you go to g8, queen to h4, and so on and so forth, this is a lost position. So after bishop to d3, knight c5, taking to h1, you need to react either with h6, either with g6, but both of those options create some serious weaknesses in the position. And despite the fact that you have the two bishops, I'm not sure they're working very well. The bishop on b7, if you do play the move d4, the problem is you're giving me access to the e4 square. And if I manage to transfer this knight towards your king on the king side, well, that's going to be bad news for you and for your king. So definitely a good position for white right now if Fabi plays bishop to d3. Try to ask the question, hey, how are you going to react to this? Are you going to go back to c5? One thing that black does not want to do is to take on c3. I'm not going to take back with a queen because that's going to lose some tempies. I'm going to take back with the b pawn. Take with the b pawn. Again, this attack with all of these pieces aimed at your king and with f5 coming along very quickly in the position, this is deadly, in fact. So you have to be very careful with the black pieces in this one. That's all I have for you about this game. Take it away with the other games.
Exactly. Well, let's take it to a game between Sam Sevian. We were seeing Wesley So and Fabi trading U.S. championships between themselves, but Sam Sevian snuck in there. Said, hey guys, don't mind me. I'll just win my last 3 games in a row to take first prize away from you, Fabi. They've got a London system with a few little nuance wrinkles against the London system with bishop f4, g7, g6, all very well known. And I thought this move, h2, h4, that's, for me at least, not a typical London move, because when you play the move h4, you're kind of hinting that you're going to be castling long. You're playing for the attack. You're playing for g4 and g5 and h5, and you're playing for the attack. So Ray said, I got you. I'll stop you. Taking the page out of the Wesley So book where, you know, Christopher is going to play for g5.
All the pawns there.
Right. Knight f3, castles, and knight e5. So far, everything's good. c5, queen d2. Captures, knight to c6. f2, f3, and again, a very, very strong indication for me that white is planning to go queenside. Well, if you're going to go queenside,
I mean, bishop f5, just developing.
Yeah, well, yeah, developing, but also about to suggest I'm going to make a concerted attack with knight b4 and rook c8. Okay. Against all of this, what did Sam do? Bishop b5. I feel like the players are playing poker, where each move kind of ups the ante, you know, and forces a very strong reaction. To my mind, it's a very sharp position, a tense position, and I'm not sure.
So I'm wondering, if I go rook c8, very natural move, right? I just develop the rook on an open file. It looks like you want to capture the knight with the bishop and then play something like knight a4, like to blockade?
Yeah, that would definitely be the positional approach. And as a positional player myself, that would be what I would do. However, as a commentator,
you want to grab pieces.
I have to bring out my inner Michael Tall, you know, to show the world how brave I am. I think with the position with f3, one of the things that, I mean, it's the berserk. It's a maniac attack, right?
But I think Yasser I think I blundered actually.
You did? Sorry?
You can maybe take with knight on c6 and play bishop a6 and trap my rook.
Ooh, well, if you're going to offer me a whole exchange, and here, why did the London bishop go to f4? Well, it was to control this diagonal, right? And so do I get a pawn for the exchange?
Well, but you
Maybe
also,
not.
b2 is going to be hanging, so
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. But yes, there is a problem there. So maybe rook c8 should not be played, which leaves me with what? What's an
queen
alternative?
b6.
Okay, queen b6 looks at least not
Safe.
only... Yeah, it defends c6, which is the first criteria, but it does also... There's a hint.
Right. If you like castle, if you're not careful, there
Right.
could be some bishop takes c2.
Quick question for you. Did you want to meet knight b4 with bishop a4? Or
That
rook
was the
c8?
idea.
You did. Okay, because, yeah, I don't know if we're transposing or not, you know? Like, I don't know if you need to kick me or not, but I kind of like the idea of forcing bishop a4, you know? But how are the clock times for these two?
Yeah, Ray is kind of really down. He's only 38 minutes, so it's almost 1 hour difference now between Sam Shankland, who spent only 1 minute on the clock.
And Sam spent that 1 minute recording his moves. Apparently, Cristian, apparently this was all familiar for Sam. He's in his...
Absolutely, no. It seems like Sam Sevian still knows what he's doing in this one. We haven't seen this, what I would call a Jobava London. Is that how you-
Jobava.
Jobava generally plays this one. I think it's called technically the Indian defense or offense, however you want to call it. But everybody calls it the Jobava London. I'm seeing some potential for white. But guys,
Yes, please. Back
let's move on to this one
Grigoriy.
as well. We're seeing a differential on the clock as well. Grigoriy versus Abhimanyu. We were discussing this knight to a3, a very powerful idea in the opening section. And this position, queen to d2, was played. This was the best move by the engine, and still Grigoriy was following the trend of the engine and the advice of the engine. Bishop to c2 to defend this pawn on c2. Not only that, you're going to get chased away with a4. You want to get ready for that. Whenever a4 comes, I'm going to pick up the pawn on b4. So you have to labor a little bit before you can get your majority pushed on the queen side. Bishop to c2, and now knight to d7 was played. I understand this reaction. But after knight to d4, this is starting to look very dangerous for the black king.
Agreed.
No more knight around the king. I understand how you want to deal with it. Probably with the move knight to e5. Now you're having a big threat, knight to c4. So gladly, I will step away from that with rook to g3. But also, I'm aiming at your king. This is already big trouble for you. And I do
Rook
think that I have...
G7 is a massive threat,
I think
actually.
that's a big threat. So for example, if you go something like rook to c8, take, check. I'll give you another check, and knight to f5. There's a checkmate. There's a checkmate. There's checkmates everywhere in the position. So
You did give us the third checkmate.
knight to e7. Yes.
I only got two.
Why I'm worried for Abhimanyu is not necessarily because, you know, it's 0.48. Who knows? Maybe the engine can get it down to closer to equal. Is the fact that white's attack comes very easily. Plays itself almost,
Natural
right?
moves,
I mean,
yeah.
knight to e5, rook to g3, very natural moves. You go bishop to c8 to defend against knight to f5. I can continue with rook to d1 to defend the knight. Then I go queen to h6, for example. Something like this. Queen h6, you go g6. I go f4, I go f5, I go h4, I go h5. I have all the time in the world to continue piling up the pressure against your weaknesses, most likely on g6. And at some point, you're going to crack. And if you don't have enough time to repurpose your pieces from this side to the defense or get your majority going on the queen side, then you're in trouble. And to be honest, it's extremely difficult to get majority going. This rook on g3, not only that it attacks the king, but also whenever you get a3 on the board, I will swing back with the rook. And that's pretty much the end of your expansion. So I'm seeing this position, and from a practical perspective, it just feels like it's much easier to play for white. So I would call this an opening success for Grigoriy Oparin.
Yeah, the problem is the light square bishop for black, right? They would really like to have dark square bishop, and the whole position would be completely different.
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, we generally see this. This is some sort of a Benoni type of structure, if you might call it that way. Of course, it's not exactly like the Benoni, but it's similar you would love to have a bishop on g7.
Yes.
And the pawn on g6.
Yes.
That would be a much safer construction. You will still have to go with the pawn on g6 because you will have to face the onslaught on the g file. But then, in the absence of dark square bishop, that's much worse.
Yeah.
So-
Move knight d7 just feels like you're taking a lot of time. Rook e8. I like putting counter pressure on the e4 pawn. Before we go on a break, I just want to return back to the game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, because Ray just made a move that wasn't on my radar at all. I did not consider this move. I was primarily focused on your queen b6, as well as the move knight b4. Knight a4, like what?
I think I understand it. He wants to
do?
play rook c8
Okay,
and then kick the bishop away, maybe with a6.
okay.
Like you're worried about the knight being captured on c6, so you just want to move it.
Yeah, but okay, white on the other hand is ready for very forceful f3, g4, strike. So let
Your
me, for
king is
example,
still in the center.
Okay, so castle, rook c8 and or a6.
Let's start with a6.
Okay, now you're attacking my bishop. You're kind of forcing me if you do e2. Let's say e2, bishop e2. Or now I apologize, bishop to d3. I was oscillating between e2, so I could play the move g4, or bishop to d3, and just get rid of the pressure against the pawn on c2. If I force you to take, I'm not suggesting that you're obliged or otherwise. What I'm trying to make the argument is that white's very fast. I don't know if knight takes g6 is a threat, or rook g1 followed by knight g6, but it's
Okay, it does look dangerous. I would like to play b5, b4, but black is a little slow. Like I'm missing some more pieces there on the queen side.
Agreed. But this is the fastest hour in chess television. It went by very, very, very quickly. And always at this point in our show, before we go on break, we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what's on special. Well, here it is. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all of your work needs. Available at qboutiquestl.com for all of your chess shopping needs.
And our coverage of the US Chess Championship will resume after these words.
Sounds good to me.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhan Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a special guest here, woman grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Welcome in the studio.
Thank you, guys. It's so nice to see you here in person. I didn't want to stay in the house. I decided to come here and see you.
Exactly. Anastasia, you've been a member of our broadcasting team for a number of years, but you've always seemed to be involved in broadcasting at the chess events.
Absolutely, Yasser. For many years, I've been working for FIDE. Since 2010, I started to work for Women Grand Prix events. That's how it started. And I attended 10 World Championship matches in different capacities as a press officer, as a photographer, as journalist. So yeah, it's been a long journey so far. Yes, and I'm very happy that for last years I changed a little bit what I'm doing, and I became the part of such a great team, commentators, and that I have this opportunity, thanks to Rex Sinkfield, Jeannie Sinkfield, and all the other people involved in St. Louis Chess Club, that I have this chance to be part of this broadcast and Grand Chess Tour and many other events of St. Louis.
Well, you just talk about everything you did. Congratulations on your recent Best Photography Award from FIDE.
Thank you so much.
That must be amazing to get this recognition.
Yeah, I was actually so surprised and so shocked to get this award. Because for last 3 years I'm not taking pictures that often. I changed a little bit my approach for what I'm doing. But yes, it was really, really nice to get this award from FIDE. Yes, we can see this on the photo. I still was hoping I will get it, so I was just I was prepared.
In case
if I get it. Yes, so you can see also one of my pictures on the screen. It was really, really nice to have it, because I have attended more than 100 FIDE events, and I was taking photos during these times when actually I had to combine a few different jobs, like being a press officer, the one who was doing press conferences, writing press releases, and also I was taking photos at the same time. So I have a huge archive of all these pictures, and you can imagine. And they say that I got I heard that I got this picture for this award for one of the pictures which I took in Chennai during the World Championship match between Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen. It was in 2013, and I don't know if we can show this photo. It's black and white picture, square, where the handshake. These are pictures actually from different World Championship matches from Dubai. This is from Botswana. I've been visiting in 2011. Yes, this picture I'm talking about. It's a handshake between Vishy Anand and many photographers on the background.
Yes. Yeah.
This is from the World Championship match in Lviv between Muzychuk and Ho Yifan, and it's famous picture with Mikhail Gorbachev, former president of USSR, and Ho Yifan and Koneru. Candidates tournament 2013 in London. Magnus Carlsen winning New York World Championship.
Well, you were
title.
everywhere.
Yes, it seems like, yes, I've been everywhere.
Oh, that's a nice photo.
Nakamura with Tigran Petrosyan on the background. This is one of my favorite pictures, two sisters.
Sister Lilia.
Anna Muzychuk and Maria Muzychuk. Yes, it was such a dramatic moment actually for two of them. Again, Vishy Anand playing against Magnus in Sochi, and this picture is from China, you know, pioneers playing chess. And this picture I like so much, the small boy playing against himself,
by himself
actually, yes, and many people in the background watching the commentaries. And Vishy Anand plays against Boris Gelfand. This picture is from China, Anna Oshchenina played against Ho Yifan. And this is funny moment when Woody Harrelson, threw the king of Fabiano Caruana. And also this is Chennai. This is madness of Chennai when Vishy Anand played against Magnus Carlsen. You can see so many journalists there, and yeah, it was such a crazy event. Yes, so many memories. Thank you actually for bringing all of them.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Okay, you have to, Cristian and I aside, your favorite player to interview. Who was your favorite?
Oh my gosh.
Who gave you your best interview?
Why did you have to say Cristian?
We're accepting ourselves.
I don't think
accepting ourselves.
Yeah,
clearly.
That's a good question, Yasser.
Who did you have the most fun with?
Maybe challenging also, yes. I mean, Alexander Grishuk, of course, was one of my favorite players to interview.
Fun.
But he is actually, there were so many conferences with him and many the saga videos, me and him, But he is not an easy-going player at the same time. You should be really careful. Sometimes he's not in a good mood, and you cannot just expect every time from him some jokes, and you should still find a way how to approach the player. So I always try to check what kind of mood every player has. And of course, Vasily Ivanchuk is a very interesting player and personality. Peter Swidler, it's just my favorite. You just ask a question and he will always give great answers. Yes, and of course Magnus Carlsen as well. I mean, you can see the difference from 2013 and 2016 even. Yes, his answers were different even at that moment. He became a little bit more open, more honest, and he managed to express himself in a different way.
Right. Generations. You have the older players, and then today's generation, they're raised by the computer. What have you noticed of the big differences between the generations of players when you ask them chess questions, let's say?
I'm very happy with this new generation. I think they're really, they know what to do. They've seen all these also press conferences, interviews. They're ready to share their emotions, their knowledge. And I'm very happy with interviews with Gukesh, with Pragnananda, Noderbek. They're doing a really great job.
We were stunned by your interview yesterday with Rose Atwell.
Me too. I was shocked. She was so great.
She was so good.
This game, she was just. It was amazing, her answers. I was laughing so much inside of me. I didn't have much time for doing it, but still, she was great. Absolutely, Yasser.
So what's your favorite part of the job? Doing the interviews with the players, photography, or analyzing the games? Because you're doing everything.
You're absolutely right. It's really difficult to find. I love everything, but the most, of course, the best is to stay here with you guys and just, talk about chess. Just enjoy the fact that we all love chess,
we have to ask. We saw you with a picture of Gorbachev, Michael Gorbachev.
Yes.
For Americans, he was a very larger-than-life figure, Soviet Union, and what that meant. What was it like?
Yes, so what
Meeting
happened
Gorbachev?
is, yes, Yasser, you're right. In 2011, he attended the closing ceremony of the Women's World Championship match between Ho Yifan and Hampi Koneru in Tirana. So he came there and he spent actually a lot of time with us. And there was a press conference he gave together with players. And he also made a speech at the closing ceremony. And imagine me, as a child, I remember his voice even. You know, during Soviet times, I was still like 4 years old, 5 years old, and I heard his voice. And when I heard it again in 2011, I was completely shocked. You know, I asked him a couple of questions during the press conference, and I heard his answers. And I know Sigmund Freud will be very happy probably to give some explanations what was happening with my brain at this moment. So I was just completely shocked. But he is such a personality. Absolutely amazing that he attended this event and became part of the chess history as well. Yeah, I mean, it was really nice to have him there. And he actually told me, like, Anastasiya, I know that you are also a chess player after we were introduced. And he said, like, I just don't understand why are you taking the photos and asking the questions? You should be playing there instead.
Ooh,
Yes, like, he actually told
shamed you.
He shamed me, yes. He said, what's wrong? You have to be playing. You are a woman grandmaster. And I'm like,
Wow.
normally I should immediately take books, Yasser, and start reading them and to train. No, I still kept taking photos and ask my questions. No, I didn't do that, unfortunately.
What a marvelous career you've had, but looking forward to so much more as well. You know?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Let's hope we will have a lot of time together, you know, and just as you said, I really like what you said before. It's a privilege to be here, to be in this chess world and to have a chance to ask questions, chess players, to check their games and be able comment on them.
Yeah, I feel like I have a front row seat to the best in chess. Thank you, Anastasia, for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me here.
Absolutely.
It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at our standings as we are in round 2 of these, the pairings.
So let's start with the pairings. So Alice Lee is playing Talia Cervantes. Then we are having a big match. Rose Atwell, the wild card of this tournament, playing the leader and a player who is in really great shape this year, Carissa. Then Jennifer Yu is playing Anna Zatonsky, Irina Krashmagan-Lee, Begim Togirjanova, playing Atusa Purkashian and Tatev Abrahamian against Nazi Paikidze.
Great pairings all the way through. And for the open section, we already do have a result there. But okay, here we go.
So Wesley So is playing Christopher Yu, Grigoriy Oparin, Abhimanyu, Mishra. Very interesting game happening there. Pawn sacrifice. Sam Sevian against Ray Robson, who is in time pressure. Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian, that's the game of today. And we have this result. Awonder Liang already drew with Hans Niemann. Exchange all the pieces on the board.
The vacuum.
There was nothing to play for.
Right.
Leinier Dominguez is playing Sam Shankland.
Wow. As we jump right into play, I am forced to take a look at the game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, because when we left it, Ray played a rather peculiar move in my estimation, knight a5. Certainly not on my radar, knight b4, queen b6. And Sam barely reflected at all and instantly played g4 and said, let's go. Wait a minute, what are you doing? And Ray, who is down on the clock, I want to say rather meekly, oh dear, retreated the bishop.
Maybe let's take a look what happens if we take the pawn.
Well, if we take the pawn, I don't think we have to ask twice. We're going to go h5, and no matter what happens, Black's king is just going to get blowed up.
Yeah, actually the white king is not that in danger, even though it's still in the center. But the black king, with that white rook on the open file, very quickly, that's going to be a problem.
I really see this as just, you know, it's one of those things where it's just really play on one goal. You get to play moves like f takes g, you're going to castle. By the way, queen h2 and bishop h6 to sneak in an attack down to
bishop
h5.
h6 to try to trade that dark square bishop.
Ray said, look, I've been around the block. I mean, I know what those attacks can do. He dropped back with the bishop to e6. Okay, I think Sam, for the first time, really took some time at this moment. So I'm sure Sam was looking at moves like h takes g5, bishop h6, and he settled on castles. Rook c8, Cristian jump in on this one. I really like. Sorry, you got
a lot of
Levon.
guys.
Yeah,
we'll get back to that in just a second.
Sure, please.
We do have some breaking news
Okay.
in the marquee matchup, Fabi versus Levon. Two good friends, but rivals as well.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. We were saying knight to c5 should be the main line in the position.
Fair.
What you shouldn't do, maybe you remember that I said
Don't take.
is take on c3.
Don't take.
Because you're going to take back with the b pawn. That's exactly what he did. He took on c3, a b takes c3, very nicely spotted, and f6.
Or f5, sorry.
Forcing, do not allow black to keep it shut like this with f5. So what you have to do is open things up for your bishop, make use of your weapons against the black king. Bishop to c5 has not been played yet. Yes, this is the position we currently have on the board. This is completely crushing. If Fabiano right now finds and continues with the most natural move in the position, bishop to c5.
Double attack.
Consequence is that you're getting the bishop off this diagonal, double attack. You have to defend if you want to maintain the balance, the material balance. But after knight to g5, and perhaps this is not as easy to calculate, knight to g5 is very powerful. It's a pawn sacrifice for the moment, but once you take, queen to f2, the very simple queen to f2. How exactly do you defend against queen to f7? You know, and the nice thing about this is that you try to go knight to d8 to defend against queen f7.
Oh no,
it's game over.
Mate on
now you're
plate.
cutting the action of your rook on a8, which was a defender of the 8th rank, and this is just a checkmate on the board. So queen to f2. I'm looking at the position again, guys. How
so if I go knight e5,
knight e5 is probably the only one, but the simple rook a1. I'm just simply continuing with my attack. If you try to take on d3, I give you a check first, and then I just simply go rook takes e6. I'm breaking through. You're not getting to my king, you're not having any sort of compensation for it. I'm breaking through, and you still have huge problems on the back rank. You cannot leave the back rank. For example, if you take queen to f8, is a checkmate in 2 moves. So big problems right now for Levon to solve if Fabiano finds bishop to c5. This is a very powerful move. Bishop to d4 maintains an advantage, the edge in the position as well, and perhaps this is what he's going to go for. Because bishop to d4, it does look like, look, you have so much control on e5, right? You're going to be able to squeeze your opponent. But bishop to c5 is just so powerful from a tactical perspective. We'll see if he follows through with this one, but right now Fabiano is looking sharp in this game.
One of the, as you were explaining the position, I was really reflecting on the nature of these types of positions, these French defenses. And trust me when I say I've gotten stuck with a bishop on b7 that's done nothing. And that bishop on d3 is playing a very important role, and the bishop on b7 isn't. And that makes a huge difference in these middle games.
And I do like how Fabiano right now is approaching his time management. He got ahead at the beginning, but right now he realizes, hey, these are critical moments. These are critical discussions and decisions that I have to make. I need to spend my time. I need to find the best moves. He is spending his time, but he's spending it wisely. If he finds bishop to c5, he's in a great position to succeed in this game.
I do want to turn our attention to the ladies tournament, but before I do that, one game, Wesley So and Christopher Yu. Wesley has been trading U.S. championship titles with Fabiano for the last 6 years.
6 out of 8 years?
Right.
Split between the two.
As explained by Cristian, when we left that game, Christopher had just played the move bishop d7, suggesting, would you like to take my pawn on c7? Yes, I would. But I don't want you to take my pawn on f2, said Wesley. So e3 was Wesley's choice. Bishop b6, king e2, bishop g4. There was a trade of light squared bishops. And, well, white is a pawn to the good. I mean, the pawns are fractured. Let's face it. Double pawns, split. But it's an extra pawn.
Right.
Right, Kate? It does have that feel like, unless Christopher gets in some really important counterplay quickly,
A pawn is a pawn, guys.
Yeah,
It's a really
G4.
important pawn, by
And
the way.
yeah, that's a nice majority on that.
It controls the center completely
Right.
and shuts down that bishop on b6, this pawn structure, f2 and e3. It's very difficult. Also, it gives me that d4 square. It's so important because if my knight lands there, you're not going to be able to touch that knight. Because that's
Exactly.
going to allow me to gain even a fuller control of the center after
Exactly.
taking with the e pawn or with the c pawn as well.
At long last, Kate, tell us where you'd like to take us with the ladies.
Yes, I want to look at all the games actually because I feel
Sure.
like we did not spend much time there.
Maybe we can see the bird's eye view first of,
Yeah,
of
maybe
all the
look-
games
Let's see all the games from the bird's eye view.
in the women's section.
Well, there you have it. So we
It's
see
very
that
cool,
Alice
actually.
Lee versus, oh, you were looking at the bar. Alice Lee versus Talyaz. I see the Grunfeld defense, slight. A few moves have been played. Tatev, looks like she's got a little space advantage against Nasi.
So let's
Where's
take
the action?
So let's take a look at Nazi's game against Tatev.
Okay, let's do it. We'll bring up. Remember, this started as a Caro-Kann, and the difference between the Caro-Kann and the French, as I was mentioning, you get the light squared bishop out. Right now, if you look at the light squared bishop, Levon would be crying, saying, yeah, I'd like to have that light squared bishop on h7 and not on b7. And we're going to catch up with the players quickly. I don't know how much of this is theory. It's very peculiar, but it often happens that white castles by hand and then uses the rook as a rook lift, provided she can get her pawn to h5. So oftentimes, you think, well, I want my rook on f1. Well, you really don't. You might want your rook on g4.
Just to make sure the rook can actually attack the king.
And Nasi said, I see your attack is coming. Let's trade the ladies. Let's get the queens off the board.
So this
She
move,
offers
Queen
a-
a6 is very interesting, right? Nazi is like she doesn't want the white to be attacking on the king
Clear.
side, so she wants to trade the queens, even if that means that her pawns are going to be doubled.
Exactly. She's rather saying, look, I'll embrace the fact that I have double pawns, but the attack is gone. It's no longer formidable.
So black is quick with development. White has the pieces still in the first rank.
Right.
Little
If I
bit
was in
behind.
white shoes, if I was in Tatev's shoes, no way am I trading queens. I am playing the move queen g3. I do appreciate I'm still in a pin. I hate that. But I do have a threat of bishop h6. And more importantly, too, I've got my rook lift ideas.
So
Still
let's
a
say I
very
go
double-
king h7.
King h7?
How
Yeah.
fast are you?
I don't know.
Rook c8.
I suppose
AC8?
Rook ac8. Rook here. Maybe
I'm a little worried, but let's go rook g8.
You might even test me with rook c2. Because I know you're looking.
I don't want to give up a
Okay,
pawn.
I like your thinking. Yeah, this is not so easy for white. It's not. If my king were in g1, I'd feel a lot happier with knight f4. We'll keep this one. I want to go to Rose and Carissa because these two ladies are in first place.
Right, they're the leaders.
Okay, let's see what happened from the opening. Remember, it was a double fianchetto for white. And, well, this isn't interesting. Carissa put her pawn on a4. Normally, I would call that a target, not, as something that menaces me. Like it's a liability and not an asset. Ooh, wow. I'm an English player. I've played, you can look at my games with Tony Miles, but I have played these positions as white, and I've been really successful. Like, I probably, the chess engines of today are going to say 0, 0, 0. And I would always be like, no, it's not,
I mean, visually, it looks that black has the knight in the center. Maybe bishop f8 can be coming.
Okay.
Also targeting the b4 square.
Okay.
I'm also thinking about throwing move a3 there, just to
Okay.
kick your bishop away and move my pawn a little closer to the
Right.
promotion.
Right.
But you are
And
still very happy.
I'm very, very
Very
happy.
happy, okay.
I'm looking at a coordination of this long diagonal with the rook, as well as knight takes d5, right? So by all means, let's say that we can play this position. First of all, I do have a nasty threat of knight takes d5. You mentioned bishop f8, with or without a3. Are you feeling good?
A little worried, I'm gonna admit this.
Like, I don't know if you would like, I'm going to get two
with the
pawns.
bishop on the diagonal.
The two knights look awesome in the center of the board. Two pawns, the diagonals of the bishop.
But I can wait. What if I start with bishop c6? I just want to defend
c6.
the pawn on d5. And you cannot really push b5 to attack my bishop because that pawn on b4 is guarding the rook.
Gotcha. Ooh boy. I'm wondering about tactics. I start with knight takes c6, yeah?
Okay, I take with the pawn.
Okay. So now the desirable queen b2. Maybe, okay, if I take on d5, you take with the knight. I have a knight c4 at the end of the story.
But I'm not sure if I'm going to take because I have this bishop f8.
Say what? If I take?
If I go bishop f8, can I do that?
And let's say I take.
Take with the rook.
And knight c4.
Ooh, just like that.
That's what I'm saying. I have these, to quote Rose, 15-year-old Rose Atwell, the vulnerability of your position, of the pieces, my motifs of forking.
Tactical motifs are there.
That was great stuff. I think this is a marvelous game between our two leaders, but let's take a snapshot of our defending champion.
Yeah, international master Carissa, 21 years old, USCA rating 2471, and she's already at this age two-time US Women's Chess Championship champion. She also won the US Girls Junior Championship,
many times,
World Championship in her age categories. Right. She collected so many trophies, and most recently at the Chess Olympiad in Hungary, she got the bronze for the team medal and gold on her own board.
Scoring 10 out of 11, and she's got an infectious smile.
And she's a student at Stanford.
What else you got?
Ivy League, World Junior Champion, medalist at the Olympia, 2 times national champion. Just incredible.
I know, absolutely. And only 21 years old.
Only 21 is just incredible.
People
absolutely
do that after 30 years of career.
It's an incredible career already. And she just started. So let's take a look at this one. Let's go back to the open section.
Sure,
Grigoriy Oparin versus Abhimanyu. A couple of things have happened. So we left it off after knight to e5, rook to g3, and we were saying, look, white is building up a very nice attack.
Scary.
Bishop to c8, good move. Look, you need to address this knight to f5. The knight landing on f5 is not what you want to see. And there was a mating threat associated with that. And king to h2. Whoa. After somewhat of a think. Now, I don't like this move.
Me either.
Because what you had to do was go queen to g5, provoke the move g6. What you don't want as black is get this knight to g6, because then I will just simply defend my knight on d4 with rook to d1, and then I will go h4, h5. Maybe not rook to d1 in this particular moment, but knight to c6 first. Very powerful. The idea is that this knight is going to be kicked away from g6 with h4, h5, and then you're going to have to face the music on the g7 square. So after queen g5, g6, then rook to d1, and once again the attack plays itself. f4, h4, h5. I have a target, and I'm going to utilize all my forces to get to it. He did not do that. He played the move king to h2, which opens up the possibility for black to just simply go the very natural move knight to c4. I'm attacking the queen. You need to keep contact with the knight on d4, or perhaps a very nice looking tactic, queen to h6, you take. I go e5, now I have two mates on h7 and g7. You cannot defend both at the same time unless you play the move g6.
Right.
And that opens the possibility for a forced perpetual. So we might be going for this line. If he plays the move knight to c4, it does seem like white does not have any better alternatives than just go for this type of perpetuals. You can do that with queen to h6. You can also do that, of course, with rook to g7. rook to g7, take, queen to g5, queen to f6, and so on and so forth. So perhaps a missed opportunity for Grigoriy after great preparation in the opening, that knight to a3, if Abhimanyu decides to go for this knight to c4. I think that forces matters. I think we're going to see a repetition in this one.
If you don't mind going back to the move king h2, I don't like that move for another simple reason, is I really, instead of king h2, Cristian, I liked your suggestion before we went on break of rook to d1 immediately.
Of
Just
course.
bringing another piece into play, releasing your queen, and getting ready for the whole queen g5
Very much
nonsense.
a decent move. Yes,
Right?
yes, yes.
I mean, you still can't play a4. I got queen b4. And knight c4, well, that'll run into a killer attack.
It's a much more useful move. Like you haven't committed as much. Even later, perhaps king to h2 will come into play. Now, the idea of king to h2, it looks peculiar. But the idea is to get off this diagonal. So what you're doing is you're getting ready, getting set up to attack this knight with a move f4 and not having to be pinned on this diagonal.
Right.
The problem is that black can just simply force matters with this move knight to c4.
Right.
And if you want to keep contact with the knight with queen to d3, that's not going to help much.
Exactly.
It's still a draw because I always have this rook takes g7 in the back pocket. But this seems to be the best white can get. With the move rook to d1 instead of king to h2, you're just simply not committing yet. And you're improving the position to the maximum because, for example, knight c4 no longer an option right now. You are getting checkmate.
Yeah.
Yes. Right now you're getting checkmate. There's no more queen takes d4. If you go g6, I can go knight to f5. You have to take with the bishop, the simple recapturing, and then there's no way to stop the attack that's coming on that side. So this is problematic, but after king to h2,
if you don't mind
golden opportunity.
Yeah, if you don't mind me saying in that last line, with once again, with rook d1, the reason why I really like the rook to d1 is that you're developing the rook. Knight c4, go rook g7, king g7, queen a. And now you get to do the old Jennifer Shahadi rook, rook lift, rover, rook up.
Do you go first like this?
Yeah, I thought so.
Knight e5.
Oh.
I'm trying to get back to g6. This is still winning, by the way. But I think knight c6, with the initial idea of knight e7 first, you defend against that, and now rook to d3, there's no way to bring the knight back to g6. Knight e5, knight takes e5, rook to g3. It's over.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Kate, I want to bring back the Rose Atwell Carissa Yip game for just a moment. Has more moves been played in that one? Because this is actually a huge moment. I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but it's round two. When your two leaders play off against each other, this could be a pivotal game for either lady. Rose starts this event 2-0. She's just feeling like, she's on cloud 9. Conversely, Carissa wins. She gets rid of a rival, and she's on that. But how are you going to handle rook c5?
And here we have the current standing. So we have three-way lead in the women's section. Carissa, Begim Tohirjanova, and Rose Atwell all won their rounds in their games in the first round.
Round one. And once again, I love this rook c5 posting up.
It's just a serious and very direct threat, attacking the pawn on d5. I thought I can do the bishop c6, but bishop c6, but if I don't have that move,
then
it's becoming...
then you start to feel a little bit the heat. By the way, after the move bishop c6, another reason, one of the players I really greatly admired in history was world champion Vasily Smyslov. Seriously, it's not a joke. He was such an underrated world champion, and one of the things that you just look at his games, and everything was in harmony. I mean, all the pieces. So if you just look with the eyes of Vasily Smyslov eyes for a moment, just consider the position after, for example, the move rook on f1 to c1. It's like your turn. And the knight on d4 is good, the rook on c5, the bishop on b2, queen on d2. You might say my worst piece is the bishop on g2.
But it's still putting pressure on that diagonal.
Exactly. And how would you might think to yourself, oh, I can attack your rook. Well, oops, I mean, maybe you don't want to attack the rook. Maybe, oh, wait a minute, no, hold on. I was thinking I was making a tempo, but I'm not making a tempo. Oh, so you could. No, then I'd have to do an exchange sacrifice this way. Sorry, I was in a different world. I rejected knight d7 because of knight d5. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was rejecting knight here because I thought I saw a tactic on the diagonal. I'm just saying that I love the harmony. Mm-hmm. I think Carissa has an issue, and the clock times tell me.
Well, Rose has 40 minutes, Carissa has 45 minutes,
but
so it's...
Carissa plays very quickly
right.
too, right? So that's an indication. Yeah. And coming into the chances to win, nobody believes in the AI.
Pre-tournament,
we need a human revolution.
I
mean, this is nonsense.
This is nonsense. Rose Atwell, where's the respect? After winning against a 4-time U.S. champion, she only gets 1%.
She moves from 0.0 to 0.8.
Yeah,
put some respect on her name. Come on.
Right? I mean, come on. Come on. But okay.
Jennifer, you at 2%? No. Get up.
Who's a 2-time U.S. champion.
And
But
again,
okay, we will see at the end of the tournament if
right.
those predictions are accurate or not.
Carissa and Jennifer have been trading championships. Let's go around the horn a little bit. I'm going to go and take us to the game between Arena Crush and Megan. As we came on air, Arena has just been such a dominant force in ladies chess in America. 8-time U.S. champion. She's up against Megan Lee.
Who survived a great game yesterday.
Yes.
She was very much in trouble, but then Jennifer Yu just blundered and she found a way to make a draw.
Yeah, that was a good escape. Knight f6, and it's one of those positions where Queen's Gambit decline kind of moved into the territory of a Dutch, the f5, d5. Lots of pieces have problems. The bishop on b7 has a problem. There's no dark squared bishop, so if I were in Arena shoes, the move that has my attention would be knight e5, followed by f4. I'm not necessarily playing for Pillsbury attack so much as I'm just playing a positional game, and I just want my knight in the center of the board. What's your take?
I mean, what you say sounds good. I am not a very much d4 player to be honest. If I play d4, I'm more of a London player.
Right.
But I'm looking at your knight e5 move, and the problem is that I want to get rid of that knight. Let's say I want to go knight d7 to trade it.
Play f4.
You play f4, and now I want to capture with the knight and have my dark square bishop stuck forever.
Right.
So so what if I go knight e4, we go back, no knight d7, and I go knight e4 instead.
Okay. Anything you can do, I can do better kind of thing. Knight e4, so you get a good knight, I get a good knight. Maybe we're both happy, maybe we're both unhappy. It's kind of balanced. I'm not gonna make a big show of things for Arena for the moment. I'm gonna look at the game of Vegan, but I really did want to send it back over to you, Cristian, and tell us about the game of Liang.
Yes. Leinier against Sam Shankland. I believe we left it somewhere around Short Castle. And we were sort of questioning, hey, why is Leinier being questioned in the Najdorf? Why is he being tested in the Najdorf every single time? Because he really knows how to play these positions. We were discussing the decision that he has to make, whether to castle long side or short side. He decided on the king side with short castle. Bishop to e3, castle, b4, and that comes with the expansion. On the other side, on the queen side, that's exactly what he's following up with. Rook to c1, looking to go for c5 in the position. Bishop to d8, no more c5. Knight to b3, b6, and finally c5 gets played. But the problem is, in this position, and good idea, wrong execution for black, for Sam Shankland. What he had to do was, in fact, take on c5 first. Take on c5, bishop takes c5, and now continue with the move e4. You do want to break, you do want to create a path for your bishop to join the attack and put some pressure on g2. And you also want to open up the avenue for your rook. The problem is he did it too early. He played the move e4,
At once.
And we've just seen a move. Knight takes d7, but I think this is an opportunity missed by Leinier. He should have taken on e4, going to this endgame, not endgame, excuse me, going to this position. And perhaps the move that both of them underestimated is the simple bishop to f4. The only move in the position, to be honest, because you are facing the music on the e file and you have to react a certain way. Of course, taking on e2 would not lead to a great position for black, because after rook to c8, you are losing the piece, right? And unfortunately for you, that's not working, because I am picking the bishop as well. So this is just simply winning for white. He took on d7. We're expecting bishop to d7. I think this has not come yet on the board, but I don't think there's any other. I mean, you can take on f3, I guess, first. But I don't see a reason why you would relieve tension in the center like this. So I think we're going to see bishop takes d7. And now it's back to black being quite good, in a quite good situation in this position. Bishop takes d7. Do you go f4? Do you go f takes e4? Perhaps f takes e4. And once again, bishop to f4. But this is a completely different story, because my light square bishop is much better than the knight on d7 that I had previously, right? So this is a completely different situation. Two bishops against two bishops. I don't have the bishop pair as white, so I cannot claim an advantage. I think Sam should be happy with what's been happening in the last few moves.
Just to continue, once again, queen takes e4, bishop f4. I mean, there is the double attack. The rook is hanging, but h5 also is hanging. So
yes.
How does the line continue?
You can go rook to b4. So you always have this idea of rook to d4 and pick up the pawn on d5 as well.
So I munch the pawn on h5?
h5 or a6? Which one do you want to take?
h5.
Bishop to f6 first.
So there's no bishop f7 trickies.
Correct. So just to show everybody what you probably wanted to do.
Yes.
Take bishop e3. That's a check.
Cristian knows me too well.
I know, yes. I know exactly.
Jedi mind tricks don't work anymore. No. What's going on?
Unfortunately for you, we've been spending too much time together, Yasser. I know you all too well. Yes. So this is the situation right now. It seems to be quite balanced. But take a look at this, guys.
What?
Let's just go back to Fabi's game for a second and see where we stand.
He did go bishop.
He did go bishop to c5, rook to e8, and we were saying knight to g5
was
is
the follow-up.
Pretty much killing in this position. He played queen g3 fast, which does not spoil the advantage, but it does allow black to somewhat stay in the game. I think knight g5 was much more forceful. Queen to c7 was played. This is the position right now that we have. And these are the type of positions that you're probably going to have to accept as black. Knight to e5, bishop d4, take. They're preset.
Yeah.
They're preset, because I'm going to put this bishop on e5. That's going to be a tremendous bishop. And slowly but surely, I will focus on your g7 pawn. I will expand with h4, h5. And at the right moment, look, something is going to happen on the king side. On the other side, on the queen side, you unfortunately, as black, don't have any counter chances. You go a5, b4, it doesn't matter. You're not creating your passed pawn. So this one is looking really good still for Fabiano, perhaps. Could have been better, nevertheless. Look at the clock. Levon was playing fast and was happy with his position. Nowadays has slowed down. 35 minutes against 43 minutes for Fabiano. And one thing about Fabi, he's been doing this nodding of his head, kind of to reassure himself in critical moments. I've seen him do that whenever he played queen to g3. So maybe it's a new thing. Right. Were you doing that? What were you doing?
No, nothing.
To reassure yourself?
Nothing. I was trying to do my best and remain calm. I've seen Hikaru kind of bouncing.
Yes, Hikaru's is famous. The nodding is famous.
But the current position, if you don't mind, if you bring out the absolute, you just played the move queen g3, right? Sorry, and without queen c7. Is it the sacrifice that is killing me? Bishop takes c3? Is it
bishop takes
h7?
c3, bishop takes h7, it's over.
That is the, I just wanted to be, so king takes,
knight to g5, if you go to g8, I don't even have to take your bishop, I can just go queen to h3. This is a checkmating threat.
That's right.
Because of the bishop on c5. There's no running away from this one.
No running and no
that
hiding.
Bishop on b7 is just so sad, so much out of the play.
It's a terrible,
Yeah.
it's a bug.
Yeah.
It's not a feature, it's a bug. For those of you who are in the Central West End, by the way, please do make an effort to visit the St. Louis Chess Club, and you will get a free lecture by none other than our dear friend Josh Friedel. Josh is the Grandmaster in Residence. He is giving lectures, he is giving in-house commentary.
Yeah, right now, the players sometimes go there after the round to analyze with Josh, so you can even ask your questions and get the answers directly from the players.
Exactly. And guess what? He's got the game of Carissa and Rose up. You can see by the knight on E3, the knight on D4, what's caught his attention. He's a Sharpie. He knows what's
He
what.
has this green background, ninja chess.
Right. No, I can't do the green. I can't do the green. I told Tom here in studio, I need the natural tan, the mahogany looks. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I want to go to the ladies section.
I'm on the ladies section.
Yeah, let's
Which
look at
game?
the leader, Begim Tokirjanova.
Perfect. Because she's... this was the game with B5, remember? When we left it, B5. Okay, A4. Now, Atusa. What will Atusa play? Okay, B4, knight D1,
B1, it was
C5. So now where it's going into a kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted territory as we get these positions. A5, okay. So both sides have their trump. Good knight on C4, which has been eliminated. Isolated queen pawn. Okay. Did you like to play with or against the isolated queen pawn?
I like to play with because I can attack. I don't like it when there's going to be an endgame, then that's trouble. But I usually like to attack with the...
Okay.
You're probably the opposite, right? You like to play against.
I loved playing against. I loved squeezing the endings. The crazy part is when I got tricked, and I got tricked often, into playing the isolated queen pawns, then I went in berserk mode and just destroyed my opponents. What do you think of this, though? Because we've got two pairs of minor pieces off the board, which is usually a good thing for the player defending, right?
Right, and let's say if black plays something like queen b7, which looks normal.
Oh, I was going to say more would be here.
Then you are stopping the d5. I was actually wanting to play the d5 if you're going to allow that.
You can still play it. D5, knight takes D5, rook takes D5, takes and take on E7. There's no checkmate.
There's no rook E8 and checkmate on E1. Okay.
Because I've got that covered. So the move E5, the move D5 means I can't capture. My intention was going to be to play rook to D8, by the way, so that you could capture, and suddenly you got rid of your isolated queen pawn. Yay. But maybe the end game isn't so favorable. I mean, for example, if you take, the pawn on B4, the pawn on A5, you can imagine knight to D5.
Black's pieces are a little bit better, right? They're already
even
developed.
though I've got this funny-looking pawn on E6, I've got dynamic compensation. For Begim, she's not looking for an endgame here, but she's... And by the way, I think we did see knight f6 by Atusha.
Yes.
So I don't know if she's happy or not.
Because if you are not going to play d5 now, then black is probably going to play knight d5 or queen b7.
What
You're never going to play that d5.
Exactly. And your chances of checkmate look really, really slim. Where else would we like to go in the ladies? What
about Alice Lee? What is she doing?
Alice Lee. Who is she up against?
She's playing against Talia Cervantes.
That was the Grunfeld. That was the bishop to d7, as Cristian described it himself, the lazy man's approach. I love Cristian. He's just such an honest, straightforward character. This is a very common kind of a position, I would say, for a Grunfeld. The imbalance of the extra center pawn versus the queenside pawn. Cristian, if you don't mind, jump in and tell us your experiences?
At first glance, it just looks really good for white because it does seem like you're breaking through. For example, if you try to hold on to the dark square bishop, go bishop to g7. The thing is, I think e5 just kills that bishop, and it's going to be very difficult to do something about the position. f6 is never possible because of e6. It's very, very difficult to get that bishop back into play. So it does seem that after f4, you might need to take on d4, which means we're going to have bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4, and then we look at the two bishops and the difference between the two bishops. We see white having this beautiful space advantage, ideas of f5, queen to h6. It's whenever you have opposite color bishops, the one factor of assessment that I'm always looking at is who has the initiative, who has the better bishop as well. These are the two main factors of assessment.
King safety.
And in this one, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? The king on g8 is going to be attacked after f5, queen h6. King on g1, not so much. So I'm looking at the position, I'm seeing Alice having a very pleasant advantage.
Exactly. It should Talia, having just described what looks like a pretty gruesome, gruesome reality, should Talia, for example, maintain her dark square bishop maybe on a different diagonal?
Whether you even hold on to your pieces right now. So for example, let's say rook takes c4. Bishop g7 she played.
She did play bishop g7.
It kind of makes sense. It's very sad to take on d4 and allow the opposite color bishop position. You want to hold on to your bishop and hope for the best. But again, after e5, it's looking dangerous for black.
Wow. Oh boy. For Talia, that would be like the worst start possible.
Right.
She lost with black in round one. She gets the bad color, right?
That's the difficult thing, to start two blacks
and
at the beginning of the tournament.
White, and there she is. Talia, a student at St. Louis University, makes St. Louis her home. She's a constant here at the chess club. She plays a lot of events here.
She's only 22 years old.
She's
also very young. USCA rating 2367. She was, I believe, runner-up at the Junior Girls Championship a few years back.
Right.
She played a playoff for the title, but then I think she lost to Carissa, who ended up winning that tournament. But still a very accomplished player, ranked number 12 in the United States.
She's chasing her
11,
international Masters title. She's been playing in tournaments in Europe. Very, very ambitious young lady. We'll see. Right now, we don't like her position, or at least the coach, Cristian, is saying after e5, it's not so much fun for black, the space advantage. Please tell us what's happening in the game of Sam Sevian.
So we've had 6 draws yesterday, all draws. 100%.
All draws.
I think we're going to see a lot of decisive results in today's round. I'm counting at least 3 as of right now.
Wow.
Wesley So with the white pieces dominant.
He's extra pawn.
Fabi dominant right now. And Sam Sevian is dominant as well with the white pieces against Ray Robson. You guys left it off after bishop
Knight
to
a5.
b5. Knight to
a5, g4.
Which was a big mistake. Knight to a5 was indeed a big mistake. You have to take on e5 in this position because g4, allowing that knight to survive on e5 and support the move g4, that's just going to come with tremendous consequences. So knight takes e5 should have been played, bishop takes e5, and now you can start continuing to focus on your counter on the c file via the c file because you know that king is going long castle. He played the move knight to a5.
But Cristian, can we go back a little bit? What if I recapture with pawn?
That's a very good question, yes. You can definitely recapture with the pawn. I go knight to d7.
And if I capture the pawn on d5 with the queen?
With the queen, yes. Queen takes a d5. Queen to b6 seems to be a very powerful move right now.
Wow.
And long castle, I'm not happy.
Focused on counters. Yeah, you need to be able to deliver your counters. Otherwise, you're in trouble. If you take on d7, obviously, queen takes b2. This is good for black. If you go long castle, knight takes e5 right now. Not the only move, but the best move in the position. And you cannot take, I mean, you can, but I am going to recapture that bishop with queen to e3. With the dark square bishop opened up, now this one is looking good for black. So, crucial, knight takes e5, knight to a5, by the way, not the only move. But what you have to do is keep contact between the knights. You have to meet g4 with this sort of exchanges. You cannot allow the knight to stay in power on e5. Knight to a5, g4, bishop to e6. The idea being that if you try to capture, h5 is going to come. Everything opens up on the king side. You're getting checkmated. This is a very reminiscent attack to a dragon, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
attack for white. This bishop coming to h6 to exchange dark square bishop and so on. Bishop to e6, castle, rook to c8, king to b1, hide the king, queen to b6, bishop to e2, very good move because rook takes c3 was an idea. And now this is the position that we have, bishop to h6, take on h5, take on h5, and rook to g1. It's a very simple attack for white. I mean, rook g5,
like it at all.
rook g1. Where is your attack
It's not
against my
there.
king? Is not coming, right? It's very, very far
doesn't
from being a
exist.
reality. And rook to g5 is coming. Rook takes h5 is going to become a threat at that point also.
As well.
It looks very difficult, to be honest. I'm already looking at this one. Sure, the engine might be able to somehow survive for black, but it's going to be a very difficult defense. And from a practical perspective, this is the exact position that Sam Sevian excels in. So Sam with the white pieces looking primed to get an important victory in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. And I just wanted to echo your thoughts. I loved everything you said. Seriously, Kate. You asked, well, what do you? I've got the game between Sam and Ray. You said, well, why after captures knight d7? Why can't I capture on d5 with the queen? And at first, when you were asking the question, I'm sitting there going, yeah, like the queen looks good, right? And he
like
goes,
everything is open, controlling the center.
You're in the center. You've got e5 really well defended, and you said, I'm going to castle, and don't I just have all the good things? I'm a pawn up and everything like this. And then when he said, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen e3 check, I felt like, where's my lollipop? You know?
Yeah, it was
like
brutal.
that was just an amazing turnaround in that game. I just wanted to go to the game of Rose for a moment because, again, that is such a crucial game for our two tournament leaders. We actually have three tournament leaders, but Rose, when we left it was, a3, queen d6, knight b5, rook b6. That's a strange move. Just a second. So I like what Rose has done. Everything that Rose has done looks good to my eyes. Bishop a1, queen d6. Here, pause. Because it sure feels like, rook fc1.
Rook fc1,
right?
just finish the development and control the c file.
Right, okay. I'm not adverse because now I've got some tactics vis-a-vis the queens, right? I could, on a good day, capture and win a pawn. So bishop takes, rook
Getting
takes.
a pair of bishops.
But the rook suddenly looks a little forlorn there.
A little trapped.
I don't want to lose control of the center and allow things like d4, d5, d4 by black, and maybe e3 starts to get a little bit scary. What do you think's going on here, Kate?
I just feel like the rook on b6 is not doing much. Like it's not putting any pressure on me, right?
Right.
So I have the problem with you capturing my pawn on e4.
A moment
That's
ago. Yeah.
number one thing I need to solve.
Right. So you could start, if you wanted, by capturing on d3. I don't know if that does you...
Or if I go queen c7 just to attack your rook, and I do... Oh, then maybe you want to capture on f6. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, that was...
That's the sneaky thing that maybe Rose wants to do. Sacrifice an exchange, capture pawn on d5, and get that powerful dark square bishop.
I wouldn't even consider this a sacrifice because I'm getting two pawns to begin with. But just look at the bishops. And you just said it very well yourself. They're very, very powerful. So, but I do see d5, d4 on the board. And this is one of the things I didn't want to see for Rose, is that black starts to take over in the center. A moment ago, I had a kind of a good knight that was blockading and centralized. Now I'm not really so sure I'm a happy camper. Let's see how would the line go? Should we start with knight c4?
Knight c4. Because if you don't go knight c4, there's still some, like knight d5, actually trapping the rook.
So knight say knight to say c2. You just said knight to d5, trapping the rook. Well, in the immortal words of Tyler, that sucks. You don't want to do that. So knight c4, right? Okay. And then what? How does the line continue from here?
Well, I guess I take.
Rook on b6 still looks a little... Which you do take on c4 or d3 or...
Or I can still be trapping the rook, right?
Queen c7-ish? Well, queen c7, I got bishop d4, fortunately.
No, I mean, first I go knight d5.
First you go knight d5.
Now I'm threatening to first capture the knight and then capture the rook for free.
Exactly. And if I... Oh, f1 is hanging. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, so I capture on c4.
Take. This is my problem. Oops, I'm busted. Oh. Well, maybe knight to d5 is the way forward for Carissa. Wow, okay. Action sure is heating up here in round 2, but we're going to get ready for a break. And, well, the world's most unpredictable tournament
Absolutely.
is back. Chess 9LX is back in St. Louis in World Chess Hall of Fame from October 27th to 30th. 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. Whew, that's a nice prize fund for the Fisher Random. And Sam Sevian will be the defending champion, by the way.
It's always such a fun tournament to watch because players are not used to the pieces set up and they have to really think from scratch.
Exactly. And one legend, Garry Kasparov, is going to be joining other legends and will be joining us. And we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzha Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's take a look at the pairings with results that we already have.
Start with the ladies.
Ladies section, all games are going so far. We have Alice Lee playing Talia Cervantes, Rose Atwell against Carissa. This game may end very soon. Jennifer Yu playing Anna Zatonsky, Irina Crush against Megan Lee, Begim Togirjanova playing Atusa Purkashian, and Tatev Abrahamian against Nazi Vaikidze.
Pairings for the open section in round 2. Okay.
Wesley So playing Christopher Yu, Grigoriy Oparin playing Abhimanyu Mishra, Sevian having a really nice advantage now against Ray Robson, Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian, a big game of today, and Fabi is the one who is having advantage here. We have a draw in the game Awonder Liang against Hans Niemann, and last game that's happening, Leinier Dominguez against Sam Shankland.
And let's just jump into that game between our two tournament co-leaders, Rose and Carissa. When we left it, we kind of looked askance at the decision by Rose to put her rook on looks like a very vulnerable square on b6. We didn't see exactly what was wrong, but we sort of got the hint right here.
Carissa got a chance to push the pawns, right? They were no longer blocked by the knights.
Push the knight.
She's very happy to do that.
And then suddenly it was like, remember we had this great knight on d4 and we had things, and now suddenly Black's knight hitting the rook on b6, adding insult to injury. I think Rose had said, hey, you know what, I'm going to get a pawn. Yeah, I'm going to exchange, but I've got my bishop.
Two bishops, but
yeah, I got
Carissa had this
nothing.
really strong move, knight c4.
Oh my goodness, and that is the cold shower. That's where you go, uh-oh. There's no way that this bishop on b6 can be defended, because also we've got the queen hanging. The desirable queen e3 doesn't solve matters. Knight takes e3 and we lose. So a big material advantage, and there we have our Hobbit camp. Yeah. You can see the two players, Rose kind of looking adrift, if you will, at the moment.
Carissa, she's just cruising through the games. I mean, how come nobody picked her actually from our team for the winners?
I'm ashamed of yourselves. I picked Nasi from the perspective of loyalty and goodness and bravery. And I don't know what you guys were doing, but Carissa looks really...
I mean, to be honest, given her recent results, it's like picking Magnus.
Yeah,
pretty much, right? She's really dominating this type of events, and she's been showing it year after year in the U.S. Championships, in the junior girls as well, and we're seeing the best Carissa right now. Coming from probably the best result of her life at the Olympiad, 10 out of 11, leading her team to the first medal since 2008, getting the gold on board, I believe board number 2, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, she's just been showing great chess in general. Great instincts in terms of when to attack, when to defend, when to transition into different type of positions. She's doing it all right now. So she's the easy pick. We were trying to keep things a bit more competitive with our picks. You know?
Right. Well, that just explains...
No disrespect to Carissa, obviously.
Right. Well, Carissa has a lot of fans in our comments channel, and they're saying, hey, wait a minute, what about Carissa, guys? What's wrong with you? By the way,
Wait,
Rose...
I don't know you read the comments.
Bishop... only for the pods. Only for... Bishop to H3, Rose, you know, wherever there's hope, you got to try.
Right.
I mean, I did
There's
not see
nothing worse than to lose the game, which you're going to lose if you resign.
Exactly. So Bishop H3, Rose said, you know, please take my bishop, and then the game would flare anew in that case because D takes. Take my queen, I'll take your queen. Take my rook, and again, the game would flare anew. No. F5. It's all about this double attack, and I think that's the last trick move that Rose has, and I would expect
because this is going to be an extra rook for Carissa. That's
for nothing,
and really no compensation whatsoever.
Exactly. So for Rose, as we'll leave her struggling, turning it back over to you, Cristian. There's been some really good games going on in the open section.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's take it back to the open section and check up with all those games that we thought they might have the potential to become decisive. And this one was one of them, Wesley versus Christopher Yu. I think we left it off somewhere around here. We're discussing, look, it's a pawn up, there's no compensation, and there's some G4 coming to open things up. Wesley chose a different plan, rook to C1, and in fact, he's trying to expand on the queen side, putting pressure on the bishop on B6 after C4, C5 type of ideas. C4, rook to C6, you have to address that. And that allows me to exchange my double pawn. So this was a very smart approach by Wesley. I really like this. Take on F6, king to F3, knight to E4, F5. And now you can understand, this is a pure pawn up right now. Any sort of endgame, I'm going to transition this knight from B3, maybe via D4, maybe trying to go for C5 as well, displacing the bishop on B6. It's a really difficult situation. Your stance as black is all but defensive right now. The rook on C6 is not really attacking. You're trying to stop me from going C5. Everything is defensive and you're a pawn down. I have the extra pawn and the compensation in the position. This one is looking really good for Wesley. And I'm trying to remember whether this was the only game that they played. But Christopher Yu defeated Wesley So a couple of years back with the black pieces in, I believe it was a Petrov, if I'm not mistaken. So right now Wesley is looking for revenge in this one. He really wants to take this one back.
And Cristian, can I be just curious if, let's say white goes something like knight B3?
Yes.
My idea
knight
is
B3
after
is the best move, of course.
black goes like knight E6 and it captures
I mean,
the bishop.
You also have knight A5, so you need to be really careful. So after knight B3, I think you just have to go B6 to defend against knight. But again, knight to D4 right now, we were discussing this type of transitions. You will have to take, because if you try to defend with rook on F6, then you drop another pawn on C7. So you have to take, this is all but forced. Take, not even knight to E6.
So I don't have time to go and capture that bishop on F4.
No, this is a very sad position. And in fact, knight to B3 is already on the board. Wesley's cruising right now. Again, no compensation.
What about the Levon Fabi game?
Glad you asked. In fact, I was going to take you there anyway. But
he was all prepped. Go for it.
Good instinct. Good instinct there, Yasser. This one is actually improved for Levon.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Queen to G3.
Queen to G3, a bit slow. Queen to C7. And then another slow move, king to H1. For whatever reason, Fabi did not want to commit to this move, knight to G5, which I think would have given him the best chances because you're forcing more or less black to give away the bishop on F6. And that's just going to be a long-term two bishops advantage and a great attacking prospect on the king side. King H1, G6, and bishop to D4. He's playing it too cautiously. Bishop to D4, rook to F8, H4, queen to G7. It feels like finally I have enough pieces to fend off your attack. On the king side, taking on f6 came on the board. Of course, look, the position is still bad for black.
Yeah, it's
only white can play for an advantage in this position, but it's much improved compared to what we've seen a few moves ago. I'm expecting knight to e5, and perhaps we're going to see knight takes e5, rook takes e5. This is the type of position that Levon will have a difficult time defending,
Sure.
but he's much closer to a successful defense than he was a few moves ago. Because right now, I understand h5 is coming, but you have to be careful because h5 is going to invite queen to h6. The king might need to go back to g1, this type of situations. And look, I have a weakness on e6. Finally, I can give my bishop on b7 a job, and that is to defend
Defend the weakness.
e6. Go bishop to c8, right? Bishop to c8, that's going to free my rook to go to f8. So it's not as easy to break through for white. Still great advantage, but it's not winning anymore. And I think if he would have played knight to g5, that would have been objectively winning at that point in time.
Big slip. And again, for those of you joining us late, they have quite the history between them, Kate.
Yeah, they played so many games. So Fabiano won 13 games, 11 losses, and 36 draws.
Boy, they know
wow,
each other
a lot of tournament games.
The only times we would see those kind of head-to-head figures in my day is when the players had played world championship matches of 24 games with one another. But boy, did they have a good measure of each other.
By the way,
knight d4.
as we were discussing, knight d4 came on the board.
Not knight e5, but knight d4.
No, but this allows black to go e5, which forces matters right now. And I'm not convinced that after this pawn break and sacrifice for black, I'm not convinced white has a huge advantage anymore. Take on c6, take on c6, take on e5, take. This is more or less forced.
Right.
Now I can just swing my queen to e7. I'm keeping an eye on h4. I'm keeping an eye on a3 as well.
Weaknesses out everywhere for white.
But
The
if I
engine
play
already
bishop-
is saying that black is fine.
But if I play bishop
More or less.
d3,
Bishop to d3, yes. Now queen takes a3.
I don't have bishop
No,
takes
h-
g6.
You might have it, but I have a perpetual coming along. So bishop takes g6, queen to c1 first. I can start with that, or I can give that check later. Take, king to h8. You take, at some point, you will have to take that bishop. And queen to f4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a perpetual. You can go, I guess, g3, but queen to f2, king to h3.
Queen f5.
Queen to f5. Yeah, you're not getting away from these checks. Maybe you can get away if you get the king to
Well,
a2,
c2.
but you're losing a lot of pawns.
c2 and e5 will be lost.
You're losing a lot of pawns in
Right.
the process.
Wow,
This
what
is
an
a golden
opportunity.
opportunity for
Yeah.
Levon to get back in this game if he finds e5. e5 is a big moment. He has the opportunity to transition into a much easier defense.
Yeah, well,
Much easier defense.
oftentimes when you feel yourself strategically worse, you're looking for the tactics to come to your rescue.
It is a
And
pawn
the-
sacrifice after all, so
Yeah,
it's not that easy.
It's
to
not that
calculate.
easy, but e6, e5 is definitely the type of move that you most definitely consider.
But
in
you know,
this
look at
moment.
also the time. So we have moved 24, and Levon has 20 minutes, Fabi has 25 minutes. So they don't have that much time to calculate like
Very closely matched.
long variations.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But enough of all of this wonderful strategic play. Let's get to some really killer game. I wanted to go to the game of Sam Sevian and just check in what happened between Ray and Sam. When we left it, we were, where were we? We were around these parts, right? G takes. And we were saying, let's post up a rook on the G file. Okay, rook h5. So Ray is really fully seizing the defensive now. He knows he's on the back foot
Sam wants to just double the rooks on the G file.
so that he can just munch this pawn with knight takes g6 as well, right?
No, he wants to play d5 to push there.
d5. Okay, fair. That's it. We've caught up with the players.
I mean, Ray has only 13 minutes.
How many?
13.
How many moves? Do we know the move number?
Let me check.
Move count? Again, for those who are missing our introductions, we're playing a classical time control of 40 moves.
So it's moved
in 90
22.
They've got 18 moves
18
to go.
moves to go.
They're halfway to the completion of the time
So
control.
very natural move for A is something like rook d8, right?
I'm
to
assuming,
make a pin
you're
there.
right, exactly. So we want to keep this rook on this file. So we're going to play rook on c8 to d8. Okay, just a second. It feels like I have everything set up for some kind of a breakthrough with
Like
knight
queen
takes.
g2 or...
Yeah, queen g2, knight takes, g6 type of options. But let's start with the obvious one, shall we? And just see where that takes us for the moment. No bishop f5. Bishop f5 will be met by rook takes f5. I am threatening both knight takes g6 and takes, so we've got to play knight takes d5
Right.
pretty much, right? Okay, so now counter threat of knight takes c3.
But this looks so dangerous.
I know. I'm just looking for the knockout blow, though. Okay.
I mean, can we
knight-
do rook takes g6 right away? That's probably too early, right? Rook takes g6,
pawn
pawn
takes,
takes, queen takes, king f8. And
Do you
now
see it?
something like...
I don't see it exactly myself this
I
moment.
mean, if I go knight e4, but that's probably too slow.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So,
So we need to plan more.
right. Bringing in the forces. But let's see. Knight takes d5, right? Okay. What can you do? You've got to recapture probably with the rook. You want when you're defending.
Yeah,
right?
let's capture with the rook.
Right. Rook takes. And rook takes, bishop
Bishop
takes.
takes.
Knight takes g6. And I can
Maybe
take
as
your
well.
bishop, but
Then
it's not like the end of the
h4
world.
is also hanging.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Which is a pity, right? So something like h4, h5. Wow. It feels like there should be a knockout blow here. I'm just not finding the knockout. Cristian.
All of the
over
games
to
are
you.
exploding
Okay.
right now,
Tell
including
us.
this one, Leinier Dominguez versus Sam Shankland. We left it off after this one. He took on f3, not on d7. Fine move as well. Bishop takes f3, bishop to f4, rook to c8, and king to h1, a bit too slow because of this reason. Queen to f5, very nice move, very important move, putting some pressure on the bishop on f4, bishop to e3, and now a very powerful move. g5, immediately questioning the position of the bishop on f3. Hey, how are you going to defend against my big idea of going g4? And then I will displace this bishop, and you don't have very good positions for that bishop. If you go to e2, that's going to be problems. For example, let's just make some moves. g4, you allow me to go g4. You're just simply losing a piece, right? Queen to
bishop's,
e4,
accident.
queen to e5 perhaps is the better way. The same idea. I'm going to challenge you on the e file. You're in big trouble. So you have to address that with the move d6, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. But I continue. Bishop c6. We take. Actually, he has not
hasn't
taken yet. But look at the clock. 7 minutes and 50 seconds for Leinier. 40 minutes for Sam Shankland right now, cruising to victory. He's in a winning position. If he goes for bishop takes c6, which is the forced line, check. You have to
Rook
defend.
E8.
Rook to e1, only move to defend that bishop on g1. Rook to d1, you continue, only move to defend against that. And now apparently, well, in fact, I think I missed the move. Rook to e2. Guys, this is really bad. This is really bad for white. How do you defend? Queen to d5 and bishop to h4.
Wow, I'm setting up queen takes g1 checkmate.
Yes. You go, oh, you're so ready for promotion. Checkmate. Queen takes g1 and rook to e1.
Nice background
This
made there.
might, in fact, just be bad news for white. Bad news for Leinier if he finds this very forced line. There's no way to switch things up for white. Rook to e1, you have to defend this bishop. The only way to do so is via queen to d4. Rook to d1, you have to keep this queen on this diagonal. I guess you can go to c5 as well, but it doesn't really change much. I still go rook to d2 in this case, and you don't even have queen to d5 to defend. So you have to stay on e3 so that you have this queen to e4. But now I just go back to e1, rook to e2, and we do have a result. Yes, Carissa continues her triumphant. Wait, why do I see the kings facing each other in the center? Is that?
No, that's a pawn. It's good.
Those are pawns. Okay. So Carissa wins her game against Rose Atwell. Delays Rose's train, let's say.
Right.
That started in round 1. But Carissa just continues to storm through the rankings and through the competition.
You know, it's remarkable as we're looking at the game of Leinier and Sam. I had just wanted to point out, but forgot to do so. Leinier is on one of the greatest U.S. championships non-losing streak. He had come into this round literally something like 45 games without a loss in consecutive U.S. championships.
I did not know that.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's thanks to Ben Underwood, by the way.
So stable. Yes.
Yeah, and it's one of the best U.S. championship streaks.
And right now, Sam Shankland understands, hey, let's try to calculate this line, because getting my queen on f1, forcing this back rank defense,
Well, that's an
something
automatic.
has to yield in that position.
Exactly.
Right? Something has to give. If he finds that move, bishop to h4, it's such a powerful move with the idea of queen takes g1 and rook to e1, the back rank mate. If he finds that, he's in a winning position right now, and he could be inflicting damage against one of the players that was coming into this event as one of the favorites to win it all.
No question about it. But, you know, I'm sitting here saying if I was in Sam's shoes, I mean, wild horses couldn't stop me from playing queen f1 check and rook e1. I mean, you live for those opportunities of invading on the first rank. And that's what he sees as great opportunity. He's taking his time.
But that is really the key move, rook e2, right? Because if we look at this variation, and now we want to go bishop h4 first.
Right. Okay.
Now, white has actually rook c8, and he's going to checkmate the black king.
That's right.
Exactly.
So it's really important to kind of play this rook e2 move to get the queen away from that diagonal.
Right. So you're no longer attacking the h8 square.
And these
Another
quiet
thing that
moves
he
are
needs
kind
to
of tough.
calculate.
Yeah.
Another thing that he needs to calculate is, in fact, queen takes c1, I think.
I'm sorry, which moment?
Instead of queen to d4, queen takes c1 and rook to c8. Because it's not that clear, right?
Oh, sacrificing the queen.
Right. But now, I guess
But
I
there's
even have
queen
queen
a5.
a5. It's not the only way. I can try to go for checkmate with h4, h3, in fact. And perhaps it's even better.
That's nice.
Hey man, I'm a materialist.
But you might as well. You might as well.
I want to hold on to my bishop. I mean, come on.
Might as well.
on.
But now,
I mean, I've got h4, h3 in the pocket.
I was
I
thinking
do.
about bishop f2, but you just simply go king h7. This is over.
I mean, I didn't see the queen sacrifice as anything promising. But again, this is the current position, and opportunity is knocking for Sam Shankland. But you were telling us that there was a number of games that could easily end decisively. You've shown us this one. Give us another.
Well, not as much has changed in the other ones.
You thought that Wesley was
still,
well on his.
I mean, he's on the
in
brink
cruise
of
control.
winning this one.
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
Sam Sevian, the same. You guys have actually. Things have not changed. Sam is still looking really good in this one.
True that.
And specifically on the clock as well, 25 minutes against 8 minutes. We know that about Ray. Ray is very much a merchant of time travel. He loves time travel.
So guys, what if we switch to Irina Krash's game?
For sure. Let's go to
She's
the
the 8-down women
section. Take it away,
champion,
guys.
and we were expecting that game to kind of take a different turn than what's happening right now against Megan Lee.
Okay, Irina, sorry. Yeah, I was establishing a knight on e5 a long time ago when we looked at this position. None of that happened. Instead, Irina brought her knight to f4. There was a trade of light square bishops. And I think we're catching up with the players. Ooh.
Because I like what black is doing. Maybe it's a little dangerous, but I feel it's breaking on the king side. It's opening maybe a diagonal for the bishop in the future. There are some potential tricks happening.
Are there? What exactly is going on? Okay, suppose I take. Okay, you're going to recapture. Let's say I get off of the diagonal for just a short moment. I'm assuming you're going to take. Yes. Takes.
Now let's
And
pause.
pause because there's no genius moves. Knight f2, no fg3.
So if I take fg3, are you gonna?
fg3, I'm not going to waste too much time.
Okay,
I'll play
then
hg.
I'm gonna capture the pawn. Yes.
Okay. So again, the move I really, really do want to play here is knight e5, but I'm not capturing this pawn at the end of the day, right?
No, you're not.
And so one of the things is, you know, we talk about these imbalances all the time, and you've got the dark squared bishop, so in my mind, that triggers the thought, well, I should be playing on the light squares. And in this case, my knight, I don't find my knight on g2 offensively minded enough. So I would be thinking, let's play on the light squares. I'll go knight to h4, hoping to get in a knight f5.
So I go queen e6. Just not
Queen
gonna allow
e6.
that.
That makes a good sense to me too. Let's see, knight e5.
So you don't have rook c1, right? I'm very happy with that bishop on
Yes.
h6, kind of guarding the diagonal.
Good point. Really, really a very, very good point. I don't get to kick you around. A knight on g4, I just find a little irksome. I don't know. Get rid of it?
So I can take now on f2?
Oh no. Have I fallen for an Anna Zlatansky moment?
So
I mean, there is an e3 siding. I do have f5 covered.
queen h3 if I start with? Just feel like it's very shaky. I mean,
Shaky, shaky ground. The knights are good defense. I will sacrifice my queen. You know,
yeah,
you
so if
want
I play
to
bishop e3, you're going to capture that.
Yeah,
you have two knights
yeah.
and a rook. And you're probably happy.
Maybe there's some activity there for Megan, but I don't know. I feel that White's defenses are holding up. Let's go to the game of Begums for a moment.
Yeah.
Because again, this was the Begum comes into this round as one of the 3 tournament co-leaders. She's up against Atushsa, who drew her first round game against Arena, right? And Atushsa saying, "Look, I've got the." I'm playing against the isolated queen pawn. I want to play into an end game.
Queens are off the board.
Queens
so
are off the
I'm happy
board.
about that. I'm controlling the c file.
Like, you know, start adding up some advantages here. And with a knight on e4, rook on c2 is a big menace. I mean, then I will be hitting a lot of weaknesses.
And you don't have time to play like f3 to kick the knight away from the center, because g3 pawn is going to be weak. Or
Yes.
captured, actually.
Yeah, the weakness is gone. There are no more weaknesses. Bishop takes h4 to follow as well. So, I mean, if you wanted to play for that whole f3 stuff, you're going to almost have to allow this. But then you might be thinking, well, the cure could be worse than the disease in this kind of moment after f3. I might play knight f2. Ideas of knight h3, knight f4, or more conservatively.
Just to get to the d5, attack the bishop.
Yeah. At the moment, it looks like Begum's in trouble, but she just made a move. I was about to say she's in trouble. She made a move.
She played knight d3.
Whoa. Explain that one to me. Voluntary retreats do not come natural to me.
Maybe she's looking for like f3 moves, capturing the pawn on e6. But that's
Is that
too
a trade
risky.
you want to?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So you know what? I
No, I don't want that.
I can resist everything except temptation, Kate. You know me. You know, I'm going to put my rook on the 7th, or in this case, the 2nd, as soon as I can. Rook c2. I'm thinking I'm going to follow it up with b3, and maybe on a good day, bishop f6, rook d8. This feels like play on one
rook
goal.
a4? Trying to maybe just push you, do what you want to do anyway.
A4?
Yeah.
So you tricked me. You forced me to do something I
Yeah,
wanted
exactly.
to do.
Never mind.
I like it.
I don't
I
understand
like
this move
Atusha's
93.
position. And by the way, we were talking about that this is her second U.S. championship. She's won the championship of Iran quite a number of times. So Atusha knows what it's like to win championships.
We talked about at the opening ceremony, and she said that in 2000 was the first chess Olympiad that she actually played. So she has also experience playing really high-level chess at these prestigious tournaments.
Exactly. Over to you, Cristian. What's caught your eye?
Well, I have to go back to this one.
Well,
because
yeah, because it's
It's
Lienier.
fascinating. Like the actual calculation of it is very fascinating. It reminds me of one of those Jacob Agard type of positions from
Calculate.
his very famous books. Calculate, just calculate. And this is something, by the way, Jacob is Sam's coach, if I'm not mistaken. He was his coach for a very long time.
I didn't
and
know
Sam
that.
very often attributes his success going from 2550 to 2700 plus to Jacob Agard.
Okay.
So bishop to c6. Bishop takes c6 has not been played. Actually, it was just played, and maybe we can see
Timing
right now.
is perfect.
I'm not 100% sure you have any alternatives, but the rook takes c6. I don't think it was played yet.
Yes, rook
it
is
was.
on c6.
Yes, it was. But right now, let's continue. So queen to f1, everything is forced. Is not as easy as I initially thought. Rook to e2. So you go queen to d5, bishop to h4, right? Now you have this big threat. You have to be very careful. Rook to c8, king to g7, only move. In the position you go to h7, you lose.
H5.
Because of queen takes h5. So you have to calculate this. King to g7, queen to d4. And now, once again, the only move in the position,
Bishop
not to
F6.
lose, is to go back. Bishop to f6. Now I go back. I'm forced to go back to defend the pawn on g2. I continue with rook to e1. All of these calculations can easily get very confusing in your head because the rook is on e1, the rook is on e2. You start visualizing and seeing ghosts occasionally.
You have to go
Queen to
queen
c5, defend the bishop on g2. And now you have to just simply play h4. It's time to create a second weakness, and that is h3. I'm one move away from opening up your king, and that delivers the checkmate. So for example, if you go d7, by the way, another thing that you should be worried about, h3, you get the queen. Let's just assume, actually, getting the
that's
queen,
mate.
it's easy. Yeah, you just take on g2. But once you take queen to f3, delivers the
mate.
checkmate in one move. So this is a very serious threat. You can give a check, but it doesn't really matter because then I hide with my bishop, rook to c6, and now f6. By the way, any other move. And now you have to understand that queen to e8, king to h6 is the only move, and finally the checks are done. Finally, the checks are done. There's nothing to do anymore for white. You can basically resign. But you're one move away from promotion. I mean, you need to calculate all of these things from afar. So that's why Sam spent so much time on this decision. He went for it, bishop to g1, rook to e2 first. You can do that. You can start with this, no problem. But in fact, it might not be as good because now you have an extra move. Queen to d5, rook to e1. You have queen to c5. Let's see if this one creates... No. Rook to e2 and then bishop to h4 once again. This is the key. Let's see after queen to d5 if he plays this move, bishop to h4. It really is key. We have the position. Bishop to h4, if he finds it, I don't think he's going to miss after that. This is the big moment right now.
Sam seemed to be in that mode where, the elbow was lifted, the hand was grasping.
Oh, wow, he found it.
He found it. Bishop h4.
Yeah. This might be a move that was missed by Leinier. I have a feeling he missed this. Crickets.
Yeah, I'm just. I don't see what else he can do besides rook c8.
That's it.
You
Rook
have
C8.
to go king g7. That's
Only
forced. You have to play queen e5 check. There's no
Queen
other.
d4, yes.
Or
Queen d4. Queen
Is it-
e5, you just pick up the
okay,
queen.
just a second. I'm on the wrong game. Let me just. Apologies for a moment as I get to the game. Linear. Here we go. Check.
His heart is pounding right now.
Right.
Sam's heart is pounding right now because he knows how important victory with the black pieces against Leinier, one of the toughest competitors in this championship. This does not come cheaply. Bishop f6 is about to do it. He has calculated everything precisely.
And he's done it.
Bishop
Yep,
f6
bishop
on the board.
f6.
And by the way, there's a mate hanging on g2. Queen takes g2, checkmate. No choice, I have to defend.
Queen d5.
Yeah. Queen d5.
Yeah, and now the big move arises if you go h4, right?
Right. That's the big
What
moment.
we're waiting for right now. Big move. h4, or you can start with rook to e1 first. Rook to e1, get the queen to c5.
But he has 28 minutes. I think he's going to calculate now.
Plenty of time, yes.
Yeah.
Because this is very important, especially when we saw the d7 and some like chances to promote the queen.
Exactly.
I would just be a little bit reluctant to play h4 directly at this moment because I do see, you know,
Precisely.
yeah,
Yes,
I don't want to give my opponent any chances.
Don't do that.
To
Don't do that.
to mix things up. But if I start with rook e1,
Force the
I'm
queen
threatening
to
checkmate.
to go to c5.
I go queen c5. Now I play h4. There's no ambiguity. You can't play rook c4. You don't have any. You have to play d7.
Yes.
There's-
But this d7 and queen f8, I mean, it looks a little scary to be
Oh, for
honest.
sure. For
It
sure.
certainly does. It certainly does.
you-
h3.
Yeah, but
You
then,
just have to be extremely precise with your calculation and trust it. That's one of the things that Sam Shankland is very good at. He trusts his calculation. Bishop g7, and you need to continue. This is a very forced line. Rook to c6, f6, still very forced. You only have one check with white, queen e8, and king h6 finishes the job.
fantastic.
No more checks, no ways to parry the checkmate threats.
There's no queen trying to capture the rook and then promote another just the g.
Well, if you
check,
take on
right?
e1, I take on g2.
Yeah, that's a problem.
With the pawn. With the pawn.
In order to protect the queen.
We should show that. That's very nice, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
very-
take the rook. Please take my queen so that I can make a queen. And we take on g2, and we take with the pawn so that the queen is properly protected.
That's a nice looking checkmate.
It
I have to
does.
say.
There was a nice, I saw it a video. Magnus was giving some kind of press conference, and Pragananda, of all people, was there in the audience to ask him a question. And he says, could you talk about your calculation? Like, how do you get confident and trust your calculation? Like, we're seeing a long-winded variation right here, right now, all very forcing. But if you go through it, you keep pressing, you discover that black wins. So how do you get the confidence in your calculation? When did you say, oh, I'm a good calculator?
Never.
That wasn't the answer. Next. Coach, how do you bring your players to that confidence that they should trust their calculation?
Yeah, that's one of
Are
the
there
hardest
exercises?
things in chess. It's just exercises. Practice, practice, practice. And then once you string some good results together, then you gain that extra confidence that allows you to perform at your best. But it's all about practice. You need to go through this type of, to be honest, exercises. Like this is going to go into next book of Jacob Agard, right?
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
my student. This is how he calculates, right? So these are the type of things that you need to do. You have to put in the work. There's
Yeah.
no way around it.
For me, it was chess mastery. Seriously, the moment I got to 2200, I thought, great, like I've achieved something. I arrived, and I just played off that confidence, and then just kept. Well, I was a little bit fortunate. I enjoyed studies. I mean, especially some of these domination by Kasparian. Those were just they were just awesome studies. And,
Rook to e1, by the way, on the board in that
On the
position.
board.
We're expecting queen to c5, and maybe we should stay with that one just to see the h4. I think this, after queen to c5, this would be the last moment that Sam really needs to calculate, really needs to be sure that he's not missing anything, to play the move h4.
Exactly.
Create a second big weakness in white's position.
Exactly. But yeah, the calculation, having that confidence of playing a 10-move combination and just trusting that your instincts are correct. In this particular case, I'm sure I'd have the confidence of knowing that I could always repeat the position with rookie 2, rookie 1, rookie 2, rookie 1. So I've got a draw in the pocket. That means that I should start looking for something more. And then that move H4 beckons, right?
But when I think about calculations,
Yes.
I don't think it's like a trade that, of course, you reach a certain level and you're, let's say, good. But I feel you need to kind of keep up. You need to keep practicing.
Absolutely.
So sometimes I feel, okay, I'm sharp. I'm ready for this tournament. I feel tactically, very good. But then, like, you start to feel like, oh, something is missing. Something like you need to practice more. You need to do something. So
That's right.
it can easily go away as well.
Yeah, Mark Dvoretsky, not that I read his books, but I spoke with the man. he atrophy. He says, hey, man, you can't just sit on the couch and expect your muscles to, you come to the game and you just live on your muscle. You got to keep exercising.
And remember that
muscle.
in previous tournaments you did really great tactics.
Right.
It's just not going to carry that easily. You do need to kind of strengthen that muscle to still keep up.
Exactly. We love the move rook e2. Have we seen it, by the way?
No, rookie 1. Rookie 1. We need rookie 1, queen to c5.
And then h4.
And then h4, yes. So maybe we should stay with that one just because Leinier, first of all, is running out of time.
He is.
He has 5 minutes right now, but I'm not even sure what he's thinking about at this point because the move, he only has one move, right?
Yeah, queen takes g1.
It's only queen c5. I don't see any other squares that you can defend that bishop from.
And that's a forced.
And then h4, which basically signals the fact that he's seen his doom, right?
Right.
He understands that after h4, he's out of moves.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for him, there's no escape hatch right now for white.
Right. No chances for h3 or any of that good stuff at all. So we have been looking once again, and he's played queen
c5. And this is the moment. h4, if he plays it, and I think once he is sure about it, which he had plenty of time to be, will be played in a matter of seconds.
And again, we have been looking at d7, h3 with the obvious checkmate ideas. Now we've got to throw in this check, and we just kind of do a little bit of a dance for just a move or two. Check. And then this is the last.
He's about to play it.
We saw an almost move.
He's
about to play it.
Made by Sam. But still, he has 25 minutes, right? He doesn't need to rush. He's going to reach the time control very quickly.
Oh, he wants to rush. Look, he's almost there. He's almost
just
there.
to relieve the tension, right? Yes. You do, yeah, exactly. Just to relieve the tension.
That's the instinct. Look, you have him on the ropes. You have your opponent on the ropes. He has 5 minutes. And now Sam is remembering, hey, I'm a professional. I have all time.
By the way, someone else is also long time Ray Robson, so maybe.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, let's wait because we are expecting h4, but.
Could be a while. 24 minutes. I'll tell you what. I'm going to pull up the Ray Robson game.
Yeah.
And you just keep me alerted to any
just
moves.
1 second.
I see the elbow in the air.
The elbow is in the air. We know what that means.
It's like a Big Ben side.
H4 on the board.
Bravo.
Very precise move.
My goodness.
And we see a head shake by Leinier. Yeah, he did not like that move. Right now. Leaning back in his chair. I think he knows. He knows he has it all mapped out. The checks are all covered.
White cannot even do something like rook b8, rook b2, right? Just to defend the checkmate because still the bishop is... Well, can I try that actually?
Rook
for some perpetual
h3.
Rook b2.
Well, the thing is, in the worst case, I can also just take on g1 and then take on b2. If I don't want to calculate. But let's say I want to calculate. I will take on b2.
Yeah, I think we've...
there should be a way to escape, right?
Because then you will kind of... So I give check on g5.
I go to f8.
And then here, and you're going to hide back with the bishop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
And again, I'm still got all of these very nasty checkmating threats in the position. Yeesh.
Yeah.
Oof.
No, I think
I see Sam
has it.
Shankland sitting back in his chair, and at the end of his game yesterday against Awonder Liang, he was like crestfallen that he hadn't done more with his position. So, possibility that Sam Shankland could have gone two out of 2 in the positions that he's had so far.
Yeah,
I still
that suggests that he's in a very good shape.
Yeah, I still laugh every time Fabi tells me the story that he was tied for first with Sam Shankland going into the last 3 rounds of the U.S. Championships. And Fabi, scores 2.5 out of 3. And he's saying, give me my check for first place. Sam snatched it away and said, no, I'll take 3 out of 3.
3 out of 3. That was incredible performance.
That was a nice finish by Sam Shankland. This one looks winning. Let me go. We haven't seen Grigoriy and...
Wait.
Oops.
D7
Yes, he has
on the
played
board?
D7.
Okay,
Every time.
okay.
You see, it's commentator's curse. Every time I want to leave the game, they reel me right back in.
Well, the thing is, after D7, you're kind of all in anyway. You have to continue with H3, right?
Yeah.
There's no coming back from this. You need to accept the fact that you're going to have to deal with a check on F8. He's calculated this.
You're right.
He's calculated this. I think he's just going to blitz his moves. The next ones that are going to finish the game.
There's no marvelous rook G8.
Elbow in the air.
You're right, elbow. Here we go.
The elbow, H3. And
Queen F8 check. Once again, these are all forcing checks.
Queen F8 is going to be move 40, and I think after move 40, we're going to be able to leave Leinier to contemplate, unfortunately, his assured fate.
Exactly.
This one.
We're going to leave this game at long last, and I am going to take us, like it or not, to the game of Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, because when we left it, we really thought that Sam Sevian was in a winning position. He's certainly in a winning mood. He broke off the attack. He didn't go for those knight takes G6 variations or anything of that nature. Rather, he said, I'm a pawn grabber. I'm going to take this pawn and keep everything positionally together. Queen H2. Ray says,
attacking that pawn on H4.
I don't want to be material behind. Yes, you do. Queen takes. At long last, by the way, that bishop, which had been under duress, finally had to break off. Rook G5. Okay. Rook F4. Ooh. Hold on. This almost looks like a Rose Atwell moment where the pieces suddenly look discoordinated.
I thought if we are trapping the queen, because I thought rook H1.
Yes.
And you cannot go queen F2.
That's right. That would be a pretty sad discovered check that would pick up the queen. So I'd have to go to G3.
But then I have knight E2.
Ooh.
Is that?
That looks like a very powerful fork.
You take a pawn on F3.
Hey, look, you munch that rook. That looks, and by the way, rook H1, just as you prescribed it, on the board, queen G3. There's knight E2. This is just great.
I mean, Ray has only 1 minute, by the way, on the clock.
Oh, that's the other, yeah.
So he is in serious time pressure. And we are move 28, so there are still 12 moves to make. Whereas Sam, he has 14 minutes.
And he did play knight E2.
Another player that's in big trouble is Levon. Aronian. Fabiano is back to completely winning.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
Well, you predicted a number of wins, and Sam looks like he's in cruise control. Perhaps Wesley So is.
I was predicting 3. I think right now we're getting 4,
Right.
at least.
And there goes an exchange. And again, Ray down on the clock, but also the position. Let me check in on Fabi. And
Well, Levon is down to his last 2 minutes.
What happened here?
There
So
was
we
no
really
trade.
should
There was no
go
E5.
No e5, yes.
No e5. King h8, rook f3, queen e7, queen g5. Uh-oh. When I see you getting an h4, h5 with a...
And rook and the queen on the h file.
Yeah, a rover,
And I love really the bishop on d3.
Well, I mean, it's been a tale of two bishops, right? This one has been magnificent on d3. The one on b7 has been a spectator. How about that move?
A participant.
A participant. G4. How about them apples? Nasty threat, right? G5.
You cannot capture that pawn because of a checkmate.
And let me see. Yeah, that's the last.
He's down to his last minute.
That was what I
Wow,
was
Levon
saying.
is 1 minute.
Down to his last minute with still
whoa.
12 moves to go for him.
Okay.
And it's not only about the time. The cock
it's the
is
position.
one problem, but the position is busted right now. He needs to go e5
Right.
to try to create some counterplay and
Well-
also shut down that bishop.
Well, also to just get his rook some maneuvering room. I'm assuming I'm capturing
I don't
that?
think you have to capture.
Okay, but that looks
G5?
scary.
He's played e5.
E5 on the board.
Okay,
What about
so I've
g5?
got,
Can I go g5?
I think that's a very, very strong move, by the way. But just
But if you
the
take,
problem,
I
if
take
we
the
take,
rook,
the queens are hanging.
and if you trade the queens and then
Off-
recapture, then I'm going to be
Pause.
very happy to push that pawn away from the d5.
But the thing is, you can
I've
throw
got
in a check
check.
first, and
That's
then
the
that's going
problem.
to grab the e5 pawn as
And
well.
And that
that's
saves
even
me.
stronger.
Yeah, the Zug saves me. So
But he did play the move g5.
that's the problem. We do not trade. Now, rook takes f4. Whoops, there's a pin. So no rook f4. The rook has to go
Rook b6 on
rook
the board.
b6. Now, pause here because, again, I just feel like I can play queen takes h5, and then
I think queen
e4. I can
h5 is just a piece. Queen h5, e4, and rook h3.
yes, that's what I
How
mean.
exactly do you defend?
Exactly. It's very good for white.
Oh, it's over.
winning. Okay, good.
It's game over, I think.
Yeah, because I'm not that eager to capture and let that knight at least consider knight takes g5 and maybe the rook on b6 gets to play in the game. But this move in particular, I love. This move, rook h3, again, there's a pin. There's no threat to the bishop, but I am threatening checkmate. And that just looks great.
Yeah.
Looks like, and what move are they on, Kate? I know it's a minute for Levon.
They're on move 30. 10 more
Oh,
moves
10
to make.
more moves. Huge heavyweight matchup. And again, for those of you joining us late, the lifetime scores between these two players is just absurd. I mean, 13 wins to 11 defeats for
36
Fabi.
draws.
36 draws. Boy, have they played a lifetime of chess against one another. They happen to be neighbors too, by the way.
And big friends, actually.
Yeah, Fabi lives on my street, and one street over lives Levon.
I liked how you said you wanted to be, remember, the best player in
I had
the
great
United
ambitions.
States?
Oh, no, I was very ambitious as a young player. I wanted to be the champion of the United States. Now, in my old age, I just want to be the champion of the block.
But with Fabi and Levon, the same block.
Fabi suggested I move a block. I said, I got Levon to deal with if I move one block. They suggested another block. I said, then I got Ray Robson to deal with. I mean, come on. I'm not leaving the neighborhood.
Give me some space.
Yeah, right. Give me some space. Tell us about the engines. How
No,
does
the engine is
Levon
enamored with white's position.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, after rook to h3 and after queen takes h5, in fact, you're forcing the move e4, which it looks good at first for black. But the thing is, my knight on d4
is now safe?
is going to be there forever.
That's right.
And it's going to support the push of the pawns as well. You're not threatening to take on d3 anytime soon. You need to get both of these pieces off the e-file. And in the meantime, you need to defend against checkmate. So knight to d6, I can take my time. I can go f5. I can start with g6. It's just absolutely dominating this position for white. Fabi knows it. Levon knows it
very
as well. And it's just going to be a matter of conversion.
Right.
At this point, I think Fabi has this one in the bag.
Wow, okay. So that's another potential win. I'm just checking again with Sam, Sevian, and Ray Robson. So Sam has won the exchange. He's looking very good.
What about
Wesley?
Grigoriy Oparin?
Yeah,
Against
Wesley.
Abhimanyu
Whoa. Guys.
What?
Sam Shankland made a huge blunder and the game is back to even.
No.
My goodness, take a look at this. This was, they took it all the way to this position and we knew that f6 was the move that should have finished the game. In fact, already after queen to g8, you don't have to go king to h6. It wins as well, but just go a bishop to g7. This was the line that we were discussing and then
stop.
king to h6, stop. That's it, game over. What he did was king to h6, queen to f8, bishop to g7, rook to c6. Once again, just simply play f6. Easier said than done, sure, but f6 would have won on the spot. Rook takes f6, queen takes f6. If you take, well,
No.
you're not promoting anytime soon. If you promote first, that's okay. You can do that. But then I just simply pick up your queen. You're still completely lost. I get it. There are some calculations to be done, right? Because now queen takes e1,
That's mate in
that's
two.
a mate in two, right? Queen to f3, checkmate.
Oh,
So he made his life a bit trickier. And then take a look at this. King to h7, queen to g8 came on the board, and that forces the perpetual right now. After king to h7, queen to h4. Maybe we can see Sam right now when he realizes that he
This
just
is what
blew
I
it.
was saying.
He
You have
blew it in
20
one
minutes.
move.
There is no reason to rush these moves.
Oh
I just
my
saw
goodness.
A slight shake of his
What
head
a
there.
tragedy that queen
Oh,
to
that-
g8 missed.
That is the
Let's
cold
look
shower.
at his reaction.
Okay, this happened earlier through the magic of television.
Well,
No. Oh no. This horrible realization when it sets in. What
it just
have I
goes to show,
done?
look, you need to fight until the end. I
Right.
mean, you're at the US Chess Championships, you need to fight until the end, no matter who you're playing against. Even though you see the end inside, you see that you're getting checkmated or losing, you need to fight until the end because sometimes miracles happen. This is a miracle.
This
to be
is a
honest.
miracle.
This is a
But
miracle.
we were saying, the grandmasters, they are very resourceful. You give them just one move chance, they're gonna take it immediately.
Exactly. Yeah, they'll slide right into that opportunity. You open the window for them. King h6, unnecessary, but no harm, no foul. Just take the move back. King to g6 would have been fine. And then here, it's one of those things, Kate. You get to this position, and in your mind's eye, Sam Shankland is saying, "That's it. You resign. You have no checks. I've covered all the checks. Your queen is hanging. There's a mate on g2. Please resign.
Wow.
I can give up my queen for free."
Wow.
You don't see it because you don't expect that your opponent's going to give up their queen for free. Then the queen is captured and suddenly a new queen appears. And then you go, oh my gosh, I'm getting perpetual check along the diagonal g5, h4, and d8 squares, and I can't escape the perpetual.
A bit heartbreaking for
It is.
Sam, to be honest.
What are you, the master of understatement now?
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
A bit heartbreaking. Wow, yes.
But you play amazing game, like so many precise
Right.
moves, like calculation, this bishop h4 move, and
Oh my goodness. But you were about to say another heartbreaker. No, you're not about to tell us about another
No. This is, in fact, it's a very nice moment. This is the game between Fabiano, and perhaps we can see the bird's eye view of the game right now and see the next move being played, because it's a very important move right now, and a beautiful one at that. Bishop to
big
c8
moment.
attacks the rook on h3.
Right.
Can you guess the best move in the position?
Bishop
5, very natural.
f5 looks natural. Hold on. Just
Knight
a
to
second.
e6 is the best move right now in the position.
Just a second. Sorry, I got there.
Wait, what?
If you take with the bishop, that opens up the queen e5 check, which is absolutely crucial, and in
Wait
fact
a second,
delivers
Cristian.
G6.
close to a checkmate. Knight to e6.
That's really nice.
Queen e5.
Interference with that
Exactly.
queen there.
Exactly. You take with the bishop, now queen to e5, followed by g takes h7, which picks up the queen.
That is pretty.
It's a very nice
Yeah.
idea, knight to e6.
There's a great deal of satisfaction.
Wow.
And the streak, the undefeated streak, continues.
I'm so disappointed. Yeah. He knows
Absolutely
he had a chance
heartbreaking.
to win this game.
Not only this, but even the first game, Sam was doing very well against the Awonder.
Right?
Missed that knight to d4. We're not going to rehash that, but it was one moment, one move that was missed.
Yeah. Well, Leinier, I mean, nobody goes through a undefeated streak without a little luck to
Right.
get them through that undefeated streak. That might have been 9 lives right there. You know, I'd
it
like
also
one more
shows,
life.
Nerves of steel. Like you are lost, but
Wow.
you continue to fight. You don't resign. You're waiting for that lucky break.
Right, and he just got it. Wow.
Guys,
Yes.
rook to h2 was played by Fabi, which allows
Doesn't play
Levon to get
96?
back in the game.
No.
In fact, yes, this is no longer winning right now.
Oh, come on.
Rook to h2, he
I mean-
played rook to b7, the best move in the position, defending the 7th rank. And right now things are becoming way more difficult than they should be.
Wow. Hard to believe. Truly? Can that
Truly. You only have one move to stay ahead, and by a slight margin right now.
really? I just...
There's going to be queen f6 on the next move.
That's right.
Threatening just to capture the bishop on d3.
That's
I
right.
was thinking, I always got queen takes d5. I've got moves. By the way, that looks like a very nice shirt that Levon is sporting. I thought I had rook g1, g7 check ideas. Rook h2 spoils everything?
Rook h2, rook to b7. This was the key defensive idea
Oh, no.
from black, and perhaps missed by Fabiano, because look, that rook on b6, it was so difficult to get it back in the game. Bishop to c8 looked like a move that you're just trying to keep the tempo up, attack my rook, and defend against any sort of f5. But in fact, it also gets ready to defend on the 7th rank with rook to b7.
That's huge. That's a good point. I must say, Kate, beside the move rook h2 and beside the move knight h6, we know ourselves that knight e6 was fantastic, but also the move that you wanted to play, f5, that looked just overwhelming as well. I mean, it's just like, wait a minute, doesn't White have his pick of victories?
f5 was not winning.
Was not winning.
No,
Again,
no.
rook b7?
Rook b7 again, and in fact, it's very close to equality after
No way.
f5, rook b7.
You just think to yourself, you know, I've got all of these attacking things going on.
No, in fact, knight d6 seems to be the only clean way to win. Not an easy one. If you don't spot it, if you spot it, it's game over.
Right.
It's really a beautiful shot. Pretty much finishes the game on the spot.
Exactly.
But if you don't,
See
then
it.
you have to harbor all over again after rook to b7.
And again, if I may ask, why is this not winning after, for example, queen takes d5? I mean, I'm probably
Queen to f6, and you were
queen to f6.
right now. You're worse.
Oh my God.
I may even go back with the rook to e7 and then put the bishop back on b7.
That's right.
Be very happy that pawn is removed.
That's right. You're the one getting attacked now.
Oh my
It is the
goodness.
white king that's under fire.
That's hilarious. So the bishop on c8 has had the passive life, and then it becomes a gangster. The moment I take on d5 and open up my king, that is a crazy thought.
This is turning into a barn burner right now.
Again,
Rook to b7, and Levon knows that he has a second life in this game.
oh my goodness. Does it mean that I have to just move my bishop?
Yep. Bishop e2, the best move, and the only one that preserves some slight advantage in the position.
And I
Not
think,
an easy move to make, by the way.
and I think, Kate, you were informing me that queen f6 was Levon's intent, right? You know, you kind of defend
Guarding that
h7.
pawn, I'm clearing that e7 square for the rook.
And you need to get rid of that bishop. And you only have one moment to do it with bishop g4. You have to go bishop g4, exchange the bishops. Do not allow rook to g7, bishop b7.
Wow. Do not allow rook g7.
Not easy. Not easy things to spot anymore, because right now, okay, you're leaving the f4 pawn unattended. I might be able to take it, probably not, but I might. You have to calculate all of these things. Not an easy position anymore to navigate, especially with only 2 minutes on his clock. Well, 3 minutes right now, excuse me, for Fabiano against 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Well, it's a complete reversal of your mindset. Once you were in this position a moment ago, where you were cleaning the house, you were looking at queen takes h7 check and mate, thanks to this bishop on d3. You saw rook h3. You felt, Fabi certainly felt, he's in full control.
I think he relaxed.
I
truly think he relaxed.
And then suddenly, in 2 moves, like, I have to play the positional bishop e2, bishop g4.
Yeah.
That's not an easy transition to make. And I think this is the current position, by the way.
He relaxed prematurely. There's no other explanation, because you could see it. I mean, he had 8 minutes cruising against 30 seconds for Levon, barely surviving. He thought that everything wins.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you see this move rook to b7 appear on the board, and you realize, hey, things are not easy anymore.
Exactly. That's certainly a big weakness of mine. I don't think any other grandmaster in the world has actually solved it. This relax. I got the game in the bag. My opponent hasn't resigned, but they're about to. And suddenly clank, clank, clank. And my victory's
I mean, we had
gone.
the best example today, Queen G8.
Linear's.
Was...
One move spoils 4 hours of great play. Rook b7.
Down to his last minute 40 for Fabiano. Running out of time, you need to make a decision.
What is the move number they're on?
34.
34.
Right now.
So they've got 6 moves to make the time control move 40.
To be honest, I can
Bishop
easily
E2.
make the claim that it's easier to play for black right now.
Queen f6? Well, because the moves for black, queen f6, rook g7,
it's forced.
Are so natural.
Yes.
You know, you're getting your queen at long last to a better square. You're hitting the f4 pawn. Maybe on a good day, the bishop on c8 actually has life. Like, wow. Suddenly you're feeling like a free bird.
Absolutely. We were expecting queen to f6 right now.
Yes, queen f6 on the board.
Without too much pausing for special effects, but queen f6 was played. I think within 10 seconds, I think.
Well, he doesn't really have a lot of time to waste.
Fabi, feeling the pressure. You know, it's always nice when everything goes your way and you're not being really tested, and then suddenly, you know, big test, and like, oh, bishop g4, that's the best move, you're saying.
Best move in the position, and perhaps the only one that maintains modicum of an advantage.
Kate, I gotta ask you, I don't find the move bishop g4 myself.
Like the first move I'm looking at is rook g1.
Right.
Right, because I want to do something on that file.
Exactly, right? For me, bishop g4 is an intuitive move.
Especially mentally, I know that bishop was struggling the whole game.
Right, I carried the
baggage.
baggage.
Why would I trade it?
Yeah, that bishop had been offside, and now I'm supposed to trade it off. Who wants that? Start thinking about f5. I start thinking, like you, about rook g1.
But you also have to be careful, right? Some e3 and knight jumping to e4.
Rook g1.
Rook g1.
That's the most natural move, which pretty much right now allows black to balance things out from an objective point of view. Practically, it remains a complete mess.
But how do things balance out after rook g1?
Just rook g7.
Rook
g7.
Kate's an influencer. She alerted me to this idea of e3.
Ooh,
and
you like that? Yes.
Well,
yes.
I mean,
the problem with a3, you're also allowing me to get the bishop right to d3 back. So you do have to be careful, because bishop d3, knight e4. I think I have g7 ideas.
Oh, because the rook is no longer defended by the knight.
Correct. Complete mess of a position. Complete mess of a position.
Gotcha. So e3, fortunately, is a little bit of an overreach.
And
So-
if I capture that pawn,
And
G7.
that's what he's
okay,
done.
rook G7.
That's what he's done. Rook G7. Just breathe easier. You know, make your king feel like he's loved and wanted, needed. Rook
Now
G7.
something you don't want to do probably is queen takes d5, allowing that bishop b7.
Boy, yeah, that would be 5-alarm fire. You know, don't take this pawn and allow
Definitely don't do
E3.
that.
But 35 seconds.
Yeah, 4 moves left.
This is the first time that Fabi's been the one under
Queen to G5.
Queen g5.
duress. Queen G5.
He's trying to find a way to pull the brakes to be honest, right now. Queen G5, you don't have to take as black because that allows my rook to get into play, rook takes G5, but you can maybe defend that, rook F8.
Rook F8. That, for me, feels like the most natural move. I love the idea of menacing the pawn on F4 with queen takes F4.
And after rook to F8, maybe I can transition to a better square, Queen E5.
Queen E5. So the desirable Queen F4, oops, is met by Rook H7 and Mate in 1. Rook F8
F8 on the
nonetheless.
board.
Queen
3 more
E5.
moves right now, and they're crucial moves before the time control because these next 3 moves could dictate the outcome of the game.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the position remains extremely tense.
Oof, 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 oof. Queen E5. Okay. I'm even starting to think about Queen takes E5.
Let's see if he goes for it.
Well, this is the current position. Once again, I think Fabi's under 30 seconds, at least. I'm
20
looking at the
seconds
clock.
right now
Pardon
against
me.
a minute.
That's 20 seconds.
20 seconds, Queen E5.
Queen e5 on the board.
Okay.
A very good move by Fabi. Probably the best move in the position. And how do you continue as black right now? It's the big question. You have a minute to respond.
I'm curious if I can do something like bishop f5.
Let's try it out. Bishop F5. If you
I would love to force captures. If you could force white to capture, I'd use that pawn as a shield. I wouldn't be trying to necessarily win the pawn back immediately. You know, and he
takes
did play
E5.
queen takes E5.
F takes
I was
E5,
saying
okay.
I was going to become attracted to this, and knight F5, right?
Yes.
And suddenly,
Last move to make to reach the time control.
don't be reaching for G takes H7 and allowing me the opportunity for knight G3.
Who's even better right now?
Right? It's suddenly not that obvious.
Not
Because
at all.
white's pawn structure is a little bit.
More than a little bit,
destroyed.
you know, like there is not, those pawns are not harmonious.
It feels like the only player that can play for a victory is black at this point. Given
Wow,
the
wow,
pawn
wow, wow,
structure.
wow. Well, that is a huge turnaround for Levon.
Final move before the time control. Fabiano needs to make the final decision. Let's see what he comes up with.
Somebody's clock is ticking seriously
10
down.
seconds.
Right, Fabiano, underneath 10 seconds. Rook G5. And he seemed to come alive in the last 2 seconds that he just Rook G5. Okay. Rook G5.
And a big decision also for Levon right now. And Fabiano will definitely not be happy with this game. When he sees the opportunities that he's missed, he would not be happy with this one.
He definitely earned an advantage nicely with a new concept, I want to say. He approached the game in the French defense with a new concept. It really worked out marvelously for him. He missed an earlier chance with knight g5. Then later in the game, he missed a chance with knight e6.
15 seconds for Levon.
One move before the time control.
Okay, guys, give me your move. Give me your move. You have 10 seconds. What do you play?
Knight d4.
Okay. Yashka?
Yeah, also. Take
Knight
the
takes d4. Knight e7.
Commentator's curse.
By the way, best move in the position.
Knight e7.
Knight e7, best move, and right now, black is better.
Wow.
Black is better.
Black is better right now. Slightly, but he's better.
Wow. Wow.
It
what
is
an
now
amazing
Fabiano
tournament.
that fights for a draw.
Okay, they've reached time control. That was the 40th move, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Correct.
knight e7 was the 40th move. As soon as these seconds have rolled off, the players will get 30 minutes added to their clocks. What else has been happening?
I mean, in the ladies section, they also reached the time control,
As
but
well.
we were saying that Alice Lee, for example, that she had advantage.
Yes, she did.
Talia Cervantes, I'm not sure that's the case anymore.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bishop b5. Rook takes a6. I'm with you. The advantage is gone.
Right? I can trade rooks.
Yep. That's an easy draw after rook takes. For Alice Lee, this will be her second draw in a row, right?
She drew yesterday with Tatev Abrahami. I'm really
Exactly.
trying hard to push for more, but there just
Never
wasn't
there.
anything.
Okay, we're going to call that one a draw, but the players will still play, of course. This is Tatev versus Nasi. What's going on here?
First look at the material, right?
I'm counting. You know, that was what Alex Yermolinsky said, you know, like after, 30 years of being a professional grandmaster, 90% of my time is counting pawns. This one is strange because I like the activity of black's pieces.
Right? We usually like bishop when we can have this unequal kind of pawns. One pawn is running, we are
Right.
defending, attacking. But the pawns are so disconnected, and black can kind of get knight g3, also get that pawn on h5.
Right?
Also, as you said, d4.
This looks chaotic, but I might prefer Nasi's position. Rose earlier has lost to Carissa. We're sure hope that Anastasiya could catch up with her. Arena Crush and Megan Lee. What's going on in this one? Again, the players have reached time control. 3. Arena's down a pawn.
But
It
that pawn on
seems-
d5 is hanging, so
Yes.
she can recapture it. I like the queen kind of pinning the rook.
I love that's a dominant queen, no question about it. Yeah. So knight takes d5, but knight c5 kicks my queen out. Grr.
True.
That's the challenge, right? I mean, if I could play 2 moves in a row, knight d5 followed by rook e4,
So can I go knight f5?
Okay, now we're cooking. Knight f5.
But
So
maybe
that's
have
a
queen
tempo.
f6.
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna.
I mean,
leave
the
this-
knights look like they're very dangerous there, but maybe nothing very precise.
I wanted to go to Begum because it's always nice to check in with our tournament leaders. I mean, I feel that's respecting the.
So we stopped
Well-
there. We were kind of happy with this rook being on the second rank.
And we're just catching up with the players. Sorry if I'm going a little fast, but time control has been reached. And definitely, black is for choice. Definitely. I mean, look at this rook on the second rank, imprisoning Begum's king. So she's on the back foot. I mean...
And the rook on b1 is really stuck there, right?
True that. Yes, exactly. And what other games are going on in the ladies? I just want to do this before we go on break. Jennifer Yu versus Anna Zatansky, right?
Yes, that's the last game.
And we do believe that we have an interview as well, right?
Coming up.
Coming up with
That's what
our leader.
Yeah.
In fact, let's go to it.
All right,
guys.
let's do it. Over to you, Anastasia.
I'm here with Carissa, who just won her game against Rose. Exciting, 2 out of 2. How do you feel about the start of the tournament?
No, it feels good. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with starting on a couple wins, right?
Absolutely not. And I mean, you played today with a very young participant, very talented player. What do you think about her and, let's say, her journey to the chess world so far?
Yeah, I mean, Rose is definitely super strong, probably one of the strongest of the next generation. Yeah, really young. I mean, I think maybe the only issue is that she doesn't have so much experience, but she's, clearly a very strong player. And I think she deserves to be here.
Absolutely, and she won the first round. And, I'm sure you've checked the game from yesterday and today, coming to the second round. What were your feelings?
Yeah, I mean, her game yesterday was great. She had this rook d2 against Anna. Yeah, like I said, she's a strong player. Generally, I was, kind of just treating it as another game. We both came off wins yesterday, so both feeling good.
Yeah.
But, it's just tournament's still early, so nothing's really decided yet.
Absolutely, but you managed to win this game. Just a few words, let's say, how did it go for you and what was the turning point?
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the position's pretty equal. She surprised me a little in the opening. That was fine. And then she ended up making a blunder, I think. And then I just, won some material and then cleaned it up kind of shortly afterwards.
Absolutely, and then it's just 3 hours into the round, and it seems like the game was kind of short compared to the previous one. So what are you going to do right now?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to go back, do my homework. Yeah, pretty excited about this game ending early-ish, at least. So, rest of the night I'll just be locked in on my P-sets.
Absolutely great. I mean, but you're trying to combine, it seems, everything. Yes, playing in the tournament, also studying in your university. How are you going to do all this? How many hours do you also spend for your studies?
Yeah, I can't give away too much, I think. But generally, I don't think it's so hard to keep school and chess balanced. I'm not taking... Well, actually, I was in, this really difficult class, and then I think, I was doing the homework at the opening ceremony, and I was like, actually, you know what? Absolutely not. Wow. So I dropped that class, and now I'm really chill. I'm in, not in too many classes, keeping it light. So, I'll have time to manage both, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are a great example for actually keeping everything all together. I mean, playing chess, studying at the same time. Great job, Carissa, so far. Thank you so much for your time, and we go back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia and Carissa. It inspires me to go back to school. I feel
like that interview. I said, no way, I'm going to drop that class so I can focus on the championship.
Right. Standings before we take a break. The time control has been reached here in the ladies.
So we have one result. Rose Atwell lost to Carissa, who is leading the tournament with 2 points.
We see a number of draws going on. How about for the Open?
In the Open section, we have 2 draws. Yeah, Awonder Liang drew Hans Niemann, and Leinier Dominguez saved. Just incredible save again, Sam Shankland. This game is really something that everybody needs to look at.
Exactly. Sam Shankland issued a pardon, I want to say, in this one. As we take a break, we'll be right back, and don't go anywhere.
The world's most unpredictable tournament is back. Chess 9LX makes its return to the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri. From October 28th through the 30th, 10 players will compete for a $150,000 prize fund. With 960 different variations, even the best in the world don't know what's coming. Featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov, Hikaru Nakamura, and returning champion Sam Sevian. This is an event you won't want to miss. The event kicks off on Sunday, October 27th with Ultimate Moves, a casual exhibition event featuring St. Louis Chess Club co-founder Rex Singfield teaming up with the Chess 9LX field. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Singfield and Rex Singfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello,
Welcome
everyone.
back, everyone.
Go for it. Now go.
Welcome back, everyone.
Do you guys want me to take it?
No. We're fighting for the spoils here. Round 2 has been underway, and we've really been enjoying ourselves here on set as we have a few games left. But Ray Robson went down to Sam Sevian. Cristian, I was going to throw it to you and ask you to tell us what. I mean, Ray was suffering in this game.
He was.
How did it?
He was. Let's see how it finished.
Yes.
Right? I think we left it off somewhere around.
We had won an exchange. Yes.
Right. Which was long time ago. It was
Right.
already here after Queen to G3, and things were moving fast because they were getting close to the time control situation, and
That's
the
right.
position was simplifying at this point. Sure, you're not going to checkmate, but you're getting material. You're getting the exchange. That's exactly what he did. Knight takes f4, queen takes f4, queen to a5, very good move. Bringing the queen back, but also with tempo attacking the rook on d8. Queen to c3, setting up the spin on this diagonal. Rook to d4, and I'm going to shift the other rook, this rook, on h4, and that's going to come with some consequences and some threats in the position as well. Queen to e5, knight to c4, rook to h4, you need to defend against the checkmate coming. For example, you make a normal move like this. Rook to h7, taking advantage of the fact that you're pinned. King to g8, rook to h8, and then the other rook comes to h7. That's a nice checkmate on the board. So you have to defend against that. You need to make space for the king to go to f8. d6, very nicely played, involving my knight into the attack as well. At this point, things are hopeless. Knight to c5, bishop to f5 is just a matter of technique. And Sam Sevian possesses that. King to g7, rook to h7, queen takes g8. I'm picking up absolutely everything. You're not getting any sort of compensation on this side. And this is all she wrote. Beautiful. I have to say, conversion by Sam Sevian gets an important victory. This
Yes,
one with
he
the white
does.
pieces. And right now, Ray Robson is on -1. Beautiful game by Sam Sevian.
Wow. Impressive game, I must say, as well. One of our marquee matchups, of course, is the one between Fabi and Levon. It seemed to us that coming out of the opening, Fabi had a huge advantage that he missed an opportunity with knight g5, but then he won it all back. He was in cruise control. We had this beautiful moment. For those of you who are joining us late, it wasn't that long ago.
Really
in fact,
nice interference.
move right here. Just a second. Instead of the last move was bishop c8 by Levon, attacking the rook. And the rook moved to h2. And
Which
that
is a
spoiled,
very natural move. You just have the rook attacked, you move it, but
it spoiled the advantage completely. In fact, what we have is this beautiful interference move. Knight to e6, that blocks the attack. And you can't take the knight with the queen. There is a checkmate alert on h7, so you take with the bishop, and then we understand why the knight was sacrificed. Queen e5 is with the check, by the way.
we have a
It looks
result
like
here.
a draw between Grigoriy and
Oparin against Mishra.
exactly g8. That was a huge missed opportunity for Fabi, and the current position, unfortunately for him, is now that when we left it, he was slightly worse. We felt that this position, Bobby is the one actually struggling
Because
to
the
make
pawn
a draw.
structure is really nice for black.
Exactly.
Right? We have the passed pawn that's defended.
And we have this really nasty...
One more result
structure.
right there. Sorry to interrupt. Wesley
Wesley.
So gets it done against Christopher Yu and takes an important victory with the white pieces.
Nobody could win a game in round one, and suddenly we're seeing a lot of victories.
Two decisive results. We could have had more.
Yes.
We really could have had more, especially this one, Fabiano. Really had it in the back.
And Sam Shankland.
Okay, I don't want to remember that one.
Exactly.
Poor Sam, I have to say, heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking
Moment for him.
How did what was Wesley's finishing touch?
Let's take it from somewhere around here. I think we left it off a while ago, just because he was winning for a very long time.
Yes,
like
he was.
all he had to do was convert his extra pawn, and black didn't really have a lot of compensation for it. Bishop e7, rook to c1, a bit of a repetition, rook to d7, bishop to f6, some exchanges, and it was all about the transition phase. Rook to c1, now I'm threatening to take on b6 because my rook on c1 is protected by the knight. Rook to d8, e4, and we get, by the way, e4, a very beautiful move to try to get 3 versus 1 majority on this king side. Rook to b8, take, take. It was all about exchanging the right pieces at this moment. Knight to f4, rook to d5, rook to d6. We repeat once because now we make the transition into a technically winning rook endgame. Rook to a4, king to f3. I have the majority 2 versus 1 on this side, 3 versus 1 on this side.
The rook
one
h6 is
there.
the problem.
Rook to h6 is coming. You're losing another pawn.
That's the problem.
That's it.
Three
so, for
connected
example,
fast pawns.
unfortunately, you cannot defend because you're just picking up this pawn. I will be able to go behind the pawn and 3 versus none on this side. Yeah, that's it. Game over. He's had enough, and Wesley So takes an important, crucial victory.
Absolutely. Kate, where would you like to take us?
A lot of games are finishing in the open section, so let's go to the women's section.
Sure, let's do it.
Still, there was only one result so far, where Carissa won against Rose Atwell. So what about the leader? Begim Tohirjanova.
All right.
She's playing against Atusa Purkashian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm looking at Tatev's game with Nasi. I have to find... There she is. Begum versus Tusa. When we left it, things were getting traded. And we were in a 4-rook ending. And... Whoa, G4. Pause. What's going on? This B pawn is frightening, isn't it? Can I take it? I mean, there's this one, but this is the scary one. Like, I'm going to get a queen, right?
With a checkmate, maybe.
With a checkmate, maybe.
So the idea is to capture on f5 with the pawn, I think, right?
Okay, let's suppose that is...
So you go king f6, I'm going to throw the other rook to e6.
Makes sense to me, so I'll drop back with my king.
Yeah, now I don't know.
I mean...
Why did I tell you my plan?
Rook a2, b2, b1. That plays itself.
Well, but if you do rook a2, I have rook takes b3.
Thank you. Okay, so I would have to, in that case, refine it with rook to c2. Yeah, and okay, that's one bad piece of news. What else?
Well, if I here give check, rook e6.
Okay, here you could maybe do some funny business along the 6th rank. I can imagine that I'll make my life a lot more difficult. Pardon me, let me say that again. Maybe I'll make my life a lot less stressful.
So if I go rook e6 here, check.
Okay. And I go here.
I capture on h6.
Okay. Now
after king g7, I want to, I think, place the other rook to a6.
Makes sense. And boom.
Check. Rook a g6.
And let's go away.
Check on h8. I think I'm going to make a draw. And now I capture the pawn on f5.
Yes, because otherwise I was hoping you would take my rook. It would check, and then I get b2, and then there's no way you can stop me.
But what if I go rook e7 now?
Rook e7 now.
Trying to give you a checkmate.
By the way, she has captured, Tusa captured on a g4. She didn't take on b2. So let me just refresh the current position. I'm going to go to game, refresh. So check. King g7, king f7. No, king h7 doesn't make much sense to me.
King g7.
Most
like
natural move, yes. And then to make some marvelous counterplay, yeah.
You have to go for it, right?
Yeah.
You do have to go for that counterplay. But can I go rook d7 now?
And remind white.
I'm really trying to checkmate you. Like, that's my main plan.
Yeah. Well,
start giving check.
As Nigel Short would say, the goal of chess is to end the game. Shall we start with the check?
King f7. I'm going to try to run.
Check with the other rook.
That's fine. King e7. I continue running. I'll run all the way to the other side.
By the way, king g7 is on the board.
Well, I see on my screen that it gets a bubble, a blue bubble with an exclamation mark, as opposed to the red X.
But do you think it was better to capture the pawn on g4 instead of the pawn on b2?
I thought capturing the pawn on b2 was more clear, but, you know, anything that ends in a win, you know, like we're kind of, yeah. I remember once I said to Jan Timman, Jan, why did you play tak and not tak? The other move, the one that I want you to play, leads to this, and you win. And Jan looked at me and goes, oh my gosh, you're right. But my move forced resignation. You've got a point. Anything that wins is good, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we're going to leave this on hold as Anastasia caught up with a winner in the open section, Sam Sevian.
I'm here with Sam Sevian, who just won his game against Ray Robson. Such an incredible game. What are your feelings right after that one? And I mean, it was pretty tense, time trouble, everything happened.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Ray so many times that I decided to play something interesting in the opening and get a new, fresh position. And it definitely worked out well because he was taking a lot of time.
As usually, this is quite usual for Ray. I mean, did you try to use actually the factor that he likes to spend time during the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was trying to build some kind of time advantage early on and then keep it and still keep the position complicated.
Yeah, and I think you managed it very well without, let's say, checking the engines or something. Like, what was your feeling? What was the moments where you got the advantage? And do you think you kept it until the end?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely... Knight a5 was a very suspicious move because he's moving the knight away from the center and letting me play g4 with tempo, which is pretty crazy. But, you know, after g4 I thought I might have a crushing attack, but I didn't, so I decided to play king safety first, make some moves to help out the attack, and then go for it.
Yeah, so yeah, we created such a good position, and I remember there were a few moments that he played his moves with only 1 second. Like, how did you approach it? Like, what was your feeling? I know you understood your position was much better at this moment. You had huge advantage, but still, your opponent has only 1 second. Like,
yeah.
How was it?
It's definitely very annoying when your opponent moves with 1 second, and I've definitely experienced it a lot playing against him. But the position was so winning that I said, you know what, just win on the board and.
But did you feel a little bit nervous? You know, sometimes we kind of, still pay attention to this, and we try to win. We try to use this time factor, or you try to stay calm.
Well, I know he's a great blitz player, so it's not that easy because he does get 30 seconds per move, and if I play some dumb move, he could definitely punish it quickly.
Yeah, this is for sure. And is it important for you to start well in the tournament? Like, what is it for you? 1.5 points out of 2.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy to win early on in the event because I haven't played a tournament in over 2 months, so good to get back to winning ways.
Yeah. I think you're playing against Mishra tomorrow, and so what do you think about it? And how important is this game for you?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a very strong young player, and I've played him a few times, so I think it should be an interesting game.
Yeah, looking forward for it. Thank you so much, and let's go back to the studio.
Congratulations to Sam Sevian. Any victory is a nice one, but something about playing against the Olympic team as well.
Feels extra special.
Especially, right? Because Sam is one of those players who's on the bubble of getting invited to the Olympic team. You beat an Olympic team member, so like, hey,
and also
guys.
if it's like kind of straightforward, like very nice, pushing on the king side, pushing
Right.
even more, getting that exchange and pushing and then just winning.
Yeah, and especially he caught the moment right away. Knight a5 had suspicion written in large letters, like, why did you play Knight a5, Ray? Cristian, over to you. What have you got for us?
Well, this is a big moment right now. It does seem like rook takes b2 is one way, but rook d7 is just the more compelling way to finish the game. And we kind of understood that because it does allow my king to hide behind that rook, right, from all these checks. Rook to g6, king to e7. You continue with, well, first of all, rook to g7 allows the transition into this hopeless
terrible.
Game.
Yeah.
3 versus 1. Obviously, this one is enough in this position to win the game. So, big moment right now after rook to a6. Begim is doing what she needs to do to try to stay in the game, but after rook to d7, if Atusa finds it, this might be a victory for her, and an important one at that, because Begim, I mean, we've seen how competitive she is in these US championships. She's been knocking at the door of winning it for many years now. If Atusa can win this one, this will be a huge victory for her.
Just how Atusa was reaching for her hand.
8? Well, wait.
There was no
H5 is not the right way. Not the right way, because right now I can go rook to g6.
Yeah, she wasn't reaching for rook d7 at any moment. H5 was definitely on her
Very
Right.
surprising move. So rook to g6 apparently equalizes right now. You're back in the game.
Equalizes.
You're back
Wow.
in the game. Completely back in the game.
Wow.
If you go king to f7 now, the rook is very far from your king, so I can go rook to h6. If you go rook to d7 to continue attacking me, first of all, you're losing right now.
Check.
Check. And the rook
then-
is on this good side.
Right.
So now I give you another check, forcing you to cover with
And
rook,
then I
and then
pick
I
up the
pick
rook.
up the rook after rook to h8. So it's a completely
Oops.
different situation, much improved situation for white. King to f8, let's say. Now I go rook to a8. It's an important check. King to f7, rook to h6. Once again, reinforcing this threat of rook to h7, king to g7, and now I just simply pick up the pawn with rook takes h5. Still not that easy, but this is the best moment that Begim had in the past 20, 30 moves in this game. So golden opportunity to stay in the game and save a draw if she finds this rook to g6, rook to h6 maneuver. And it's kind of natural as well, right? I
Right.
mean, you're giving a check, you're going to h6, you're trying to get your attack going in the position with the two rooks.
Right. Yeah, this move h5, rook d7 just looks so
I'm just a little
compelling.
surprised, like Atusa didn't want to capture the pawn on b2, even previously instead of capturing on g4. Like, that pawn is very dangerous.
Right, rook takes b2. But again, I'm sitting there, the first move that he's got to attract your eye is this checkmate, rook d7, rook d2. Just want to check in on Tatev's game for a moment because, how do I say, Nasi won the peace, but is she winning the war? I mean, there's a lot of pawns, right? They're running. They're running. The king on h7. Okay, I want to, I mean, it looks a little silly, but I want to play c7, king d4, king takes, you know what I mean.
Right.
And then king d6, and I'm not going to use the a pawn, that's too slow, but.
Because the knight is kind of offside,
right?
and it's going to be difficult to bring it back, especially after I capture the pawn on d5. So c7 is probably a very natural move, right?
Right. Well, the last move was c6.
Rook b8.
Rook b8.
So I just push.
Yeah, and I'm thinking c7, let's say rook c8.
Also, the question is if I can immediately go e6. I feel like that's maybe too early.
Probably, because here you might allow me, my knight can get
Right,
back,
and if I go rook f8, it just...
I'm happy to sacrifice my rook, pardon me, sacrifice my knight for a number of pawns. But
I like this move king d4.
King d4, king takes d5, and you're just running. Again, this king on h7, completely isolated and not playing a role.
And anytime you go king g8, let's say you go king g8 now, to attack my rook on f7,
yeah.
then I play e6, right?
Now
I just
I'm
defend
happy
it.
now I'm happy to play e6.
And then the king is just, it's a highway to the rook.
Apologies. I'm also happy that your king's on g8. Yeah. So, wow.
She's back in the game, completely back in the game. Yes.
Back in the game or winning? Oh, you mean...
I'm talking about Begim.
Yeah,
Yes.
Begim, sorry. Yeah.
Ah, you guys got ahead of me. You guys were having your own...
I mean, no, it's all
I was
right.
watching my own analysis. I
No, if you watch the show, it's really good. Trust me on this. We got a great show.
I thought you guys are on the same
Channel 2.
Channel 2, yeah.
Again, sorry, we haven't even looked too closely at it. Is Jennifer. Jennifer, you versus Anna Satansky. What's going on here? Again, we have this chaos of rook and bishop versus rook and knight.
And running pawns.
The running pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Last move was a6, right? So just trying to get where things
So
stand.
I have a question here,
Please.
Yasser. Let's say I do something like...
D4. Say it.
No, never mind. It's not a good idea.
Hey, look.
I feel like king g6.
King g6. Excellent.
King g6.
Move.
Just...
Yes.
and then if you capture
Yes.
here, I thought if I want to trade like rook g2.
You want to trade the rook?
Yeah, but I thought it's just never mind.
No. Your rook is actually ideal.
Right. So I can go.
Your rook is actually
But I
ideally
want to keep
placed.
that pawn on.
And I'm
wanna lose that
thinking,
pawn.
you could put you could go for things like d4, knight e3. You could even play for the old school of checkmate, of knight. You put your knight on f3, you put your pawn on g4. So, for example, in this position, you could even start to consider, just even ideas like this, right? Because your knight is so superb on f3. So I'm thinking Jennifer is actually the one in trouble, and she's hoping to be able to save the game. By the way, d4 by Anna Zatansky was her last move. Yeah. And as we've mentioned, if you're anywhere near the Central West End, go and visit the St. Louis Chess Club, because guess what? Joshua?
Look at that. Players go there to analyze the games.
Yeah, he's got Wesley and Sam.
I think they're analyzing Sam's game from the structure.
Right.
Perhaps.
So you could, if you're in the Central West End, you can ask the players any questions they like.
Which check is better?
They're all enjoying just being finished with their game.
Well, if you look at the two guys on the right side of the table,
You're not going to meet?
You know they are the ones who won the game because they're the ones wearing the biggest smiles.
This is weird.
That's the giveaway.
I think this is a really great opportunity to go there, interact with players, analyze their games.
Absolutely. Sorry, which games did we? Arena Crush, if you don't mind. We'll go to Arena.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting position. We were been debating who's better there, right? If you like the knights.
It's even material, and whenever I'm seeing these queens on the board type of positions, I stop and just say, okay, whose king is safer, right? I just, in principle, whose king is safer? It seems to be a little bit of a question at the moment, right? But I must say, if we can coordinate, if we imagine on a good day, we've got our pawn on g4, we've got a king on h3, we've got a knight on f4, our king could be very nicely insulated.
Right.
And black's king.
But, I thought that maybe white has some ideas with rook e7.
Yep.
Because that bishop is pinned, but maybe that could be actually pretty bad, a blunder, because rook can take the knight.
Oops.
And then capturing the rook for free.
Exactly.
Yes, white has to be really careful.
Last move, rook h6, knight h5 were the last moves. And
do you think black is going to try to maybe play like a5, just start pushing the pawns on the queen side?
I can imagine that's something you absolutely do want to do. But boy, again, I like your move rook e7, but for obvious reasons, you just have to preface it with a move like g4 or defend the knight. I'm thinking king h3, g4, or knight g2, f4, and rook e7. Eventually, you want to land with the rook on e7. Last point, imagine you play a5, play rook e5. And I've got a rather brutal.
Nasty trick.
I mean, there's nothing gentle about this, but I do have this brutal threat of rook g5 check. Is it so easy to defend that check?
It has to be like rook g6.
Yeah, and again, once you play that move rook g6, you are inviting, whether it be rook f5 or rook e7, a move that you pointed out a moment ago, and there's no rook h5 anymore.
Right. So I have a different idea. Instead of
Please.
e5, I want to trade queens, queen d7. Just want to get out of all these troubles.
Exactly. And there's probably not much I can do about that, considering that my knight is hanging, right? So I'll probably end up playing either knight f4 or g4. Let's just choose this.
Trade the queens.
And you trade queens.
King f7.
Getting out of the pin. I'm assuming I'd want my rook behind the pawn.
Now I maybe activate my bishop.
Yeah,
bishop d6.
At long last, right? You can activate your bishop. And
a5.
Okay. Now, again, one of those simple thoughts. You've got the dark squared bishop. I've got to play on the light squares. I'm going to bring my knight to f5. I think this is a game that 3 results, but I
guys,
like Arena.
I hate to
Please.
interrupt. I do feel like we should move to the Fabi versus
Let's do
Levon
it.
game for the simple fact that Fabi has 49 seconds and
Say
counting,
what?
while Levon has 25 minutes. Maybe
What?
something happened with my board, but perhaps we can see the players right now.
Wow, wow, wow.
Okay, something did happen to my board.
What happened to
It
your
did seem
board?
like it got frozen after the move knight to f4. Never mind. 4 minutes 45 seconds against 22 minutes and 31. Still a pretty big time differential, and I do see that pawn on e4. I'm getting a bit concerned. I'm not saying that he's in trouble or anything of that nature for Fabiano, but it does
Can I
look
say
a
it?
bit. Sure, yeah, go ahead. It does look a bit concerning.
It does. It does. It does. I mean, also a moment ago there, it almost felt like Levon was coordinating. You know, you see these checkmating patterns so often.
Look, it must be still very much within the range of equality.
Exactly.
I should be able to even sacrifice my knight for the 2 pawns, something along the lines of
But-
knight to c7.
But the lower on
knight
time
d5.
you get,
That's the
the
problem.
trickier it gets.
That's the
Right.
problem. You start seeing ghosts, right? Especially with that pawn so advanced on the e file, supported by the knight and the rook.
Yeah.
Easily you could start seeing some checkmates coming along. Rook g3, e2.
Yes, that was
It gets dangerous. Knight to d4. Let's try to defend.
Yeah, in this particular case, I just wanted to point out that Levon at any moment could just set up what I wanted to say was a perpetual check, right?
Yes.
Like
No, I think Levon understands that he's the one pressing right now.
so, yeah. But that's always what you want to establish. Who's pressing? Who stands better?
Yes.
And it is Levon. I mean, and he could have driven that point home a moment ago with the move e3. Instead, after this, he went rook back to h8.
Rook h8 is a very crafty move, I have to say.
What's the idea?
Well, the idea is that if you make the very natural move knight to d4,
Okay, that's a very natural move.
it is, right?
Right.
Now I go rook c8. How do you defend that pawn on c3? This is his idea. It's a very clever idea from a practical perspective. And if you don't put the knight on d4, let's say you go something like knight c7, you're like one move away from going,
He
for
has
example,
played.
7 on the board.
yes.
So
what he
he's-
wants is king f6, play
Yes.
king f6, please, so that I can take on d5 and take
Check.
on e4, and
I'm
finally
not
I
going to
can make a
lose.
draw. I'm not going
Yeah,
to lose.
I'm not
this.
going to lose this.
This
yeah.
is a draw. This
Yes.
is what he wants. But after knight c7, maybe I can continue with king f5,
Much more natural move.
right? I'm not
Defending
allowing
the
you to
pawn
take on
e4.
d5 and take on e4.
Right.
So how do you play right now? King f6. Okay, king f6 allows knight takes d5. I think the players will, in fact, just make a draw right now. Yes.
Wow.
That's a bit of
King
a...
f5.
I wouldn't call it a letdown necessarily. but
Right?
Look, you've been trying to
Yes.
press for something. Just play the move king f5, right?
Right?
But Levon played so quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
he
he
must
didn't
have
want to
felt
push for anything.
He was happy at this point. I think he
still carrying
does not
baggage.
believe anymore that he can try it. Even though, I mean, look, king g4 is coming. King g4, king f3. Give me 2 more moves to get
Right.
to f3, and I'm
we will
threatening
have
checkmates.
we'll have a checkmating pattern after all. No.
And especially against 3 minutes, I feel like he should have pressed a little bit
yes.
with king f5.
Yeah.
Not saying it would have went anywhere, right? Fabiano
Right.
is a tremendous defender, and I'm sure he would have defended with accuracy. But you do want to
Hey,
press for as
look.
long as possible.
You know, you have a material advantage and you have a time advantage.
And really serious time advantage. Like if somebody is less than 5 minutes, that can just, as Cristian said, create ghosts, create just troubles.
Exactly. Exactly.
I understand that Levon kind of, survived the 96 moves. Like it was a really difficult game, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Expected him to play for a win or try.
Hard, yes. We do have, after knight takes c3, king f2, by the way. And again, we're in a technical drawn position. Rook, king and rook versus king, rook, and knight. There are winning positions, quite a number of them, in fact. But this is probably one of the easier draws. Rook and bishop tend to be more difficult. What is happening in Begim's game? Shall we go there?
Yeah, let's take a look. By the way,
Begim-
Tatev's game is actually continuing exactly as we predicted, so maybe we can just jump to it to see that
Tatev's?
endgame.
Sorry, she's at the very top of my list there. Let me just refresh my board.
Yeah, Tatev is doing well. Tatev is about to finish.
Because she
the
did
job.
play that king d4.
Line, yes?
Mm-hmm.
The whole line with rook c8
Just
and
trying
king
to
d4.
take the pawn now and march with the king towards the rook and promote.
Exactly. And this is, you know, sometimes you have those games where you're kind of mystified by what happened. I'm sure when Nasi was hunting down White's bishop on a1, she was going, and this, and this, and this, and I win.
Right.
And then suddenly there was c7, my king is offside. Oh my gosh, I'm losing. A knight on g3.
But I think she somewhere blundered, right? She could have brought the knight earlier and she was still fine. I don't think that endgame was lost. Yeah.
Exactly. I think sometimes you just overplay your hand.
All right, let's go to the game of Begim.
All right.
Tohir against Atusa Purkashian. We had another rook endgame there, very interesting.
And we didn't
We
like
thought Atusa was winning there, but then
we didn't
Begim
like
with
this
chances.
move h5. We thought rook d7 was much more natural. After h5, rook g6, rook check, king. We're catching up with the players. Rook f8, rook f8, rook f7, and we have caught up with the players. I'm getting
There's an
a
X.
Swiss red mark. A
Computer does not like this move.
Rook e7 apparently was winning.
Rook
to
e7.
e7 with the idea obviously to give a checkmate.
That's nice.
And it's somewhat similar to what we were looking
At
Put the
previous-
rook on a position that delivers the checkmate, or at least threatens to deliver the checkmate, and then get the king on the other side of the rook. So, for example, if you started with rook to h7,
Which rook?
whichever you want,
Okay.
let's say the other one, king
Okay.
f8,
Yep.
you keep going with checks, I go king f7,
Yep.
and then I hide. I hide on e8, I go to d7 next, and you're in some sort of trouble.
But I don't
Agreed.
really understand what's the difference with rook f7.
Well, it's not
Like
a
if you
big
trade
threat.
the rooks, like it's the same thing, right? It doesn't matter if I have king on e7 or f7.
Well, I think that the
Yes.
big difference is you're threatening to take the pawn versus threatening to checkmate. Oh, by the way,
Okay, but how do you
Begim just
stop?
traded rooks, and I saw my bar.
Did she
the-
take on f7?
She
Oh,
did.
this is over. Yeah, this is
She
over.
the bar just took a,
But what
a
was she supposed
nosedive.
to do?
She was supposed to continue giving a check.
So I hide?
And then after king to e7, this is a completely different situation because you're not threatening the checkmate again. So I can go the other way, the other side with rook to b8 now.
Attacking the pawn.
Okay,
And
I
the
still
question
don't
is
get it.
why
I captured
not-
the pawn.
Yes, exactly. Rook
Please.
takes b2. And
No,
now-
no, on b2.
On b2, I beg your pardon.
Well, if you capture that one, I think you're actually in trouble because I go rook b7 and then you
King
might get
f8?
checkmated yourself. No. Here I go f5. Not the only move, but the best move.
Too advanced.
Very difficult to understand. Yes. But the idea is with a rook on e7, none of this would be possible because you need to defend against checkmate.
Yes.
So it's a much more aggressive stance for the rook. Rook to f7, and now, obviously, after the exchange of these
But,
pawns, this
but
is
the
just
trading the rooks is
losing. This is now just losing.
yeah. She had to play rook.
So are we
h8.
gonna win this? Just let's show the viewers how we're gonna win this.
Absolutely.
Right.
Because my idea was to play rook b1.
Yep.
Or,
She
I mean, we
is
can
actually
improve the
played,
king, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She has actually played king.
But probably
E6
something like
first.
king f1 happens.
I
Okay.
think you're going to get in Suswan.
Careful, because I might have check and b2. So you might
So
have
you
to
have
put
to
your
go
king
Yes.
back on g.
So my idea was that whatever you do now, I want to play rook b1,
Okay.
right? You go king g2.
So you have to go king g1 right now.
Let's just
Well,
go king
as
g1,
Okay.
rook b1,
Yep. King
king
g2.
g2,
Yep.
and b2. And now I'm just gonna be marching with my king closer, and you can never capture on g3, and you're kind of in trouble.
I'm stuck.
Where do you go?
I'm in Zugzwang. I'm stuck.
Why?
I can't move my king.
No, I'll give you the pawn. I'll give you the f pawn.
So what do you do?
I go f5, let's say.
Okay.
Okay, king f6.
You take my pawn, rook b8.
Yes.
And now I sit. How do you win this?
Crickets.
Oh, I thought I'm gonna win this, but if I don't win this,
Crickets.
No, I think...
no, because you're gonna keep checking
I don't think
me.
you want to go g3, to be honest.
You need to hide.
I think you have
You need to have a.
Okay, then it's
a
more
space.
complicated to
It
win.
is, it is.
It's not that simple. I thought that this is winning now, but you're
Right.
right. You just keep checking my king,
Yeah.
and I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
once you put the pawn on b2, that's very committal. So
Okay.
this is something that perhaps she needs to be careful about.
Let me just refresh.
No, I like this move, king to e6, what she did, because right now, what do you play as white?
Well, I'll play rook e5.
But now I go king d6.
King d6.
Right,
Yes.
you are going to support that b pawn immediately.
That's right. You have to go back behind.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you allow me to promote king c6. Wait, she went king f6.
King f6.
Okay, not sure why, but
Okay, so in any case, I'm going to go back. Yes?
she
But
must
it-
have an idea. Perhaps.
Hold on. Isn't this with the rook on b2? Let's just say I play g3.
Oh, you want to get the pawn to g2
And
and
then?
then push your king forward.
Yes. And so whenever you give me the f pawn, then I'll make a b line to the b pawn, and with my rook on b2, with my pawn on b3 and not on b2, I can hide my king.
All right, let's go king h1.
No, king
No.
h1, you allow rook h2.
This
That's
is
his
too
idea.
easy.
Oh.
This one, I just get to play
And then
b2.
you go rook c2. Okay.
Exactly.
So,
King
king f1,
f1 is the
h1,
same thing,
unfortunately,
right?
don't work.
Yes. So you're almost obliged to move your rook.
I'll go f5.
Okay. The same thing. You're obliged to move your rook because your king can't move.
So now I want to go to h3 and checkmate you.
Yeah, this might be over, actually.
Well, we'll do something like this, okay? And here, I will just go towards the queen side. I'll play rook check, and I'll put my king on b2, and not put my pawn on b2. I'll put my king, and I'll be safe. Wow, so this is a winning game, but we're being told by Darush, check out Alice Lee. She was
thought
on a
it was
bishop.
going to be a draw.
Totally. Whoa. Hold a big moment. Somehow Alice is forced. I didn't think Talia was going to capture on g5. She did. And look at this. Alice has achieved the absolute marvel of marvels. She wants to play g6 and f6 and win with just a pawn.
Right.
With the king, the defending king.
Oh, but bishop b6 happened.
Bishop. So what I was about to say is, imagine she had played a bad move, g6.
Right. I capture.
King takes. Bishop
But
e7.
bishop e7.
Before I get the chance to play f6, right? So if I had played, for example, this position, then the idea is very clear, right? I want to go here and here. But now let's see what's going on.
But this is kind of like a sick... it really is a sick win for white.
Is it?
It is. You have to go f6.
Immediately? Or
Yes, bishop b6 is already a bad move, and I
Bishop
was thinking f7
b6
was
is
also a bad move. We're going to see a lot of X's and a lot of question marks in this one.
This
Because
position is very difficult.
Why-
Yes,
why-
extremely difficult.
is
And now, the only move is bishop e3.
bishop? I would have played bishop. Bishop e3.
Yes, bishop e3. The idea being that if you go bishop c3, now I can get my bishop out with bishop c5. With the bishop on e3, so bishop c5 and then king h6, unfortunately for you, doesn't work because of bishop to e3.
But wait,
Like-
what if you go bishop e3 and I go h6?
Correct. That's a very good question. Now I go g6.
I capture the pawn.
You capture the pawn. And now I need to spend the tempo. I'm just going to go bishop d2. This
Because
is
you
like
cannot
some
capture
study,
the
like-
pawn on h6. That's a draw.
Exactly. Yes. If you capture the pawn on h6, then I just go
I
bishop
just move
d6.
the bishop and
Bishop d2.
I just
is
bishop d2 or bishop to
Zugzwang?
c1. It's some sort of a
It's
Zugzwang.
it's a Zugzwang.
It's sick.
Oh,
It truly is
wow.
sick.
Oh
no,
my
I mean,
goodness. Oh my goodness.
I don't know
That's a
how
study.
she's going to get to this one.
I mean, Alice
know
has
how
a
she's
show,
going to
right?
get to
Pawn
this one.
Palace, so maybe she knows how
Yeah.
to do this with her pawns.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Bishop
to
g7 doesn't work
D2.
because of bishop to c3 and so on and so forth.
Oh my gosh.
It really is very difficult to understand.
Oh my gosh. So, oops, sorry.
So
that
what's
was
the
not what
correct
I
defense if I'm not supposed to play king f7? So you go this.
So the last moves were bishop b6, maybe not the best, king f7, bishop back to d4, and then very quickly, Talia has played king back to g8. Couldn't she activate her bishop, or what am I missing? Let me just bring my bishop out,
So if I go king h6, you're gonna go kind of behind.
right?
Oh, f6 on the board. I think that was the best move that Cristian said previously.
Okay, I will refresh my board, and we have seen king to g8 and f6. So now it's king f7, bishop e3, h6, g6, king takes f6,
And bishop d2.
bishop d2, 16 exclamation marks.
By the way, Alice played bishop c3.
She finally played, yes, okay, f6, king f7, bishop c3. She will have this opportunity again. I almost for sure she will have the same opportunity again. I
play
think we're going to
bishop
see
c3.
some king g8, bishop d4,
But I'm not
king
sure
f7.
because here I can go just bishop a3 and put the bishop on c1.
Yes, that would be a very smart thing to do. yes.
Because if I go bishop a3 and you don't allow me to go on that
But it
diagonal,
truly is not easy because when you play bishop a3, you allow me to go king h6. I
But
understand.
I have-
It's fine. It works.
Right.
But it's not easy to make this move. Bishop a3 is one of the moves. Bishop to c5 is another one. I
Right.
would assume bishop d6 also does the same thing. It's all about giving that bishop another diagonal.
Exactly. I'm dreaming of that
I think she's
opportunity.
gonna
She's going
find
for
that
it.
move.
She's reaching for her bishop.
She might be out of trouble if she manages to find that.
Bishop
c5.
Bravo, Talia.
Not an easy
Bravo.
decision because it's very easy to just simply go back to g8. King
Right.
g8, king h6, and now bishop to e3 has to be played. She knows that.
and when she go, yes, and after
Yeah.
like bishop e1, if Alice is going to try to defend the pawn from the other diagonal,
Yes.
we're going to go and sacrifice our bishop, right? So after this, we're going to go bishop d4.
So the idea is that here you want to play bishop h4 so you can take this pawn, but what you just said was that you could go bishop here to sacrifice on f6. Is that a...
Wait a minute, but can I go bishop h4? Can I still go bishop h4?
Yes.
Guess you go king g8.
But I go
You
king
still
g8.
have to go king g8.
Still not completely over, right?
Wow. I tell you,
But this is not completely over. Like king g8, f7.
chess is hard.
No, I understand you're probably making a drop, but
Because you can never push g6, right? I can go king g8 and...
no, I will push g6.
No, because your king is pinned.
Pinned.
So
The pawn is pinned.
What do you play after
King
bishop g3?
g8.
Bishop h4.
Hold on.
I
Guys.
stay on the
Whoa. Time
Let's
out,
keep going,
time out.
yeah.
Okay.
Tell me the moves. I'll input them.
So here, what did we say? I stay on the diagonal, bishop c1,
bishop
Okay,
c1.
bishop c1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent move.
Bishop h4.
Bishop h4.
king g8.
Now I'm finally threatening to capture, so you go king g8. Gotcha.
If I go f7, you take on g5 at the end.
Yes, f7 is just you're a move away from winning, but I do have bishop takes g5. Oops. So that's it.
I think so.
So Talia
I mean, this
saves.
But this crazy variation, I mean, I think it's
With
almost
bishop to
impossible.
This is
d2.
study-like. This is
Yes.
study-like, and the thing is, the problem is they don't know it exists. If
Right.
you would tell them, hey, find
Look.
it right now,
Right. Then
she
they
will
would.
probably find it.
Right.
But if you don't tell her, I mean, how would she know that this is the exact moment where she has a chance?
Yeah, because mentally we're thinking, one, one pawn is not enough in the position. The one pawn advantage, I mean, is not enough.
King G8.
And so both players, I think, were kind of in that mindset that we're just going through the motions of a drawn position.
King H5. King goes back
To
to
F7.
F7 now.
Yep.
And there is no way to get there. Get in,
Somewhat,
push the
it
pawn.
feels like Alice perhaps was a bit defeated in this last couple of minutes. And she missed her opportunity because of that.
Exactly.
Like she was making her moves a little bit, like, oh, I know it's
Laconic.
a draw.
Yeah. I
It's
know
a draw.
draw.
There's not much to do about it.
Exactly.
Should we go H6 now? Is it time?
Not
Or
yet.
is that dangerous?
Yeah, not
I
yet.
would just keep the bishop on the diagonal. There is nothing to...
By the way, I do believe the rook and knight versus rook position was a draw.
Yes.
As
Yes, it was.
Fabi and Levon, hard fought, but boy, Fabi sure missed. He left a lot on the table.
He will
as
be a
well.
bit upset. Yes.
He will be upset with himself.
But to
But
be
you know,
honest,
yesterday he survived. Today he didn't convert.
it balances
That's-
out a little bit. Yes.
No,
Yes.
it doesn't. There's no justice. What's wrong with you people? Let me
You have
tell
to
you
find the
about
positive.
the injustice that I have suffered in my career.
You have
Boy.
to find the positives.
I have a very, very, very tough karma. Like, why? Bishop to d4 threatens capturing on f6, sacrificing the bishop. Doubtlessly, bishop h4 will have to be played in order to defend. Then we come back so that we are at the ready. As soon as the king steps aside, we're at the ready to play h6.
Yeah. And I think we're going to see repetition very soon.
Exactly.
And Atusa seems to be taking down Begim. And
Let's go.
that matchup of the day.
Yeah. I'm just going to do a quick refresh of the current position. We have all of our analysis on the board. Yeah, this was she's done exactly.
We have a
what
few more moves there.
Oh, we do. I apologize. G3.
Two, literally.
One fly. I mean, almost missed it.
And that's the Suzwang situation.
Yes.
You cannot
We
move
can't
the
with
king
the
to
king.
F1 or H1 because of checks on F2 or H2.
Precisely.
And if you go F5, then I just simply stay next to your pawn with king G5,
Yep. And you're in
giving
zigzag.
you once again the move. You have to move the rook, giving me the pawn, and then once I pick up the pawn, I get the king to C2, B1, hide, and that should be enough for
Precisely.
victory.
Yeah. Nothing to do.
And in
So White
fact,
still is stuck with the king, right? Cannot
Yes.
go to F1, cannot go to H1.
Exactly. And then you're happy to give up the G3 pawn so that you can just make room for your king, and then you easily win the rook.
Alice seems to be somewhat of a slow starter, doesn't she?
Right.
In
And
the junior girls
I
as
remember.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
She had the same problem. She
Yes.
was getting good positions, but unable to convert them.
Right.
But once she starts winning,
Yes. Then
it's
she
very
does
difficult
well.
for her to
Unstoppable,
stop.
literally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, then she really she did go on a streak in the girls, and a big credit for her streak actually belongs to Rose, because Rose was
forced her,
pressing
right?
her, and Alice was like, "Will somebody please stop this lady from winning all of her games?" And so she was forced.
Wait, what? Why Talia captured the bishop?
What?
It's
Why
okay.
didn't she go capture the pawn? I would never do
Yes,
I
of
would
course. You should never do that.
Like, this is risky. Even if you know this is a drawn endgame, just go for the pawn.
You really should never do that. Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay, Alice said, fine. But I'm with you 1,000%, and that's naughty.
Once out of 100, it's gonna be just like a glitch in your brain, and
Yeah, but if you go bishop d4 takes f6.
Let's see.
very good
Tatev,
game, very good save for Talia.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's see Tatev putting the finishing touches on her opponent, Nazi Paikidze.
And then we
Okay,
should see what's happening on Anna Zatonski's board.
c7.
That one is fairly equal. Not that much has happened, but this one I think is going to be over very soon.
So Nazi is trying to run with her pawn.
Yes, she is. This last move, by the way, sets a really nasty trick. Rook d8, e7 and rook d8, which is why Nasi was forced to give up her knight right away.
H3.
Just king c6 and you are running with the other pawn.
That's a good move. Gosh darn it, king c6.
Or, I mean, you can play just rook d8.
But rook d8, h2.
H2 is her trick.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure is that easy.
Maybe, yeah. But this move, king c6, I really like, since we have rook h1
Oh, it's a nice move, but
coming to cover.
is it the only move? King c6 might actually be the only move, right? So if we go back a couple of moves, when she played king d6, no, take an h4.
Sorry?
Keep going. h4. This was the critical moment. I think she missed this idea of h3. Much easier would have been to go rook to e7 and threaten immediately. No.
Oh, king
In
d6,
that
king
position.
g7.
That position, yes.
Yeah, h4, and now rook e7. You are making a space for the king to go and attack the rook, and then you are quick with the rook to catch the pawn on h.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah,
And you're winning basically a big tempo.
Right.
h3, king d7, you force the resignation more or less.
But okay, king c6, rook d1 is...
Yeah, but now you're starting to panic when, you are getting ready to play rook d8 and your opponent is knocking at the door. You realize that you cannot go rook d8 right now. King c6
Right.
is the only move.
Right. Yeah. One of the things about those rook endings is sometimes if you play them, inaccurately, just a tempo, and then you're suddenly
Rook
She
7
plays
is
rook
fine.
e7,
Rook
which is
e7
also the same
It's fine
thing.
as well. The
Right.
same idea.
But she wasted the tempo here.
She wasted the full tempo.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, king d6 was definitely not
And she's still winning.
necessary. Lucky that. Yeah.
But okay, so if king f6, how are the pawns running?
No, if I'm black, I know I'm losing, right?
Right.
Can I?
Wait, you have
Can I-
slightly different position.
Oh, sorry. Let me just do this. I'll refresh. I apologize. So if I'm black, after rook, king d6, h3, rook e7, I'm going to try to trick you.
Okay.
Oh, it's not. You've got
What's the
a2
trick?
pawn.
Yeah.
I was hoping that you would play king d7, h2,
Rook E1.
h1, and this would be a draw if you didn't have the a pawn.
How would that be a draw?
Yes, I know this for sure.
Fortress.
And rook f6.
That's nice.
It's actually funny. Imagine in this exact position, white had pawns on h2, h3, h4, h5. So you have a queen,
h3.
h2, h3, h4, h5. So you have a queen and 4 pawns. And black has a rook and 1 pawn on g7. It's a draw.
Yeah.
But the a2 pawn makes all the difference in the world. Let me go and refresh my board to get the current position.
King f6. So we are
Okay.
expecting rook e1.
And she's hoping g5, g4. Let's go.
Because you cannot do king d7, right? That would be a big blunder because there's rook takes.
But rook to e3, you're picking up that pawn.
No, not
Why
quite. Rook h8.
No, but I
you
take on
take it.
h3.
No.
Oh, I don't take on h3.
Yes, I have a trick.
Wow.
I have a trick.
Very sneaky.
I have to be careful.
Oh my gosh, look at this brilliant
And
trick.
black is winning, right?
I don't know if it's winning,
Wait. No. It's not winning.
but it is
It's not
fun.
an H pawn, it's a G pawn.
Oh my gosh.
So-
We have seen a for those of you joining us late, we saw this remarkable save by Leinier Dominguez to keep his 48-game drawing streak alive.
By the way,
Why
now
am I
he has
seeing
7
that?
seconds.
7 seconds?
The thing is,
3 seconds.
3 seconds. She's gonna.
rook h8.
1 second on the clock.
No
She
way.
managed to
She
make the
made
move.
it.
But now rook f3 wins on the spot. So I'm giving you a check
Oh,
Rook F3
nasty.
happened immediately.
Getting the king away from
And by the way, Tatev played that move.
the
Instantly.
F5.
Yes, she did.
And now I will take on h3 next.
Because now there is no sneaky skewer on the queen.
Yes,
That's
precisely.
it. Finishes the game.
Beautiful move there. But that was a very
we
nice
see a handshake.
trick that Nasi tried to pull off. Congratulations.
I mean, this
to
is the
Tatev.
second time Tatev played without a knight, right? Because the first game against Alice, she didn't have a knight, and now against Nazi.
Yeah, she likes sacrificing her cavalry. All right, I'm going to take us back to the game between Begum for just a moment and Atusa. When we left it, we really thought that it was a one position already.
And she followed the idea what we were discussing.
Yes,
Because now she captured a pawn, and now she's going to the queen side.
exactly. A beeline
Hide the king on the b1.
square, yes,
And I think we're going to see a resignation here also very soon.
exactly.
Great
King to
game
C1.
by Atusa. I mean, winning with the black pieces against Begim, and this was a
Tall
very
order.
solid build-up. Like, she actually played a very good game, missed a couple of opportunities, sure allowed Begim to get back in the game for a second, but it didn't feel like she was close enough to be able to secure that draw. Begim.
I mean, that crazy move f5.
Not easy.
That's
not easy. It was not the only one, but it was very difficult to get to that point even. So I have to say, Atusa can beat anybody in this competition.
Well, with this defeat by Begum, that means Carissa
she's in clear first.
clear first, 2 out of 2.
And
As
I
she
think
said in
Tatev
her,
might be on a point and a half a point
Right.
behind her. Anybody else? Do we have anybody else on 1.5 points?
I'm sure we'll. Well, wait a minute, because Anna Zatansky, that is to say, lost her first game. So even if she were to win, that she'd still only be at 50%. Rook b8 on the board, and then in this position,
We are
what Atusa
expecting-
really needs to do is to actually just bring her king to b2 and then set up with rook c1, rook
She doesn't
c3.
mind that the white king is going to capture that pawn on
Absolutely.
g3.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go. Rook b, we can go king to g2, king here. All we need to do is set up a situation where with our rook on c3, our king on c2, our pawn just goes through and forces.
I will go maybe all the way to e1 for start.
Oh, you want to
Or f1 just to
you
like
want to
prepare.
cut off the king. Wow, greedy. Look at you. Nice, nice.
Want to do the Lucena's breach.
Right?
Yes.
Right. All right. So this one looks winning.
So we have 2 more games. Jenny for you against Anna Zatonsky and Irina Crush against Megan Lee.
Okay. Let's take a look at Arena's game.
Oh, wow, look at
we
those
were having
knights.
no. That was our analysis. We were having a nice.
Oh.
We were having a nice fun lining up the knights. By the way, Queen d7 though, and g4. Maybe they'll actually follow our analysis.
Actually, there were more.
Oh, there were even more moves. Takes. Yeah. What? Look at this. Irina was very pleased to set up.
So black has an extra pawn, but those 2 connected pawns on the king side with the knight.
Oh my
Scary.
goodness, wait a minute. But
What is going on?
could we go back? Was that a missed opportunity? Did she have knight f6 followed by rook to h3? Wait a minute.
Tell me when.
No, in the game position.
In the current game position.
Yes. The final position.
King d5.
Knight b3. What is?
Right now, instead of g6, could she have done knight f6 followed by rook to h3? And that would set up this very annoying pin, perhaps.
I understand what you mean. If I move my king, say to c6, just to show. First of all, the rook is protected.
It is protected, yes.
So I could actually just move my knight.
And my g-pawn is not good enough.
Well,
That's
it might be, but yeah.
So
G6.
instead of that, after king to c6,
Yeah.
let's keep going.
By the way, guys, Megan
Okay,
has
she
10
played
seconds.
g6. That's
Yeah.
fine.
If you don't. Yeah, because it's
Knight
suddenly.
to c5.
Whoa, I thought Arena was doing well. Then I'm really not sure. Why did she ended up blundering her a3 pawn?
I think she sacrificed because, I mean, it feels that the 2 pawns on the king side are actually pretty strong.
Yes.
I feel like there's a missed opportunity somewhere.
But why play rook a8 in this case?
By the way,
but what do you do right now?
Rook c8.
Look at the position right now. There's a really nice trick that
Sorry. Let me
Irina is setting up.
The trickies?
Very tricky.
Let me go to the final position.
Yes, so now I'm attacking the bishop.
So instead of playing g7, winning the piece, she went rook to g8.
And if you go and defend it with the knight, I simply capture the bishop and play g7.
10
Meg
seconds.
has 10 seconds.
10 seconds, and that will be a queen.
5 seconds, she needs to make a move. 4 seconds.
96. But
she allowed the trick that you just mentioned.
That's it. Rook takes up.
And instantly, Arena had that one mapped out. Oh no. Rook h8. Well, was that a winning threat then?
Yes. Knight to e6 and
I'm
rook
not
takes f8.
sure.
It looks very good.
I mean, this is winning, yes. This trick, that's game over.
That's game over.
But I'm not sure if there was a defense.
That was my
5 seconds. Rook to a1, trying to go behind the pawn. Do not go g7 right now because of rook to g1.
Right. Knight takes g7 and rook g1 check. Well.
Yeah,
F5.
just push the pawn. Yeah.
What?
f5, rook g1, knight
No,
g3.
f5.
Our rook is hanging. No, that's fine.
Oh.
It still
it works. It
Yeah,
works.
knight g3.
Knight g3 still works.
No,
still
it's
works?
not working because then I have knight h7.
No, because
When
of
the knight
g8
is
check.
Oh, it's check.
It's a check.
Let me show Kate what she might have
we
missed.
Are starting this book.
What we're busily talking
So maybe
about
f5 is in fact a very good move in this position.
Rook check, knight g3, knight takes rook, g7. A moment ago, our knight was on h5, so that after knight h7, there was no knight f6. And what Kate, unfortunately, she forgot that she cannot check when she's in check.
Yeah.
Nice. So it might just be that in this current position, f5 wins, but no. This is one of those moves. Arena says if there's a possibility I could lose the game, it would be by blundering the rook. So let me not blunder my rook. She played rook f7. I think she's winning with this one as well. 15 seconds again.
10 seconds.
To remind everybody, at this moment, they're just playing on increments. There is no further time controls. There'll be no more additional time. It's just the increments now.
I mean, yesterday Megan survived a really difficult game.
Who did?
Against
I'm sorry?
Megan survived a really difficult game against Jennifer.
Yes.
So she's trying to hold on to that f5 square, Irina, that is. Put the king there once.
Well, I'm a simple guy. G7, knight takes G7, rook takes G7.
Yeah.
Any rook
to g3,
knight to G3
G3,
against
and
rook
that's
to
it.
G1. Yeah.
Yeah, this should get the job done. f5, okay.
F5.
She's even greedier. She does not want to allow black to sacrifice that knight for the g pawn. She wants to get a queen, full queen.
Can't blame her.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm running as well. A4. Let's go.
What?
Let's go.
You're too far.
It's like
Nobody believes you, Kate.
the
Nobody
lemming
believes you. No.
running off the cliff.
I see
And
a
there we
handshake.
have a handshake. It looks like a
Atusa won against
Tusa.
Begim.
Yeah, big victory for Atusa.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's go.
All right, what about game Jennifer against Anna Zatonsky? Can we
Let's
just
do it.
check that? Because that's another kind of very tricky endgame with both pawns running.
True that. I'm just going to refresh this game because a lot of moves have taken place since we last left it. Check, check, check. Whoa. Draw. Bishop takes g4 would be a draw. What a save.
Yes.
But she
It
didn't
has
play
been a
bishop
draw
takes
for a little
g4.
while now.
Who's playing for the win now? Because, I mean, in her mind's eye, rightfully or wrongfully, Jennifer's looking at a chance to play bishop to d5.
Oh no.
And queen or pawn.
Oh no, we're going to see rook bishop versus rook, aren't we?
Oh no. Who was it? It wasn't it Nasi versus
No, I think it was Anna Zatonsky actually
Anna
playing it.
Zatonsky, right? And suddenly it's rook and bishop. And look at Jennifer go. We're going to see rook versus bishop.
Okay, so we can move away from this game because we can stay with it for a while later.
Oh, but Anna is going to be able to force the trade of rooks.
Okay.
How?
She is going to be able to play king f6. King f6.
Yes, but why king f2? King, yeah. No,
There's
that
no
makes
chance.
sense, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook g3, king f6, okay.
Right.
We escaped.
Ooh, we don't have to worry about
We
rook and
escaped.
bishop versus rook. Oh,
Yes, this one finishes in a draw as well. Is this the last game, guys?
I think
No,
so.
we still have Arena Crush, right?
Oh, Irina is still playing, yes.
But,
I already counted that as victory.
True.
No, I have that pawn running. Remember?
Yes, you did good. So she did play f5. My goodness, she didn't play. So.
And that's a draw?
And that's the draw.
We have more moves there.
Do we?
Yes.
I apologize.
We do have a few more moves. Let's go back to the final game, the one of Irina Krush.
I have it on my board.
Putting the finishing touches against Megan Lee.
A lot of decisive games today.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. In both sections. And we could have had more.
Yes,
We could have easily have had more.
When you think of the Sam Shankland game and what a reprieve Liang received, he was just ready to toss in the towel. Again, for those of you joining us late, Liang is on a 48-game drawing streak in the U.S. Championship in the sense that he undefeated streak. Sorry, I shouldn't have said drawing streak. He has not had a loss. Of course, he's had a number of wins to his credit, but 48, I don't even know what my streak might have been, maybe 20, you know, but 48 it's enormous.
Quite impressive. Quite impressive.
And also for the Sinkfield Cup, 25 games without a loss. So Liang, definitely a tough man to beat, but he was busted, badly busted today. No question about that one.
And Megan has 20 seconds, but very difficult position. Knight c5, trying some mating net for the king, maybe, on a good day.
Yeah, on a very good day. I like the optimism, but that's what it requires. I mean, G7 kind of plays itself, right?
Yeah. G7, Knight f6.
How do you defend against that? I mean, G7, you can even go G8 after that.
Exactly. That's
Actually, perhaps that's one of the things that you should be. Don't go G8.
Why not?
Knight e4. That's the only trick I think in the position.
That is a beauty.
Knight e4 check.
Look at this. Knight e4 check.
Never
Stops
get
me from-
comfortable when winning.
So you have to start with Knight f6 first.
Right?
Just
Oh my
be
gosh.
slightly careful. Slightly careful.
Oh my gosh.
Knight to f6 and first of all Knight f4. Just
Oh yeah, that's another easy.
maybe it's a bit easier.
Maybe it's a lot easier. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a resignation very soon.
So can I start here, Knight e4 check?
You certainly can.
King b3 then.
But king to b3, and
Yeah.
again, the thing is, rook to g2 is going to be met by knight to f4.
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
That's the big problem. Yeah.
That is rotten.
Never resign. We've seen that with Sam Shankland today and Leinier.
Wow. Wow.
I have to say, that's the story of the day. Sam missing that queen to g8, absolutely brilliant defensive move, but he played a marvelous game with the back pieces. He was an inch away,
E5,
a move away.
All of those moves, queen f5, g5, g4.
He calculated everything.
Queen f1, rook e1.
Except one move.
h3.
Except that queen g8.
Nice.
Similarly to Fabiano Caruana, right? Yes. Really pushing the whole game, getting a lot of advantage, and then just one move, missing that one knight e6 move.
Knight e6, but that was not easy. That was so difficult, especially, again, nobody taps you on the shoulder and tells you,
like,
find it right now, find it right now.
Now's your moment. Here it is. Irina, let me tap you on your shoulder, find it right now.
Oh, I don't think she needs to be tapped on her shoulder. She sees a simple fork, knight to f4.
And there you have it. Victory for an 8-time U.S. champion, Irina Krush. She puts herself back in the mix. Carissa cannot breathe too easily. 2 victories for Carissa.
But very difficult to win for Irina Krush, right? It's still, you need to fight every single game with every player.
They're hard-fought victories, no question about it. Let's take a look at our standings after 2 rounds. Oops, I'm a little premature. I'm eager to know the standings. The game of Fabi, gosh, missing his opportunity.
Yeah, we saw him in a pretty good mood after the game. He was analyzing
against Hans.
Well, even today after
with Levon.
After the game, he was analyzing with Levon. But once he gets in front of the computer and sees that move knight to e6, sees how winning he was, and the fact that that was not the only chance he got. Even before knight to g5.
That was huge.
That should have been easier for him.
Yes,
he shouldn't have had to labor all of these crazy ideas with knight to e6 in the end. Sure, that's easily missable, but knight to g5, he should have played it. He will beat himself up for this one. Definitely will not be happy, but still. Lots of games left in this competition.
Of course.
And we have some players that right now are taking over. That's one Wesley So, for example.
Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look at the standings. So we have a So leader, Carissa winning both games, just continuing her amazing games, 2 points out of 2. Then we have 3-player tie for the second place. Irina Krush, Atusa Purkashian, and Tatev Abhimanyu.
And in the open section, how are things standing there?
Let's take a look.
We've had a number of wins. Da-dun, da-dun. The reveal.
We have Sam Sevian, we have Wesley So. Who else do we have? That's it.
That's it.
That's it. 2-way tie for the first place. Wesley So, Sam Sevian, 1.5 points. And then a lot of players having 1 point. Fabiano, Caruana, Leinier, Dominguez, Awonder, Liang, Sam Shankland, Grigoriy, Oparin, Levon, Aronian, Hans Niemann, and Abhimanyu and Mishra.
Easy for you to say. It's been fun. We've got to call the show. It's really been great, guys. Round 3 tomorrow, same time, same channel. Tell your friends where you're hanging out and join us for all the action, Kate. It's marvelous.
Great day.
Really great. Cristian, absolutely. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.